Hey, doggo. Yeah, I know. You're staring at me, want water, food. There you go. It's probably gonna be loud. Let's see. Whoa, yeah, it was gonna be a little loud. Yeah. Aye. Definitely had a kind of a long fucking night. At least at least my work day wasn't too bad, but at least when it comes to like after work, sure something. Man, Zuko must have been a hungry dog today. Like, this morning I filled up this little food bowl, chowing down, ate everything. During my lunch break today, same thing. And now he's doing the same thing again. He's chowing down on every tiny little bit. Like, oh my god. Little savage. Just a little savage boy. Nice. Here, let me do this. What? Let's see. Let's see what little things we can have for the tube here to pull up. I'll notice something to look at a little bit later. Here. What was our top news of the day? And there is not much going on for a Sunday, and I love it. Ugh. Man, the Holy Sabbath set our Sundays. Boo. And there's not really like ever much on Sundays. It's like, can't there at least just be like, you know, a little bit of something? I do at least have you know, something we could look at. I'll get that a little bit later. Man, it's me to come here like an hour sooner, but I ended up seeing one of my friends who was you know, he's out homeless right now and shit, and so they are just definitely going through a bunch of bullshit and kind of got a drama dump of like epic proportions, and just ended up being a little too fucking crazy for me. And I was just like, alright, well, I got a bad on that one a little bit. Not really because of him, like he actually ended up splitting out around the same time I was, but it's fucking complicated. It's not even really worth trying to explain. Like, because his buddy, or his girlfriend, friend, I don't know what fucking relationship they're having right now. Like, if any at all. And, like, she must have pissed somebody off or something. Because at this point, like, there's been a bunch of people fucking with her for like the past, like, probably like half a year or some shit. And it's at a point where she's basically getting like a fucking psychosis over it and shit. On top of just like, you know, it's just fucking crazy. I mean, I feel bad for both of them especially, but I mean, it's like, it's one of those situations where it's like, I mean, at least, you know, for my friend, like, I have to be like, yeah, something's gotta kind of give a little bit here. Yeah, because, like, this shit is certainly a little fucking whack. You are a hungry little fuck, dude. Yeah, you. Dang. Hungry little bastard. Goofy little thing. But, yeah. It's certainly just one of those situations where I just, yeah, I don't really have, like, a say one way or the other, outside of just, like, you know, hope for the best for him. If anything, at least for, I've even offered to help, but never seems like they take the chance or take the offer. Because honestly, from my understanding, if they're just like a bunch of random wannabe gangbang weirdo fucks or some shit, a bunch of weird ass tweakers, like, I'm not afraid of that. Like, so, I've always offered, like, if they want to hide here or something for a few days, and hey, if they decide to show up, then I got no problem with giving them a nice stern fucking reminder of who they're fucking with, you know what I mean? Because I'm capable of that shit. And, you know, and I don't got any qualms with, you know, like, doing that shit for, you know, to people that are fucking with people that I care about. So, it's one of those situations where, you know, like, I've offered to help a little bit, you know, as just a third-party person, but it's certainly out of my fucking forte, and honestly, I'm only offering, you know, as a strong arm. That's it. Like, I mean, I don't give a fuck about the details necessarily. You know, just tell me who they are, and I'll fuck them up if they come near you. Like, I mean, that's all I've offered, and I'm gonna keep it like that. Because, like, they need a good fucking reminder that, like, because the only reason why they're fucking with them is just because they're able to get away with it, and there hasn't been any recompense or any, like, you know, retaliation to them because of that shit. So, it's just one of those things, and they're a bunch of, like, fucking wannabe gangbanger fucking tweaker fucks from, like, Tacoma and Olympia and shit, too. And there's definitely some weird, like, trafficking shit going on, you know, all throughout, just in general on the West Coast, and all throughout the country, to be fucking frank. And it's likely that some of these fucking people might be tied to that. And that, I have no idea. I generally don't know, but if that is true, then it's some fucking spooky shit. And if that's the case, then I absolutely got no qualms of being the strong arm at that point. Like, at that point, I'd absolutely fuck them up. It's like fucking trafficking women, trafficking people and shit, and especially just to, like, you know, fuck with someone. It's like, you are really asking for some fucking, you know, skull crushing. And skull crushing is gonna be you. Like, so it's one of those things where I'm certainly offered to be the strong arm, and if, you know, they show up or fuck with them or anything like that, I'd fuck them. Thing is, though, they, like, there's only the caveat they have to be here. Like, I mean, that's the thing. And you know what? If they want to continue to show up and continue doing that shit, I got no fucking qualms. I'm capable of defending myself. Very capable person. So it's just like this. I just kind of find it, you know, really fucked up that, you know, they haven't been able to really, like, deal with this type of situation. Because honestly, I certainly, you know, can, you know, have, you know, like, you know, at least some element to help, but they just have to, you know, take the hand out, I guess. There you go. But at least a lot of the thing for me is just like whether it's honestly even worth it or not. I mean, because to me, you know, as an empathetic person and willing to help out, you know, my friends, like, it is, but it's like all the other extra trouble that comes with that. It's just always been my, like, back of my mind. It's like, do I really want to deal with that? Especially when it's fucking people I don't know what the fuck one about. But the thing is, considering, you know, from I understand from who they are, I generally don't care. I'm gonna say no. I would agree for the most part, but it's just like, I mean, considering some of the information that I know, like, that is at least true about these guys, they deserve to get fucked up. I mean, for sure. You know, so it's like, a part of me really wants me to be like, hey, just hide in my place for a little bit, and if they show up, I'll fuck them up. Like, because I got no problem with that. Like, you know, because, yeah, like, and also my friend, Mono, he got his piece back, too, because the cops were withholding it, you know, from him for fucking ever. You know, so now he's got that back, so he at least has his own personal form of defense that he can have. So, you know, it's like, it's not like, you know, they can't do nothing, but the reason why is because of her, frankly. Like, she is been fucked with this shit for so much, it's actually given her fucking psychosis. And it's made her fucking legit loopy and kind of fucking crazy over it. So whenever she goes off about this type of stuff, it's just like, that type of shit basically fundamentally means that, like, you know, they are, you know, like, whatever, even if there is genuine truth to what they're saying, there's a lot of stuff that either isn't going to be true, or their brain is just like making it up as it goes, you know, because they've been fucked with for so much, and now they're going to think everything going on around them potentially is related to that crazy shit. Keep drugs at a domicile. Well, yeah, I mean, I'll keep weed and shit on my domicile, but yeah, that type of shit, fucking up. But that's why I said I'd fuck them up, you know, because if they want to, like, you know, be weird little tweaky fucks, and besides, I'm not the only one in my neighborhood that do that shit. Like, there's a few people that are up down my street that also got some firearms, and if there's anything suspicious, have no qualms of coming outside with a shotty or something like that, being like, the fuck is going on, and telling you to fuck off. Like, so, I mean, it's usually around here, people don't fuck around that much. Weed doesn't count as legal. Well, I know. There's some drugs that I'm okay with, and I'm fine with, but, you know, like this. I mean, it legally, I guess, in the, you know, whatever. We get what we mean, though. We're just being semantic at this point. But yeah, the illicit shit I'm staying clear from, yeah. And the thing is, the only reason I say, you know, like, tweaker shit is just because a lot of them tend to be homeless people that are hired by some of the, like, from what I understand, like, there's, like, 8 to 10 dudes that are kind of, like, in this, like, circle that do fuck with her. you know, and because they're all like, you know, related like as like friends or acquaintances and, you know, affiliated groups and shit, whatever the fuck. And you know, so they basically will, you know, either like hire people or like make up bullshit about her to tell other people, like other random homeless people or tweakers and shit like that, you know, to try to fuck with her or do something with her, shit like that, you know, basically for a hit of meth or, you know, for $20 so they can get a hit, you know, whatever the fuck. So I mean, you know, some of it's just random weirdos too that, you know, will be fucking with them, and that's because like of these people that are following her, mainly her specifically, not my friend Armando, because whenever he's by himself and they are away from each other for a few days, he doesn't have any problems. She does though. So she certainly is getting fucked with by people and all this other shit, but like it's hard to know what's real and what isn't, and that's why I was saying from earlier, it's kind of like a trauma dump, because like, what the fuck, dude? Because, like, on one hand, I get it. Like, if I was getting fucked with, I would want to try to get any help that I can, especially if I was desperate and going fucking crazy from it. I mean, absolutely. But it's one of those things where it's like, I mean, you know, is it even fucking worth it at this point? I mean, part of me thinks yes, because, like, I mean, she has a dog family. I mean, me and Zukov's actually met him a couple times. You know, and he's a really sweet little dog and shit, and they've even attempted to do things to him specifically, you know, her dog, you know, to fuck with her. And she theorizes that they might have even, like, you know, sexually abused him too, even. And I thought the fuck not, but, I mean, she theorizes that. So, I mean, she's certainly being fucked with for sure. Like, there's definitely people that are out to get her for whatever fucking reason. And it's just like, it's hard to know what's truthful and what isn't. And obviously, it's like, on one hand, it's like, I want to try to help her out and shit, but it's like, I also just don't want that fucking drama. Most of it's just because I don't want the drama, because every time she's around, the only thing she seems to be going off about is this shit. Like, it's literally consumed her. Like, I mean, and like I said, it's like, it's one of those things where you wish you could help, but there's not really much you can do besides just, hey, if people show up and try to fuck with you, I'll be a strong arm and, you know, tell them to fuck off and shit. You know, but beyond that, you know, there literally isn't much you can do. And tonight, like, like, obviously they were having some pretty crazy shit going on earlier. I don't know all what was going on, but it was obviously intense, and I don't fucking know. It's crazy. It's why I wish I could try to help as more as I want, but yeah, it's just one of those things where it's really, yeah, it's just better not to. I mean, if anything, I'm trying to offer my, you know, hands out to my friend Armando, not really to her specifically, not because I don't care, but, you know, because, you know, like, it's, I don't know, it's hard to explain. Like, I want to help her and deal with whoever, you know, and address whatever the fuck is, you know, like, going at her with this shit. But at the same time, it's like, I don't want that just constantly being here. Not because of them coming here. I don't give a fuck about that. Like, I know what the laws are about standing your own ground and defending your property. Like, I know the laws about that shit locally here. You know, it's about, like, you know, just the constant, like, her going off and talking about it over and over and over again endlessly. Like, I mean, that would be my thing. Like, because she definitely needs to, like, not let it fucking eat her up. But, I mean, it's like every fucking day she gets fucked with at some point, you know, so it's kind of hard not to, you know, when it comes to, you know, that, and so it's just hard, you know, to be like, I want to help, but, you know, but not get so directly involved, especially when you don't even know the full fucking picture. Like, there's, like, because honestly, a lot of stuff I could, you know, allege, there's like 1,000 fucking different things. I'm only saying what I think is more confirmed. Which is obviously vague, because there's a lot of accusations and a lot of claims of this and that. It's a fucking nightmare. I'm not even gonna lie. It's ridiculous. And I feel bad for my friend Armando, because, like, I mean, he ended up getting homeless and losing his job, and, you know, like, and being in a situation that he's in, because he also has the same mentality of helping her out, and it's like, and that's also another reason why I'm a little hesitant, because it's just like, I mean, I don't want to necessarily get dragged down. Not that, I don't mind at least being, you know, part of his sense of helping, but I don't want to literally, like, have my own potential, like, future, like, next couple years jeopardized and fucked over because of that. I mean, honestly, my main advice to her specifically would be, like, you gotta go, like, you know, go somewhere that's not in Portland, like, and just chill out and lay low. Like, go to Estacado or something, go to, like, Bend or something and lay low there, and don't let anyone know. Like, tell one person, you know, and that's it. And, you know, so then there's at least one person that's aware of that, but nobody else is, and just be like, alright, you know, good luck finding me at that point. Lay low for a while, then they, you know, and hope they forget about you after some time, after like a year or so, and then, you know, try to move on from there. I mean, that's about as best as I think you can do at that rate, is try to, like, skip down for a little bit and lay low for a while. You know, like somewhere that's maybe not too far away, so you can at least have access to come back, you know, to, you know, for friends or other family and shit. So, I don't know. That'd be my advice to her, is like, lay low somewhere, like into Dallas or something like that. I mean, shit, I mean, I don't know. I mean, not a lot of people out there, you know, a lot of, like, homebody, you know, type of people that know everyone around there. If they notice you and you're obviously someone in need, you know, I don't necessarily think they're going to be immediately like, go fuck yourself. I mean, you know, so, I don't know. Like, I mean, I feel like, you know, there's, you know, options, but I think she's just so caught up in the psychosis, frankly, that, you know, that she just isn't considering this shit. I mean, what's really sad is that, I mean, I've known her back when she was living at the apartments right next to work for a while. And straight up, like, she was never like this, honestly. Like, she was, like, she would always have, like, kind of this bluntness about her sometimes, but she was never, like, I don't know, super standoffish and cuckoo, I guess. So that's what makes it even extra sad. Knowing that, like, you know, it's because sometimes you want to try to, like, say a thing, but you know that, you know, like, it might not jibe well just because, like, their mind has just been so fucked by, you know, the shit that's been happening with them. It just sucks. I've seen it happen to a lot of people too, dude. It's, you know, it's kind of unfortunately a more common thing. Like, I was actually talking about Marna when he was away from her for a little bit after she wandered off for a minute, and it's like, this has just generally been like more of a occurrence, like, of, like, you know, just this sense of, like, you know, like, what's she on? She isn't on anything. Like, she isn't, like, on any drugs as far as I'm aware. She like, none of, like, Amano and she isn't, like, both of them aren't, as far as I'm aware. I mean, maybe she is, I don't fucking know. She says she has, like, a, you know, sleep pills to go to sleep with, but I don't know what that necessarily means. I mean, that can mean, like, melatonin, or maybe, like, you know, some sort of, like, what's it called, like, triopsepam or whatever the fuck. My Uncle Robert used to take it before he went to bed. I mean, I would assume maybe something like that, but if that's the case, then the psychosis level type of stuff, like, I don't think that would trigger it. Like, something like meth probably would, but she certainly isn't on that, because if so, then my friend Amara would have certainly said something about that. He would have told me. And I know for a fact that he wouldn't do shit like that. So they're not on any drugs. Like, so that is what makes it even more fucked up. It's that, like, you know, it is, like, at least, definitely it's what drove me insane for a while. I mean, well, for her, I think there is certainly, like, a level of, like, you know, shit that is driving her insane. I just don't know what specifically is the root causation of all this shit. I don't know if it's due to the fact that she pissed somebody off or a few people off, and now those people along, you know, who are affiliated in some gang or some shit are all fucking with her now. I don't know what is the whole deal. That's why I'm kind of a little vague with it, because there's, like I said, there's a lot of crazy things that, you know, are about this shit, and even from Mono's side of things, but he actually is generally trying to get to like the bottom of it and figure out what is actually true, what actually isn't. So, and even he doesn't entirely know the story. Something's up, maybe. Oh, absolutely. There certainly is something up. I mean, that's kind of what I'm saying. There's like some weird shit. And like, even at the homeless shelter that they're staying at, some of the people that, operate it and volunteer there, after they showed up, and stayed there for a while, even they, once they were kicked out and they left and shit, I forgot for what reason. Like, after a while, I think Amano went back there to go pick something up. And they're like, yeah, after y'all left, we kind of started noticing some weird stuff happening lately. When it came to like, like this influx of people that came from like Olympia and stuff like that. So there actually is genuinely some weird shit going on around here. There's a kind of a underbelly of some weird shit happening in Milwaukee, that's for fucking sure. And Portland too, to be fucking frank with you. I mean, not because it's kind of a sad truth, but there's always been like a human trafficking thing, throughout the West Coast and shit. Like, I mean, in Portland, Seattle, like, I mean, these places, these are like, unfortunately, hubs for this type of shit. So, I mean, in some part, I really wouldn't be surprised if it has something to do with that shit. Because the things that she's claimed is that she's, like nearly, or at least as they have attempted to try to traffic her, there's been attempts, at least she's alleged that they tried to do that with one of her nieces, apparently. So it's like, I mean, there's certainly some weird shit going on, but, like I said, or at least, what Amando says, like, he's trying to get to the bottom of it, figure out what the fuck is actually going on and shit, so to speak. Especially figuring out who the fuck these people are that are fucking with her. She's fuck right. Yeah, dude, like I said, man, I mean, in a weird way, it kind of goes beyond what's going on with them. Like, from what, they tell me, it sounds like there's other shit going on besides what is with them specifically. Like, it sounds like there's, like, a legitimate, like, organized thing, that is around. And honestly, like I said, organized crime when it comes to human trafficking, drug trafficking, shit like that, that isn't unusual or, like, abnormal for, like, when it comes to crime syndicates and shit, right? Like, so, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if that shit's going on, like, and there's kind of like a setup now that's been kind of establishing itself a little bit. I mean, I haven't really, like, heard of any missing people's reports or anything like that and shit, but, I mean, I don't know. I mean, there's definitely some weird shit that's been kind of propping up a little bit lately. I mean, to be fair, a lot of it's kind of hard to explain, but, I mean, a lot of it's just like, I mean, I think a lot of it is why. It's just because so much of it, I think, comes from the homeless population and the people who are the most impoverished. Because, like, they're unfortunately the people who are the most forgotten. So if some homeless woman, happens to be trafficked, I mean, who the fuck is going to notice that, right? Like, so I think a lot, instead of, like, finding someone who's, like, younger, so to speak, from, like, a high school, whatever the fuck, or, like, just fresh out, going into college or something, I think, at this point, people who are homeless and impoverished, who are desperate to try to, like, get food or get a high or whatever the fuck, are the ones who, at this point, are, get the most trafficked at this rate. And I think this is kind of a little bit of a reflection of that, I think. Because, like, I mean, like I said, there's a lot of shit that goes into it. Like, I mean, another one that is that, like, some of these people have, like, told lies about her, saying that she was, like, a prostitute, basically doing anything to get meth or whatever the fuck, which is not true. Like, I mean, because, like I said, if she was doing something like that, even Marta would, like, let me know, be like, yeah, she's going off the rails and doing meth now, and blah, blah, blah. Like, he would, like, tell me about that. And, and that's certainly not happening, so it's just a bullshit thing that whenever she happens to be on her own, it happens to be, like, on 82nd or, honestly, anywhere near Portland and shit, there will be people that will actually try to, like, hit her up and, like, approach her and shit. So there's certainly, like I said, there's certainly some shit going on, and she must have pissed somebody off or something. Like, I mean, I don't know how she's connected with it. I don't think she intentionally or purposely did so, but whoever thought, what, fuck this bitch or some shit, whatever the fuck, now they're out, for fucking revenge on her ass, basically. or they just see her as a mark, or what. I don't fucking know. I don't know, but but in a way, that's kind of why I want to help him out at least a little bit, because I kind of want to know a little and help him out, because like if these motherfuckers really want to like do shit like this, then it's like, and obviously the Portland cops ain't gonna do fuck. Milwaukee PD actually legit don't do shit about any of this. Like, because they, both of them have tried to approach Milwaukee PD about this multiple fucking times, and they dismiss them and don't give a fuck. So they don't do shit about it. Like, so it's kind of like, at this rate, kind of like the people are on their own when it comes to some of this weird spooky shit. And knowing that at least one Milwaukee cop was caught basically coercing women, out of traffic tickets and going to jail, for sex and shit, I wouldn't be fucking surprised if some of the Milwaukee PD are in on that shit. Like, I mean, or at least one of them for sure got, a little too loosey-goosey with it and got caught. Which, honestly, I swear to fucking God, the other day, I thought I saw that same cop that was David McVeigh, the guy that was doing the coercing for sex and shit. I swear to God, I thought I saw him in uniform again the other day. But when he turned around, it wasn't him. I was like, oh my fucking God. I swear to God, if they just quietly hired him back or something, I was going to be so fucking mad. Like, I mean, I was generally going to be mad. But luckily, they didn't, at least not openly, if that's the case. But like I said, I wouldn't necessarily be surprised if honestly, like, really, some of these cops are in it, like, because, like, I mean, some of these, fucking beat cops and shit, I mean, it's kind of like a typical corruption thing that cops, sometimes get caught with. Like, if they catch, a prostitute ring, instead of busting it, they'll be like, hey, give us a cut, and give us a deal, like, for some of the money that you get from these bitches or whatever, and then we won't bust nothing. Oh, hey, let one of them or a couple of them suck our dick, by the way. Shit like that. Won't be surprised. What's up, doggo? But either way, it's just like, they're definitely, it's kind of let me know that there's certainly like an underbelly of like some organized crime shit going on, and it's not good. Like, I mean, which unfortunately kind of like shatters this like kind of nice, peaceful like place that Milwaukee is too, especially because, I mean, for the most part it is like, it's a really great place. I'd love it here. Like, I mean, I want to fucking trade this place for anything, honestly. But I mean, unfortunately, it just shows that there definitely is like this dark underbelly that's still lurking and like roaming around, and it just kind of fucking sucks because like, this is the shit that cops should actually give a fuck about and actually, like, be busting. They should be, like, fucking, jailing these motherfuckers and shit. But, no. They don't give a fuck about this. They give a fuck about a shoplifter at my store. That stole, like, $20 worth of deli food. It's like, give me a fucking break, man. Like, there's actual fucking problems going on in our society, like, in our own fucking backyard, but don't give a fuck one about that shit, but care about a shoplifter trying to feed themselves for the fucking day. It's like, it's like, that's such bullshit, man. It does make me wonder about, like, how deep, like, organized crime really goes, you know what I mean? Like, I mean, when it comes to, like, how corrupt cops are, when it comes to, like, human trafficking shit and all this and that, like, I mean, it really makes me kind of wonder about that. Like, how deep does that shit really go? Because, I mean, it's, I mean, especially, like, when it comes to, the most marginalized in our society, whether it's like, people in poverty, homeless, indigenous women, black women, like, these are the people that get trafficked the most, and like, they never gets hardly ever reported on. I mean, actually, I think there's even like a whole art, like, I think I remember reading an article about like this about a phenomena actually about this, where like, when it comes to maybe potentially like, a white woman that might be go missing, like, that's a little bit more like well off, so to speak, like, there's like this whole international, well, not international, but like a national like news thing about it. Like, there actually was something recently about this, actually, if I remember correctly. There was like, what was it, like that vlogger or some shit that had like the boyfriend that might have killed her and kidnapped her or something like that, But at the same time, while that was going on, there was like 5+ different like indigenous women in like Montana alone, and a few other black women in the South that were missing at that point as well, that, you know, were missing for months, you know, or weeks prior to that even, that, you know, should have also gotten similar attention. I mean, it's just like, it, you know, it makes me kind of wonder, like, how much of this shit is like, you know, some sort of like a syndicate, you know, trafficking people, or like all this other shit, you know what I mean? Like, because they, you know, because you have to think that they understand a little bit that, like, there's like kind of a hierarchical level of like how much care we put on certain people depending on where they are, like within our capitalistic caste system, basically. And because of that, like, they take advantage of shit like that. So when it comes to, like, you know, well, whether men or women, but especially women, like, that are homeless or impoverished heavily, or like, you know, part of a marginalized community, like indigenous folk or black folk or immigrants and shit like that, they tend to be the ones who get the most exploited because of this type of shit. And because of that, never really gets reported on as much. Pretty fake term. It's crime disorganized. Hell, corporations do shady shit while calculating costs to find. Well, yeah. I mean, I'm saying organized crime as in, like, you know, like, in a sense of, like, you know, human traffickers and shit like that. I don't, you know, I mean, obviously, like, semantically, like, yeah, obviously a lot of these major corp their own version of, but I mean, I'm more specifically meaning, like, you know, like localized or like connected human trafficking groups, or like local gangs that, you know, do like, you know, things like that, or gun smuggling and shit. I'm more talking about stuff like that, which, you know, which at least in some level, like, outside of, like, you know, some drug dealing shit, whatever the fuck, I don't think that is as big of a deal as people make it out to be. But, like, this, you know, but that's not, there is at least, you know, some genuine issues about, like, you know, gang crime that, you know, I think the left doesn't really necessarily talk about. And that is, like, shit like human trafficking. That is shit like, you know, prostitution and stuff like that. Like, because a part of why that is genuinely problems in this country is because of the criminal gang organized element of that shit. I mean, and, you know, like, in these gangs, you know, like to partake in, you know, drug distribution too, but I mean, a lot of them also do shit like this. I mean, you know, they ain't gonna be fucking strangers to that. I mean, not all. I mean, no, I won't say every single fucking one of them does it, but I guarantee you that there's at least a fucking good handful that will do that for a little extra buck. Especially if they get a fucking, you know, a couple extra girls, you know, to pimp out and shit on the street. I mean, yeah, why do you think they're, you know, what? Why would they say no to that? I mean, they're just gonna see it as nothing but business. They don't care. They're just gonna be like the fucking ruthless capitalists that are official in their business suits and ties. I mean, they see it as the same thing. Immigration slavery, yeah, or child labor when it comes to, like, you know, corporations and shit, yeah. I mean, it's basically just kind of shows that, like, you know, we view these things differently. Like, you know, we see, like, you know, slave labor, or, like, whether it's, like, sex slave labor or human, you know, trafficking for other forms of slavery, like, all these different things. Like, corporations do this type of shit too, but it's okay because they're official and they're in their suits and ties and are ingrained in the system. But if some, you know, like, to beat, you know, gangster thug guy or some shit, you know, like on the street or something is doing that, it's like the most abhorrent evil. I'd argue that no matter who the fuck is doing it, it's abhorrently evil. Like, and it should be treated as such, because no matter what, it's fucked up. I mean, I guess just given our paradigm, it's obviously easier to, you know, focus on, you know, the more underbelly side of things, you know, when it comes to people taking advantage of others, when all of these people are being exploited by the actual fucking criminals. By the ones who have been, like, criminals multi-generational in the making. I mean, you know, it's just one of those things where it's like, I mean, you know, like, this is why I feel bad for, like, you know, kind of bring back to, like, my, you know, to my two friends and shit, like, so I feel bad for them and shit, and so I, like, I wish I could try to help and shit, but, like, I mean, it's kind of hard to, especially when, you know, it's, like, this organized criminal enterprise, you know, especially. I mean, you know, like, because that's, like, kind of the weird, freaky thing about it. I don't know if you were in here earlier, Rose, but how this conversation started a little bit was because, like, after I got off work, I met my friends who are homeless right now, but having a lot of shit going on right now, and it's really hard to explain, honestly. Like, I mean, I've been kind of going into it a little bit, like, but again, it's really hard to, like, explain it or even to where to start, frankly. I mean, because it's it's fucking nuts. Like, I mean, like, even, my friend Maro says, like, yeah, it's hard to, tell people this, shit, that's happening to us, because, like, especially with, his friend Carlene and shit, like, because she's basically gone into, like, a fucking psychosis over this shit. I mean, she's legitimately kind of sounds crazy when talking about it. I mean, and the thing is, like, some of the stuff she's saying is true, but I mean, she's basically been fucked with so much to the point that it's literally fucking with her head, like, and making her melt down, like, permanently. And it's, it's kind of freaky. Because, like, the dudes that are doing it, like, I don't know all the specifics, but I know this much is that they're definitely tied into different, like, kind of, like, gang-affiliated criminal groups that are, like, that are, like, tied into, like, gangs in places like in Olympia, Tacoma, and fucking, like, Seattle area and shit, and have been moving back and forth to Portland and around here in Milwaukee to try to specifically fuck with her. Which, if that's the case, I know goddamn well that these type of motherfuckers, do back and forth travel to these places outside of that. And if that's the case, then that means they're probably doing, like, human trafficking shit or some other stuff, because at least some of the claims that, how it got brought up, so at least some of the claims was that, she's, these people have attempted to traffic her, and even, I think, if I remember correctly, one of her nieces, too. So it's just like, I mean, thinking that it was her daughter or some shit. So, like, she's, like, there's definitely people fucking with her, but, like, it's gone to the point where it's hard to pick fact from, psychosis, I guess. Knowing there is truth to it. Like, that's the fucking crazy thing to all this. It's like, there is truth to a lot of this shit, but it's just so hard to discern what is and what isn't. Especially when someone's been fucked, like this for so long by these people and, has messed up their head. That's messed up. Yeah, dude, like, honestly, dude, there's a lot of fucking details to this, man. I don't want to get into all the specifics about it, because I already, like I said, kind of, been pinballing around, so I don't want to necessarily repeat myself too much, but yeah, there's a lot of crazy fucking shit that's been happening with her specifically, but with both of them, really, because of it. Now, like I said, I feel bad for him, and I've offered a handout to be, like, be a strong arm. Like, I've told him, it's like, hey, you want to, like, honestly, like, kind of make it obvious that you're hanging out at my place for a few days, and let him come here and try to fuck with you, because I got a gun set. Like, I got no fucking qualms with telling them very earnestly to fuck right off. Like, I mean, like, because if that's the game they play, then, the thing is, the caveat is they have to be here. Because I know what the laws are when it comes to the state, with the shit. I ain't about to fucking go, bust out of those fucking grounds. I'm gonna stay within my, within the parameters of what the laws are with this shit. But, if they want to try to, go outside of that shit, fucking bring it. Like, because I don't want to see, especially my friend Amano to get fucked by this shit. I mean, especially her. I mean, mostly especially because of her dog Finley. Like, I mean, he's a sweet little, like, poodle St. Bernard mix, and he's, a gigantic teddy bear. And they've also tried to, like, kidnap her dog, like, apparently do some other shit with him, like, to try to abuse him, and, like, to fuck with her and all sort of shit, especially because it's, because Finley's her service dog. So, I mean, and they apparently have done things to him in the past to the point where now he doesn't really, like, behave the same way. And even I noticed that he doesn't exactly act 100%, but, I mean, to me, he's, like, the most friendly little teddy bear ever, so he kind of acts the same way to me no matter what, but, I mean, I can kind of tell he doesn't exactly, listen as much as that he normally did, which, like, Armando and her have noticed that, so have, like, caught him at least at one point, and just didn't, like, kidnap him outright. I mean, it's like there definitely, is some shit going down. Now, I don't know fucking all the details. I want to honestly kind of get to the bottom of it in a way, just so I can be like, cause I like these motherfuckers need tune up, man. Like, I mean, that's it. Like, I mean, I do have that principle in my mind a little bit, and it's like, when I see some motherfuckers do shit, like, especially to the level, like, honestly, frankly, they deserve way more than a tune-up. But, as all things considered, like, at bare minimal, they deserve to have a fucking tune-up to be like, quit fucking with her and him, and, and coming into my fucking town, because if I see you or any of your fucking buddies around here again, it ain't gonna be pretty for you. Like, I mean, dead ass. Like, I mean, it needs to be fucking, put down on that shit. Because it is kind of fucking whack. But like I said, I mean, it's hard to really know what absolutely is truth and what isn't. But at this point, like, I know this much, there is people, like, messing with her, and, thus is fucking with her psyche. And, they have, like, have even, like, hired other homeless people and tweakers, probably to give them, a little bit of a fix of meth or some shit, or crack or whatever the fuck, to fuck with them. Like, I know that much. I mean, how far this shit goes, I don't know. Like, I mean, that's just kind of the weird, crazy thing about it. I mean, that's why I feel bad, and it's why it's just kind of stuck in my mind for a minute. To the point where, like, even she thinks that my friend Armando is, like, in on it sometimes. Like, she'll get in these, like, kind of, like, rants where she'll even start blaming him about shit, where obviously it's just not true. That's why I say it's like, I don't know what is or isn't true. It's like, because sometimes she'll just say shit that obviously is just not true at all. Like, I mean, she's never accused me or anything, luckily. I think it's just because I'm such a neutral, quiet person, and just like, so she doesn't accuse me of anything, but she's accused him of like random shit that I just know it's not true, but I just can't really say anything because, then she'll start accusing me of some random stuff. Like, oh, are you in on him? Like, what? No. Like, why would I be? I mean, so it's definitely kind of whack. It's hard to, like I said, it's hard to explain, and it's also just hard to like narrow down on how to solve. Outside that, she just needs to like lay low for one, but somewhere out of town, because like, I mean, whoever is fucking her needs to not know where she is. Because if they can't get to her, then they can't fuck with her anymore. And if she can at least be somewhere where they can't fuck with her anymore and lay low and recuperate, then she can kind of like, get a little bit of her mental psyche back, and, like have an environment where she can work on her mental health a little more. Get back on her feet a little bit. I think that's just the best case for her, honestly, at this point. I'm just going to tell Amaro that. Next time I see him, I'm just going to be like, hey, I think, honestly, the best case for her is that she needs to find somewhere that's, like, somewhere in, like, the Cascade Mountains in Oregon, like, the Dalles, Bend, somewhere like that. Lay low there for a little bit, have her get back on her feet, and, like, and have a year or two out there or something. Because, like, and if she lays low out there, like, they're not going to know she's out there. Like, as long as she doesn't contact anyone that's in Portland or whatever the fuck and lets people know she's there. As long as she doesn't, she lays low with that shit, I think she'd be fine. Then I think she can kind of try to finally escape the shit. So honestly, as fucked as it is, as long as she just doesn't come back here. I mean, because these people have pretty much fucked her to the point they're driving her out of town. But, I mean, what else can she do, I mean, that's the only option I could think. Just lay low somewhere that's out of town, where they haven't, figured out where you're there yet or something, and just lay low. Like somewhere where that there ain't gonna be. Like I said, like Bend or something, or like the Dalles, or like Sandy or some shit, or like Madras even. Like go out in Eastern Oregon, like, just somewhere out in the boonies. Because I guarantee you that none of these type of people got anyone out there that has any connects, or be like, oh, you're, like, just chicks out here. Like, at that point, it's very fucking minimal. I mean, you might get some weird, like, conservative boomer chud weirdo or something, but, I mean, you know, as when it comes to, like, you know, someone is gonna, like, you know, find those guys or hit them up and bring them to you, like, that's gonna be almost, like, second to none. So, hey, that would just, I think, you know, be the best case for her. Get back on her feet somewhere outside, like, Escada Bend, somewhere like that, outside of town where, you know, they ain't gonna get her, or don't have a direct access to her. That much is for certain. It's a little brisk, but summer's going away without a fight. It really isn't it? It started getting a little cool tonight, but, you know, tonight and, like, the next, like, what, day or two is going to be the only times where it's going to be a little cool. But then, like, Wednesday onwards, it's going to get nice and hot again, which, ugh, fuck me, dude, I'm going to hate that. Missed it, but did midnight dive. Nice. That's some good shit. I'm thinking I might take Zukov to the river maybe on Wednesday. But maybe I'll do a rare mod September rafting. Do a little September rafting. Yeah, well, yeah, I'd be down for that if you have a date for it. I like how we just abruptly ended that topic, which honestly I'm kind of glad, because it's been on my mind for a little bit, but I mean, I'm just at a certain point going to go in circles with it, so. But yeah, I definitely want to take Zukov out to the river and get him a good old swim one more time. He definitely needs it. Make sure to take him to Milwaukee if you do. There's still algae up in Stillwood that toxic if swallowed. Okay. So keep him by Milwaukee. So I'll just take him to Elk Rock. Has Zukov been to Elk Rock? I don't think that little guy's been to Elk Rock at all. I haven't swallowed any, so I've been fine the last few weeks. Well, yeah. I mean, I won't risk it. I'll just go ahead and, Elk Rock was epic last time I went. Alright, yeah, so I'll definitely go to Elk Rock. I don't think Zukov's been there at all yet. You chased the beaver at Elk Rock once. Wait, Zukov? Not... Oh, no, you're right. No, he has been at Elk Rock a couple times. You're right. Oh my god. I forgot the 2 or 3 times we have brought him there once, because yeah, he did chase a beaver at one point. Yeah, because there's one time he snuck out of his little vest when I was climbing on that little tower that's on there. Yeah. Yeah, there's at least 1 or 2 times that we hung out with him. And I thought everyone in this chat loved to swallow, aside from me anyway. I do. I like to swallow. Wait, what do you mean? Wait, what? It was something I missed? Here. Pulling up some more music. Forget, we've just been having silence for a while now. I don't know, did you? I don't know, I guess. Gonna crack me a beer, you'll be back. You have to go somewhere to go crack a beer to come back, and then you have to come back. Why not just bring us forth? Bring us with you on the adventure to go crack a beer. Finally got around to watching a new horror movie, Talk to Me. I don't think I've heard of that before. Talk to Me? Oh, here. Oh, shit. I was about to go look up the Jubilee I wanted to go look at. Because I wanted to look at black conservatives versus white liberals. But, dude, I think I found one that's better that was uploaded 15 hours ago. Is pride still necessary? Conservatives versus liberal gays. We're doing it. We're doing that one. Fuck the black conservatives. Fuck them. I don't care. I don't care about those Uncle Toms. we're gonna look at this. We're gonna look at the conservative, like... What would be the Uncle Tom version of a gay? I don't know. Well, I'll have to talk to the gay council on that one. Maybe they've already decided. I just maybe didn't get the memo. But, like, we're definitely watching this one. Because a Dave Rubin. A Dave Rubin. Yeah, I guess so. A Dave Rubin. Yeah, that works. A Rubinite. The Rubinites versus liberal gays. So, cool. Dude, this one, it's about a 50-minute one. It's 10 minutes more than the other one. But you know what? I'm down for it. Because this is a topic I know way more about, honestly. So, I mean, I already can tell you right off the bat, kink has always been a part of Pride. I mean, that's just kind of like the truth that a lot of conservative Puritan fuckwits don't want to tell you, but it's always been a part of Pride. I mean, like, how Stonewall started was because they tried to arrest a bunch of trans people and cross-dressers for being sexual degenerates because they were quote-unquote being kinky. And there was nothing wrong with Stonewall up until they decided to try to break it up and bust a club up. One too many times, mind you, because this place has been busted and raided a bunch of times. And eventually a fucking riot ensued because the cops fucked around. Like, it started getting violent, and then, you know, the people at the club, you know, reacted, and because of that, it actually created a mass protest of a bunch of people, you know, that showed up. I mean, so it was like a whole big old thing. I mean, because of the fact that there was kink in, you know, in the whole event. Not inherently, I mean, but it was certainly a part of it that they, you know, used as a justification for it. I mean, kink has always been a part of Pride. You know, whether to try to be against it or whether to, you know, defend it. I mean, it's always been an element of Pride. So just right off the bat, there's just that. I mean, so... I mean... I'm gonna be excited, dude. This is gonna be good. Oh, shit. Once the song's over, we're definitely getting right... We're just gonna jump right into it. Because, I'm actually excited. I mean, I'm sure there's going to be some boring points, but I'm pretty sure there's going to be some exciting moments, too. Because you know there's going to be some, like, angsty, flamboyant, like, bitch, you know, type of vibes going on. How much do you want to bet they all got together and fucked anyway? Aw, do you not want a full screen for me, YouTube? Okay, hold on. I guess we gotta do this stupid huckamaroo. Alright, hold on. Let me do this real quick, because YouTube is gay. All the flamboyant gayness be around. I don't want to call them Rubens, because Rubens are awesome. That's why I said Rubenites. That's why my first thing was saying Rubenites, because, you know, I don't want to say Rubens, because that insults Reuben sandwiches.
Podcast. I'd be interested in debating Destiny. I think we should have a debate over who the next president of the United States should be, and I bet Jubilee would host the debate for us.
Yes, we will. Well, hey, Jubilee, I guess, said they would. And didn't Destiny say that it's okay for a bunch of rednecks and people like Hal Rittenhouse to just gun down protesters?
This is the 113th episode of Middle Ground, and we want you to help us decide.
Okay, whatever. Just get us to the gayness. Get us to the gays. Get us to the gays. All right, who are our gays? Here's our liberal gays. I like the vibe on this guy. I like this guy already. I'm liking the jean shirt with the ripped sleeves. I'm kind of liking him. It's kind of, I kind of like the vibe on that guy. Well, the G in gay has hid most of his face, so I can't really tell you about him. That guy looks so short. Oh my god. I mean, he looks like a stoner, bro. I got some good vibes off of him as well. He looks like a stoner, bro. This guy looks like he's trying to be like the eccentric cool guy, but he's also really stuck up for some reason. Like, he's got the look of being stuck up, but he's got the vibe of, like, I'm the cool eccentric Hawaiian, like, tourist guy or something. I don't fucking know. Anyways, look at conservative ones. That guy is a flaming gay for sure. And, the fact this guy's probably not like a secretly liberal about it is kind of silly. I feel like this guy's a little bit of closet lib on this one. What's going on here? What are you doing? What are you doing? What type of fit are you doing? Are you trying to like be the straight gay? Like, is that what's going on here? That's a straight gay. Like, he's a gay, but he's like, I'm gonna look straight so I don't look too gay. Like, that's this guy. This guy's a very like metrosexual looking dude. Like, he's definitely got the flamboyance and everything, but I guess he's conservative. Like, dude, he's got like little earrings and shit. Like, okay, he's throwing me off a little bit. I mean, who knows? Maybe he might be okay. I feel like that's what conservative Vosh were like. Oh my god, dude, you're right. My guy, Reaganomics is actually based, my dude. dude, oh my god, dude, that does look like a conservative Vosh. You're right. And look, I'm just gonna be honest. You just kind of look like a conservative black guy. You look like a token, black guy, and I guess you're just, okay. Yeah, I mean, you don't really strike me as gay, but yeah, okay, I guess you are. I mean, you don't really strike me as anything. You're also a straight gay. Like, I mean, you're like this guy way over here, but you're not trying to go way over the top. Like, this guy's going over the top with this fucking fit. You're doing it casually. Like, you're doing the casual straight gay vibe. Which honestly, I kind of do a little bit. Like, nothing about what I'm wearing necessarily overtly says, gay, right? But, like, well, I'm not gay, I'm pan. But, I mean, either way, like, I mean, there's like a level of, like, eccentric, like, expression about that. And there's also kind of, like, a casual, like, I'm not, like, kind of throwing it out there. And, there's only one conservative that's thrown it out there. Like, this guy's the one who's, like, the most overtly gay out of all four of them. Like, I mean, funny enough, like, the liberal ones, even though they're not really sticking out as much as this guy right here, at least, like, they, funny enough, like, are more gay looking. Just because I think they're just more casual about it. Like, I think this guy's you know what? I think this dude right here is compensating for something. Dude, he's got, like, a faux hawk going on. Okay, yeah, this guy's compensating. Dude, he's compensating for the fact he's a conservative weirdo. It's like, I gotta look like a liberal, flamboyant, queer over here. What, look, I'm queer, but I'm actually a conservative piece of shit underneath all this. Oh my god, it's like, we should, like, totally bust the unions. Reaganomics for everyone, baby. Gotta love the cops. Slay piggies. He wouldn't say piggies, but slay officers. Oh my god, dude. I already feel the vibe off of this one. What do we got?
The gay community is over-sexualized.
You know what? I mean, after just the bit I just did, it's kind of hard to say disagree, but I honestly disagree. Like, I mean, it's not over-sexualized. I mean, if we're going to say the gay community is over-sexualized, then the heterosexual community is definitely over-sexualized. Like, I mean, how much do you want to bet all of these dudes are going to walk forward? How much you want to bet?
Can the agreeers please step forward?
Oh shit. To the libs step forward. Okay. All right, let's hear it. Every single conservative step forward, by the way. So that is not a shocker at all. But two of the libs did. That threw me off a little bit. Okay. I want to hear from them specifically.
As it's based off of our sexual attraction. It has a very easy time going into a space that's all about sex. To me, being gay is a lot more than who I sleep with. It's an experience from when I grew up. The movement used to be about love, but then you go to a pride parade now and you're...
Wait a minute. Wait, hold on. Like, this guy's saying, like, it's an experience and the whole thing about love and stuff. Well, for some gay people, there's a level of sexuality about that. Which inherently it is, to be fucking frank, dude. Like, hey, Clarkson, buddy, like, that's kind of inherent to, the experience in love, like when it comes to homosexuality or any sexuality. There's going to be, well, sex or, sensual, like, sex, or sexuality involved with that. Oh, duh. I mean, oh my God. I'm not going to take shit seriously who equivocizes two men kissing each other with exhibitionism. Yeah, I mean, this guy is, like, I mean, if he honestly does mention the idea that, like, two gay people kissing is, like, sexual as fuck or something, I'm done. I'm done with this guy.
And with their genitals out.
I think everybody has a right to like express their sexuality in the ways that they do it. So on those grounds, I'm not like offended by these old people like doing what they're doing. But I do agree with that. I think like one of the biggest challenges when I was coming out to my dad, who's Muslim, it was like my sexuality, being gay, isn't just about my sexual lust.
So I guess he comes from instead of like a far right, Christian community or Christian family, he came from a Muslim one.
Other men, it's more about the spiritual connections, the in-depth things. Like me as a whole complex person, I do think that our experiences and our existence has kind of been trivialized by the over-sexualizations. I don't think it's inherently an evil,
and the over-sexualizations.
Okay, so Kai was saying it's not like evil or bad or anything. He just does think there's probably people that do over-sexualize it, but he doesn't see it like that, for himself, and doesn't necessarily think it's a bad thing, and isn't really offended if people do it. I never understand religious gay people. Well, he never really specified if he was religious, but he did say spiritual. Like, he did say spiritual connection and shit. So this implies that this Kai guy is probably still he's gay Muslim, probably. And, dude, I don't get it either, man. I really honestly don't. Because, like, dude, if you, like, I don't know if he's, like, Sunni or Shia or whatever. Maybe he's Wiccan. I mean, you know what, to be fair, I mean, he's no longer Muslim and now he is like a pagan maybe, or, just believes, some more broader spiritual idea instead. I mean, maybe. I mean, we'll hear from him more. Maybe he might say he's a Muslim, overtly or something. Because it fits both wood is the center. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I mean, we'll see, I guess. I mean, he never really, like, specified one way or the other yet. He just said he grew up in a Muslim family, which, coming out to his father obviously probably was, not exactly the greatest time, I mean, he was just saying it was kind of a bit of a struggle, so it's like, I mean, I can kind of get where he might be coming from this, because, let's talk about being gay, Wiccan. Oh, well... Well, yeah, I mean, it flew over my head, but I get it now. I see what you're doing. But yeah, I mean, honestly, I think what's going on with this guy though is that like he's I think he's kind of stuck with some of the elements of the Puritanism that he grew up with his religion, because it kind of stuck with me for a while, honestly. Like, because I, had the same take, where it's like, yeah, I'm not offended, I'm whatever, but, like, I would still have a problem with it, though, for some reason, internally. Even though, in a weird way, I'd actually be into some of that stuff. But, like, so it took a while for me to really kind of, like, break down that, like, weird gut reaction of, like, eh, even though I was okay with it, for, at least, telling myself, yeah, it's fine, whatever. But there was always, like, this clinging of, like, this internalized puritanical bullshit that I eventually had to, break down. I mean, which, to be fair, is probably something I still am having to break down consistently. Because, like, especially in America, like, it's so heavily conditioned in us to just be so weird about things like sexuality, sex, and violence, stuff like that, while at the same time worshiping the fuck out of it when it comes to things like media or video games or shit like that. Like, I mean, we generally have like a weird obsession, but also a weird, like, like aversion to it at the same time. We as Americans are so insecure and weird about shit like that. It's kind of sad.
In the apps that we can get it.
Oh my god, my dog is dreaming hardcore. He's all... This is so cute.
You literally have sex on demand, or you could find it in a location or wherever you want. Certain businesses are actually keeping...
Whoa, cool. Wait, what? Wait, hold on. Wait.
Distance has kind of been trivialized by the over-sexualizations. I don't think it's inherently an evil thing.
And the over-sexualization is apparent in the apps that we can get. I mean, you can literally have sex on demand, or you could find it in a location wherever you want. Certain businesses are
I mean, how would you know about that, buddy?
actually
I mean, like, there are apps like Grindr and shit, but the thing is, that's not exact. Like, not every gay person uses Grindr. I don't use Grindr. Not every person who's, queer, uses Grindr, dude. So, like, I mean, it's only people that want to try to maybe get a hookup, or one night stand, or, like, quote, sex on demand, or whatever the fuck. I mean, which also, like, results, may vary depending on who uses it.
open because men are having sexual relations in the bathrooms, and that's inappropriate. I mean, we want our privacy too, just like...
Huh? Wait, that is privacy. If you're in the bathroom, then it's a private area. Wait, what are you talking about? And also, I'm not even gonna lie, I've done this at a bar bathroom once, and it was probably the most unsanitary place I've ever sucked a dick before, but yeah, I've done that. And you know what? Like, honestly, walking out after the person was knocking on the door, waiting for us to leave, like, that was a slight embarrassment walking away, as I could tell this person was like, oh. Like, he kind of gave me this, like, kind of like this fucking really, dude. Like, I mean, he gave me this look, and I just went, kind of shrugged, like, doing this, like, whatever, sorry. It was 2019 New Year's Eve. It was like the New Year's, going into 2020. And knowing what 2020 was, I think we fucking deserve that, so whatever. I don't care, I'm defending it. So, what's the problem with that? It's a gay app. Here I thought it was a site to collect salt and pepper grinders. Man, I got a lot of explaining to do. No shit, man. That, and also, like, a website where you can get, like, weed grinders and herb grinders and stuff. Yeah, I mean, yeah.
And now we can't even have our privacy because a small sect of men ruin it for us.
Yeah, and that was really frustrating, too. When I came out of the closet, it was like I had this innate pressure, like, oh, I have to download Grindr. I have to be super sexualized, and...
Wait, what? No, there's no pressure to have Grindr or anything, dude. Amir, my buddy, like, there's no pressure in that. If you're gay, you're gay. Like, there's no pressure in it. Like, the only pressure should be the positive pressure of, like, actualizing yourself and realizing who you really are inside and letting yourself be comfortable for who you are. And if that is being gay, then there you go. Like, there's no pressure beyond that, bro. You don't need to get a Grindr or anything, dude. Really? Does this guy honestly think there's, like, some sort of, like, societal pressure within the queer community to, like, get Grindr or OnlyFans or something? Like, because no, there isn't, dude. Like, what are you talking about?
Because ultimately everyone has sex, I get that, but why is it that our community is so hyper-focused on that?
I haven't attended many...
I just don't like this idea that, like, I'm just going to kind of say this more broadly as the queer community, but, like, I just don't like this weird idea that, like, the queer community fixates on sex way more than anybody else. Like, we don't. Like, I mean, straight people do just about as much as anybody else, it's just like, I mean, it's just, I don't know, dude. I just don't get why they think there's such a fixation, because, like, queer people are being more normalized in society, and thus, like, some of the more sexualized elements about that are, more normalized as well. So, like, I don't get it. Like, I mean, what do they want? Like, what do they want from it? Like, oh, you could be gay, but there's no sex involved about that at all. It's just that you happen to be happy with men, or happy with women if you're a woman. That's it. It's like, is that it? I mean, there's... Like, man, I could tell, like, I feel like, there's going to be kind of a theme going on here. Like, when it comes to the conservative gays here, I think they're going to, like, put way too much fixation on, like, certain elements about, like, the broader queer community, honestly. Like I said, because I'm going to kind of, like, tie it with that. I think they have, like, too much of this fixation that, like, it's all nothing but sexuality, but that's not what's all going on. I mean, there's just, a lot of people who happen to be queer who are coming out and being more open about it tend to be younger, and thus, well, got more of a sex drive in comparison to older people, so they're going to be more sexually active. And of course, if they're going to be gay or pan or whatever the fuck, then they're going to be into that. So, I don't know, it's like, what do you want? It's just like, it's like, what the hell? It's like, what do you want from that? Like, to not exist? Well, I mean, that's what their answer is. They don't want any of that to exist. But it's like, they just not want to be open with it? I'd rather they just be blunt with that, you know? Instead of just, like, beating around the bush with this shit. There is a more extreme aspect of being exists as a response to decades of oppression. Yeah, hence why the whole idea of things like kicking pride in the first place.
It's because of that reason I was able to go to Portugal, and there was this queer retreat, and it was like the first time I felt like safe and secure as a queer person because it wasn't sexual, and I could have these relationships with queer men, but there's no expectation to be sexual.
Yeah, we see it at the bars. I mean, it's
you know, like, wait, so you went to a queer retreat resort or something in Portugal, and you were happy that it wasn't inherently sexual? Like, that's like most places. Like, a lot of places that are queer-friendly and queer-friendly spaces aren't inherently all about sex, my dude. Like, some are. Like, if you go to, like, sex clubs or maybe, like, certain queer bars, I mean, sure, yeah. But most places aren't. Like, even most bars aren't like that. I mean, sure, you could find that if, you know, you get friendly enough and talk with somebody enough and some sparks start flying a little bit. I mean, that shit definitely happens, for sure. I mean, actually, funny story, you know, for me, actually, was, well, not for me, but actually involved my friend. Like, it's actually a little sad for me. Like, because my friend owed me an ale, but he got talking with this chick after a karaoke night at one of the bars that I go to and shit. And, he owed me an ale, and for last call, you know, he was going to get me an ale, you know, we're going to have ales together, you know, before we dipped off and shit. He ended up talking to this girl for a little while, and then he literally fucking left to go fuck her, you know, before, you know, he even got me an ale or anything. Like, or even said goodbye. He just left to get, you know, some pussy, dude. And I'm just like, God damn it, you son of a bitch. I mean, I don't blame him, but it's like, you motherfucker. I mean, so it's not like you can't get it at a bar, but unless you're looking for it, or it comes looking for you, like, that doesn't happen. I mean, so it's not, like, I mean, I don't know, it's just so stupid. Unless you're looking for it, it's not really gonna be there. Like, I don't look for it all the time. Whenever I go to the bar, especially on karaoke nights, I just want to have some drinks and sing some karaoke and have some fun and get a crowd going. Like, I've gone some, you know, crowds at the bar, like, going nuts and shit. I've actually unintentionally started a mosh pit at a bar because of my karaoke once. So, like, hey, me practicing on here has actually done me some good results. You know, so, like, I mean, there's definitely been some really, like, fun nights, you know, because of shit like that. And, you know, it's like, hey, you know, I've actually got some pretty good acquaintances and potentially legit, maybe, like, future endeavors, you know, depending on how that might work. I don't know. But, you know, it's just like, unless, like, you're actively looking for that, I mean, you know, it's not just going to be, like, right there. Like, because, you know, half the time I'm at a bar, I'm not looking for it, even though, especially in hindsight, I can recognize, like, it was right there. And if I wanted to, I could have gone for that. You know what I mean? You know, it's just like, it's one of those things where, unless you're, like, somehow expect that shit, it really isn't there as much as you really think it is. And if it is, then it is. So what? Big whoop.
Big love. You're getting grabbed.
You are.
You're getting hugged. You're getting groped.
I mean, I avoid them at all costs at this point.
Dang, what?
Do they, what? It's like getting groped and shit at gay bar. Like, I mean, what type of gay bars are they going to? I kind of wish I was like, you know, I mean, in a weird way, I kind of wish there was like a little bit of a sexualization, because like there are some times where I'm like, you know, I want to see if I can maybe get someone's number potentially. I'm not like actively seeking it out, but there's a back of my mind that kind of thinks about it. And it's like, man, what the fuck? Again, like, I mean, these guys are just like, oh yeah, I get groped to touch and this and that. It's like, man, what the fuck? What's going on here?
Cheers to that. Which is why we want to thank Milano for sponsoring.
Okay, cool. Yeah, what? Oh, a sponsor! That's what's going on here. Get out of here.
A lot of
What's going on?
I think it's.
Oh, I forgot. We were still on the people agreeing about it. So what about these two? The two outliers that were like, yep, it's okay that, you know, we're sexualized or whatever. I don't know. That was here.
Generalize our community is over-sexualized because we're in it, so we're focused on it. But if you look at the straight community, I think they're doing a lot of what we're doing, especially now with more sexual liberation becoming a thing for them and their community.
True. I knew I liked the vibe on this guy. I mean, if y'all walked into a a grab ass and smash. What do you expect? I mean, no shit. This place is too sexualized, sir. This is a brothel. I mean, no shit. Yeah, like, I guarantee you some of these gay bars are more implied to be kind of like gay, like, you know, sex bars or hookup bars in places like that. Like, because there's a few places like that in Portland, not overtly, like, gay, but at least very queer-friendly. You know, where straight people go there too, but it's also a queer-friendly space, and plenty of queer people, and, you know, go there as well. You know, one place is called Sanctuary, and it's in Portland, and it's one of those spaces. There's like a little like door entry fee, and after that, you know, there's a bar and, you know, a few rooms, a few other places where, you know, you can go fuck and do whatever you want, shit, basically. Within reason and consent, of course. You know, or you could go meet people to go back to their pad or your pad or whatever the fuck, you know? So, I mean, it's just one of those things where it's just like, I mean, you know, like, they're around, but unless you're, like I said, you're actively seeking it out, then it's not really there as much as you think it is. Like, I mean, it's only there because you seek it out.
What we're doing, especially now with more sexual liberation becoming a thing for them and their community. I also think that we have to remember, like, we've only been legal, as in, like, decriminalized in our sex for 20 years this year. That's crazy. Every year up until 20 years ago, like, there's going to be an explosion of people wanting to embrace their sexual liberation. And then you look at things like the AIDS epidemic in the 80s. Like, that took away so many people, and it...
Dude, damn, fucking laying down some facts, bro. Dude, I like this guy. Dude, I knew I liked the cut of this jib. I saw this guy first, and I was like, I like this guy already. And you know what? Fuck yeah, dude. Get him, get him.
Have sex. So this, in my opinion, is a way for us to overcome stuff, and we definitely need to find a balance.
The basis for making us illegal has always been based on sex.
Right.
And so...
This guy's very robotic. He tries to be like the, I'm an eccentric, cool, you know, artsy bro, but he's like... I am a robot. I will be very expressive and blunt. It's like he's trying to, you know, be, you know, eccentric with his fit, but he's very robotic.
Openly sexual in any way at all whatsoever.
My vibe about him was pretty, you know, correct about him.
For making us illegal has always been based on sex. And so being openly sexual in any way at all whatsoever is inherently a protest, inherently subversive. I mean, they're...
True. Damn. You know, my eccentric, artsy-looking robotic gay friend is very true as well.
Things that happen in public that I'm sometimes uncomfortable with. But that doesn't mean that all the things we see and all the things our friends see represent the majority of experiences. A huge portion of LGBTQ people exist in zero public LGBTQ spaces.
I think you draw the line of...
I mean, I don't inherently go out of my way to find specifically LGBTQ spaces. I mean, there's, at least in Portland and where I'm at, there's plenty of, like, you know, friendly spaces, but ones that are, like, ran, owned, operated, and by and for, you know, queer space stuff, like, I mean, they're out there, but, I mean, for the places I go to, I mean, for how close they are, I mean, yeah, they're friendly spaces, but they're not, like, you know, overtly, like, queer spaces specifically.
Cover of your home, and you can show...
So, I mean, that's certainly, honestly, is true. Like, because, frankly, I mean, for most people who are queer, like, you know, I mean, the spaces are good, and you know, they're great. I mean, I love the fact that they do exist, for sure, but, you know, I mean, you know, not all of us necessarily need to have those, you know, to be comfortable or, like, to express ourselves and shit, you know what I mean? Like, because I can feel comfortable knowing that, you know, at the bars that I go to, despite not being that, are safe spaces for people like me anyway. You know, so it's not that big of a deal, and I know that either the people that, you know, own the establishment or even people at that bar, if someone decided to speak out and say some stupid shit, they would fuck around and find out, you know what I mean? Like, and I've seen some shit like that happen before, so it's like, it's not like it's a stranger, you know, to some of these, you know, weirdo bigots that might try to do shit like that. Like, so it makes me comfortable knowing, especially places that are friendly, despite maybe not being over queer spaces, you know, like, it shows that, I mean, if anything, especially just broadly the zeitgeist, especially when it comes to, like, gay liberation and queer liberation, that even on, like, you know, the, you know, broader normative aspect about that, it has been normalized so much to the point that just the virtue of someone being gay or, you know, of queer of some sort, whether trans or otherwise or anything like that, like, it's become less of this standoffish thing. Like, people are more accepting and comfortable with the fact that they just simply exist. Whether they get it or not, or whatever the fuck, or whatever the thoughts are, it doesn't matter. Like, they realize and understand that they have the right to exist and not be treated like shit just because of that. Like, so, I mean, there's more of that being normalized and shit, which means that at the very virtue, like, these, you know, more safer spaces, you know, are become more rampant, and at least become a lot more widespread in a good way, you know, because they should be. I mean, it's not really just having specifically queer spaces, but also just having spaces that are just friendly for them, you know, because at that point, it's almost like segregation if you just only have queer spaces and then non-queer spaces. I mean, at that point, it almost seems like segregative. Like, I mean, you know, like I said, those spaces do matter, but, I mean, you know, it shouldn't be just that.
Public. I don't know if we need to be like indecent in public. I don't know if that would be considered.
How do you define indecent?
I've been like when I.
Yeah, wait, hold on. Yeah, this guy just mentioned about indecency. What the fuck does this weird coiffed blazer, weird suit fit looking dude like? Your maroon suit, dude, like, what do you think is indecent, buddy? Like, cause I bet you he thinks this guy right here with his sleeveless jacket. You know, I bet he thinks he's indecent. The fact this guy's got, like, you know, 3 buttons unbuttoned right here, showing off his chest, I bet he thinks he's indecent. Like, what does he mean by indecency? And why is he answering? Why is this guy right here who said that letting this dude answer? That's a question for you, buddy. Why are you letting him butt in?
In a 20-year relationship, a 20-year monogamous relationship with my husband. And I say husband even though we're not married, but we're not groping each other in public. We can...
What does that mean? What does that mean? Like what? Kissing or giving like a little like shoulder rub or something, like, oh, I love you, hubby, or something like that? I mean, what does this mean? What do you mean by grope?
We joke around. When we walk into a room, they know we're together because we give. Yes, absolutely. We show extra affection at home in the privacy of our home or in the privacy of friends' homes because we feel comfortable in that.
And then wait, so what do you mean by extra affection? What does that mean? Does it mean like hand-holding, hugging, kissing, stuff like that? I mean, what does he mean?
But that, though, is your specific preference for public affection. There are a million...
Which is true, but, I mean, he was very vague about it, and I really want to know what he means by that.
Out there for with heterosexual people, and a funny thing seen in that movie is straight people having sex in some public space.
Correct.
This is a...
I still don't think that's appropriate.
I don't necessarily do either. I'm just saying we're talking about personal preferences.
I know, but I think a lot of times in this, and I don't disagree with what you guys said, but a lot of times what I'll hear is like, well, the straight people do this, and I always grew up saying, I clean my house before I tell somebody else to clean theirs. I am not straight. Right. Therefore, if straight...
What? Okay, is he a Jordan Petersonite? That sounded like a Jordan Peterson, like, lingo shit right there, not even gonna lie. Like, I mean, you could tell people and recognize, like, hey, you probably need to clean your shit up, and your house could be a little messy. I mean, my shit is definitely not, you know, clean by any fucking metric, to be fucking frank. But, I mean, like, I could recognize another place or another house and be like, yo, you need to clean your shit up a little bit. I mean, you know, that, like, you can acknowledge both, right? Like, I mean, because you could tie that in with this. Like, you can think that, like, the hypersexualization of heterosexuality is, you know, weird and not cool, as much as, like, homosexual, you know, sexualization. I think both are fine. I don't give a fuck one way or the other, frankly. I don't care. Like, but you can recognize both, though.
Doing something wrong and gay people are doing something wrong, I'm going to address the gay people that are doing something wrong. And not like,
why? They're the ones who have been oppressed for longer than fucking, like, straight people have never been oppressed, bro, when it comes to them being straight. So why are you going to critique, you know, straight people for doing something wrong when they've basically, their existence has been considered wrong by, you know, society, and still in many societies today? Like, I mean, why? I mean, what for? Like, I mean, quit fucking policing us, asshole.
The people who have been setting the stage for all of us to, like, follow suit with. You know, like, we live in a heteronormative culture. Like, everything that we see is based off of the way that they exist.
The whole idea.
Yes, exactly. I mean, which is why, like, critiquing gay people when they do something wrong is kind of dumb. I mean, granted, there's nothing wrong with critiquing people, like, in general, regardless of what background they're from. But, like, but just to say, like, oh, gay people, you know, as a broad thing when it comes to, like, hypersexualization or like kink of pride, whatever the fucking topic is, like, that's a little fucking silly, wouldn't you think? Because especially considering a lot of the normalization of the critiquing of gay people and their behaviors and just like their culture and, well, not really just inherent culture or stuff, but just like the, you know, stuff that comes, you know, for like that, you know, comes from being more essentially part of the queer community and stuff. It's like, it's always seen as like a negative whenever it happens to step a little too far out of line. I mean, where's the fucking line? And, you know, because especially from these gay conservatives, they're not exactly stating what that is. They're being really fucking vague about that, which makes it a little unnerving to me. Because, like, it's just, you know, kind of like, you know, with Kai from earlier, right? Like, I mean, it's just kind of like, you know, the religiosity that is still very, and the Puritanism that's very heavily tied into this shit. I mean, I think it really shows, especially for these gay conservatives. And I think Kai for a little bit too, especially.
Over sexualization and things like that, I think the danger in it is that for so long it's been weaponized against us, so we're always kind of like under this magnifying glass of like, oh, well, can I hold hands, can I kiss this person? And then, you know, I don't think we necessarily have to like mimic quote unquote bad behavior simply because that was what was served to us.
I mean, I don't necessarily disagree with anything you said there. Yeah, I mean, because like the whole virtue of like, you know, of queer acceptance, like this idea of like, there is kind of a sense of like a magnifying glass of like, oh, is this okay? Is this not? Blah, blah, blah. I mean, the thing is, there shouldn't have to be, because straight people have allowed that to be, you know, way a-okay for their sexuality and shit, which should be fine. I don't give a fuck, you know, but like, you know, there's like suddenly a problem when gay people want to express that. Like, fuck that shit. I mean, it's like, it should be fine no matter what. If you're uncomfortable with it, then you don't have to watch it. You don't have to look at it. It's whatever, and it's no big deal. Like, I mean, obviously it pertained to you at that point.
Pride is still necessary.
And I guess middle ground community, which I'm assuming, oh, you can vote on their Patreon. Well, that's kind of cool. And 83% of people say yes, which I certainly would agree. All the libs, you know, are showing out. Oh, there's some conservatives even walking up too. Okay, all right. Okay. Oh, dude, only one stayed. One stayed behind. 3 of the conservatives showed up. Oh, shit. Okay. All right.
I think pride's necessary, but we need a PR revamp.
Oh my god, no! It's the cake and pride shit. No, fuck you. No. Oh, I already know what that is going to tie itself into. No. You're going to think people in BDSM gear and kink gear and stuff, it's like, you know, evil and bad and ooh-woo makes us look bad and stuff. I already know where this is going. Once he said that, I already knew where he's going. Oh, no, don't do that. Like, you think pride is the thing, but oh, we need a PR revamp. We need to be more pure over here. We can't look, you know, kinky and sinful and degenerate now. What? Oh, God.
Yeah, I think...
Oh, yeah, dude. Oh, dude, every single one of these libs outside our very cool casual Chad boy over here, like, dude, they're all laughing like, fuck you, bullshit. We know what you're doing. They know what he's doing.
Brand, I take a lot of issues with what I see at Pride parades now, just because, you know, as...
Like what? People being in pup gear, or like wearing a harness or something, or whatever the fuck, or being shirtless, or wearing like booty shorts? Like, get over it. Like, it's not like they're literally fucking in the middle of the street, bro. Which, by the way, there are some Pride events that are like that, but they're specifically organized for that. Like, they're specifically designed so no one under 18, or really, frankly, under 21, gets in those places. So, what the fuck are you talking about, bro?
Discussed previously, I think that it's a little bit over-sexualized.
Oh my god, I knew it! I fucking knew it! Kink of Pride, I knew it, that's what he's talking about. Oh my god, fuck off, dude. Holy shit, it's always been there. It's always been a quintessential element of Pride. Get over it. You don't have to like it. Like, oh, you know what, fine. You don't have to like it. Like, that's not your thing. Okay, cool. Don't, like, step over other people's liberation because they want to express that and liberate, you know, like, their sexuality and express it in that way. Fuck you.
Essentially sex rather than love. And we have
hey, for a lot of people, sex is love. You know, for a lot of people, you know, love involves sex. So what? Just because, you know, love has a different definition to where it's exclusive from sex doesn't mean that's the same thing for everybody, bro. I mean, these conservative gay people are really honestly annoying the fuck out of me. Like, I mean, holy shit. I already knew what I was stepping into when I, you know, was getting into this, but I mean, like, because I know this topic. Like, there's even legitimately, like, progressive libs that will say shit like this, and it does annoy the fuck out of me, man. Because, like, I mean, the whole part of Pride and the whole quintessential element about that shit includes some of the more kinky elements of it, and it includes some of the more sexualized aspects of it. I mean, it's not like, you know, people expressing that means that they're literally having their dick out with a fucking, you know, like, taking 8 Viagra to make sure that's permanently hard for, like, 10 hours of the day or some shit. So they have their fucking boner, like, swinging around. Like, I mean, that's not what the fuck is happening. Unless you're at, like, Folsom or some shit, and even then, I doubt that's happening. Sure, there's definitely some sex or something like that going on, but still, like, I mean, holy shit. Like, this idea that it's somehow, like, you know, a problem is fucking absurd. And it honestly makes me believe that these people never been to a Pride, because I have. And honestly, like, yeah, you might find somebody who might have, like, you know, a harness or, like, a little collar or something like that, and maybe got, like, a pup hood or some shit like that, but that's, like, you know, 1 out of, like, 1,000 fucking people at these things. Like, you might find, like, you know, a little niche group of people and friends, you know, that get together wearing that stuff, but, I mean, they're not, like, doing it so they can have, like, some orgy in public or some shit. That doesn't happen. That's just fucking ridiculous.
Around riding bikes with their balls out in front of kids, and for...
Is he... Wait, hold on. What? Wait, what? Where does that happen? Because, you know what? There's only a very niche thing where that might happen. And there's only one thing I'm thinking about. And that is the naked bike ride in Portland. Which is, like, not inherently a queer thing at all. That's not specifically a queer event. It's technically an environmental protest event, actually. Like, I mean, it's meant to be just like a whole bike ride, you know, for eccentric, you know, Portland people and shit like that. It's meant to be a whole fun event, but in order to get away with it, they treat it like a protest by saying it's an environmental protest, which there are a lot of people in part of that bike ride that do it for that reason as well. Like, there are a few groups that get together and actually do have fundraisers and, you know, environmental groups that join that shit and be like, hey, if you want to donate, we will, you know, put all the proceeds, you know, directly into helping, you know, protect, you know, local PNW wildlife and stopping fracking, this and that, and blah, blah, blah. I mean, so, I mean, you know, they'll be there, you know, but it's not like the main focal point. It's just there to kind of be like the surface dressing to, you know, give it the whole protest thing. So cops can't fuck with you. Like, and the thing is, so, like, it's not, like, inherently a sexual thing. Like, I mean, the only reason why you would think that shit's sexual is if you think, like, just seeing, you know, a naked body is inherently sexual, which it isn't. Just having a body naked, you know, seeing the naked body for what it is, whether a man or a woman or otherwise, like, it's just a human body. Like, I mean, there's nothing inherently sexual about it unless you look at that human body and perceive it in a sexual manner. Like, I mean, which is just a conditioning of this weird puritanism that Americans have and shit. Because, like, not everyone has the same mentality about, like, what the human body is and shit. Like, a lot of people around the world don't give a fuck one way or the other if someone happens to be naked. They just see, oh, there's a human, but they're naked. They're not wearing clothes, I guess. I mean, you know, it's like, it's not that big of a deal in most parts of the world. In America, it's just like a weird, exceptional thing where it's like, a naked body! There might be someone who, you know, is naked platonically with their balls and dicks out.
Are you seeing this?
Yeah,
what prides are you going to?
New York City and Seattle, both of those had naked people walking the streets.
Seattle. I'm surprised you didn't mention Portland at all, because there is a naked bike ride in Portland. Now, maybe Seattle has something like that too, but just New York and Seattle just having naked people walking the streets, bullshit. I've been in Seattle I live in Portland. That doesn't happen. You're just lying now. You're just absolutely fucking lying. Unless you're talking about like some homeless person that just said fuck life and just said fuck it all and ain't wearing anything because the guy's literally, he don't even, so homeless he don't even got clothes on his back. Unless you're talking about that shit. But at that point, it's not because they're gay, it's because they're literally got literally nothing left to lose. So it's like, the fuck are you talking about, buddy? You're just fucking lying now.
San Francisco. One of them was on a bike. I saw the video of him on a bike. I didn't want to.
I would never have my balls out on a bike. That sounds dangerous.
Well, no, me either.
It's actually uncomfortable because it would be like squish in the bike seat. Like you want like a big, one of those like, wide cruiser bike seats if you're doing that, because honestly, like bike seats, if you're a man and you got the balls and dick down there, or trans woman that still got that, like, dude, a bike seat is never forgiving. No matter what bike seat, but those like, beach cruiser bike seats, those are the best ones. Like, cause they give enough like, cushion for your booty. So you can just kind of like, sit predominantly on the booty, kind of like arc up a little bit. Like, instead of like kind of sitting forward almost, it kind of rests back like this. So your junk don't like get squished by that weird little front part of the bike seat. So, I mean, honestly, for me, those tend to be the best because you can actually kind of adjust yourself a little bit. So if you feel a little sore, because it's getting squished, you can kind of adjust a little and relieve yourself and sit like that for a while, and then you kind of move yourself back forward a little bit. Like that's what I like about those beach cruiser seats. Like you can actually kind of adjust yourself a little bit.
Me either, but it's the fact that it is allowed because we have this shield of its pride, don't mess with gay people, because of our history, which is granted.
Yeah, and it's still necessary. Hey, buddy, have you lived under a rock? Do you know what's been going on recently there, Bo?
People are afraid to look at our culture and say, that's not acceptable, because if straight people were walking around doing that, it would be a totally different discussion.
I don't think that's the...
Bullshit! No, it wouldn't. No, it wouldn't. No, it fucking wouldn't. Like, it absolutely would not. Like, that is just a fucking bullshit. Dude, this guy's lying. Is this Chandler dude like some PragerU op or something? Because honestly, I've noticed this about, like, Jubilees. Like, the conservatives that they will have for these things, they tend to be motherfuckers that are, like, tied to, like, PragerU or some shit. Or, like, some other right-wing coalition group. But, like, the libs, they're, like, literally, like, who the fuck are you? Like, just literal ramdos. So it's like, I mean, now I'm starting to be convinced that this like Chandler guy right here is a fucking like PragerU op or something.
The issue, though, I mean, the reality is that being visible, period, is vital.
Absolutely.
We can be none of us will be alive to see the day when heterosexual.
You returneth with a beer. Well, I was going to initially look at the jubilee of the black conservatives versus white liberals, but now we're looking at gay liberals and conservatives. Because I know way more about the topic, and honestly, this is pretty fucking juicy. We're not even 10 minutes into this fucking thing, and I've been going on for like 40 fucking minutes on this thing. I'm gonna have to just let this shit play out for a minute. Dude, there's one little section right here that we're about to get into that's long as fuck. Dude, there's gonna be some tension going on over here.
Sexual people have...
Wait, hold on, what is that? Like, I think we're in the, yeah, here. LGB should be separate. Oh! Oh, the trans topic of the LGBTQ. Oh, fuck, let's go! Let's go! This shit's gonna be intense.
And what's allowed and what's not allowed in the public space.
Me personally, I actually think pride is very necessary. I love it. I wouldn't say pride.
This is like the first time this guy's talked.
Parades, I feel like.
What's up, Tyshawn? Haven't heard from you at all yet.
They're leaning towards like the parades itself. Pride is like liberation,
The pride of who you are. And
accepting yourself. Accepting yourself and having the people around you in your circle really accept you. It really tells the future generation, like, not only is it okay, but look how far we've come. Yeah. At 2011, the Don't Ask, Don't Tell policy was abolished.
Which is basically anyone who was queer in the military service basically could not come out and get medical service if they needed any. Like, they basically, like, it was basically like, hey, you might be gay, lesbian, or bi, or trans even, but don't tell us and we won't reprimand you and we won't discharge you. Like, you could be that, just don't tell us. Like, keep it in the closet. That's basically, it was like a half measure thing.
military, and had that not been abolished, I would not be able to be, you know, a minority, be openly gay, and still be able to serve my country.
Yeah, and I want to just say thank you for your service before I move on. And that's a prime example of the pride that I would love to attend, is someone who highlights service members, gay CEOs, people who are successful.
Oh my god, whatever. This Chandler weirdo is like, basically like gay power boss. Like instead of girl boss, it's gay boss power, dude. More gay drone operators. We need, instead of like women drone operators, we need more gay CIA operators. Fuck the women. We need more gay CIA operators. We need more gay fucking Marines. We need more gay drone operators. Oh my god, we need more gay, unfettered ultra capitalists that will like be ruthless CEOs. That's what we need. That's the pride we're talking about, baby. Like, oh my fucking god, dude. Oh, god, dude. This fucking oaf, bro. Lesbian noises intensify.
Or contributing to society. Celebrate who you are, love who you are, but the pride...
A part of that is like the sexuality of it too, bro.
No longer about being overly promiscuous because we're not allowed to. We don't need to overcorrect to the point that we start to get backlash. We need to correct.
Oh my god. Oh. We've always had backlash, bro, no matter what. That's why it shouldn't matter when it comes to promiscuity, because like the heteronormative promiscuity has always been fine. But whenever, like, you know, someone happens to be gay, gets promiscuous, it's like suddenly a big bad thing. Like, oh my god, get over yourself, dude.
I still think we're looking at a small group of the people that are pride.
But the small groups, but they speak the loudest.
No, but they don't always.
No, they don't! Oh my god, no they don't! You motherfuckers are the one who highlight it because they're all fear-mongering of. Oh my god, this guy's annoying. Chandler actually annoys me.
Two separate instances of groups of people who were naked with their butts out.
Exactly.
Right, exactly.
Around the world. And
but
like
that
you were
gets
saying,
highlighted.
Looking at specific things with a level of shame, and then have to look at like where are we shameful within ourselves, and why is that something that we should be ashamed of in general? Like why is nudity shameful in general?
I agree with you about nudity itself is not sexual. I don't think so. I have been to new places and it's not sexual, but when you make it sexual, that's the problem. It can be decent exposure at some of these.
And you know what? Like, maybe that's due to societal conditioning of the fact that we look at naked bodies as an inherently sexual thing, especially when it comes to a conservative mindset about that. Maybe reflecting yourself in the mirror might have something to do with that there, buddy?
And pride needs to know.
Or a gay conservative Vosh friend, my dude, my guy.
And address it. This should be interesting.
Yeah, let's see what this guy has to say. Oh, wait, it's the weird eccentric gay guy. It's the weird eccentric queer conservative. He was the one who didn't step forward. I just realized that. I was wondering where he was. Here, before we have to hear what he says, I'm going to take a piss real quick. Because I'm actually curious of what he has to say, and I don't want to, like, sit here and, like, think about leaving. Hey, buddy. Alright, let's see our boy.
I know, I'm alone on this one. But
whoa, oh shit, hold on. Wait a minute, hold on. I just saw his hair. Holy fuck, it's not a faux hawk. He's got some crazy dreads. Hold up.
Ass heels.
I know.
Oh, damn, dude, oh, man, why is this guy conservative? Like, dude, he looks, like, dude, I kind of like his fit. I like what's going on here. Dude, like, these multicolored dreads, like, I'm digging this. Like, why are you conservative, dude?
I'm alone.
Look at that shit, dude. That looks fucking dope, honestly. I'm not even gonna lie. That looks badass.
But the reason I'm alone on this one is because I organized one of the most successful prides in my community in 2016.
Wait, so why are you against... Okay, now I'm really curious.
Groups that were outside the norm, like the NRA.
Dude, he's got heels. Wait, hold on. Okay, so he's got... Dude, what? Okay, this guy is so weird. Okay.
My community in 2016. I invited groups that were outside the norm, like the NRA and the local GOP, including the Democrats, because...
Why would you invite the NRA out of all groups, the GOP, and the Democrats for a pride event? What? Out of all the groups, the NRA is... Why them? I could maybe see the GOP to maybe try to get some Lincoln Party weirdos, maybe, or something. Oh, this guy must be a Lincoln Party guy. This guy must be like one of those like log cabin Lincoln Party Republicans or something. Or is it Lincoln Party or log cabin? It's log cabin, I think. Or like the Lincoln log cabin or some shit. I think it's like interchangeable. I think it's like a log cabin Republican dude. Like, I mean, now that I'm thinking about it, so maybe he tried to like reach out to the log cabin GOP dudes or something. Like, I don't know. Okay, this guy's politics is all over the place. Like, honestly, legit. Like, if that's the case, like... I'm kind of curious when the whole trans topic comes up. I am really curious of what he has to say. I don't even think the NRA would be welcome to Pride event. They just picture the cringe they had to... if they had a booth. Dude, I know. I mean, I don't get it. Like, I mean, I don't know why them. I can maybe see the SRA, the Socialist Rifle Association. I can maybe see them. Like, because there's a lot of people who are queer and, you know, LGBT that are a part of them, you know, and work with them and shit. So I can see that. But the NRA? Like, I mean, what?
For me, it was important that this event reach the entire community more than just saying we are a sexual being. We wanted to educate the people. I was told I was never allowed to help them again because how dare I invite a hate group like the NRA when all I wanted to do was arm LGBT people and educate them on how to protect themselves because as you guys...
Okay, I don't necessarily disagree with that, to be fucking frank, but why the NRA, bro? Like, dude, you could have done that with the SRA and you would not have been, like, treated like, oh, how dare you? Like, I mean, yeah, I could see why they, like, looked at you like, what the fuck are you sending the NRA here for? Like, yeah, no shit, bro. Like, you could have, like, you know, I don't know, thought with your head for 2 seconds and thought, if I wanted to, you know, maybe encourage, you know, LGBT people how to defend themselves, maybe with arms or something like that, which I don't inherently think is a bad idea, as long as it's done very responsibly, but, like, that ain't responsible, like, at all. Like, have the SRA there, because they're overt about, like, you know, legit, like, organizing, you know, trainings and, you know, like, getting together with, like, different local firing ranges to work out, like, training sessions with people and stuff. Like, they actually do shit like that. So it's like the SRA would have been so, like, 1,000 times better, and it would not be treated as a hate group or anything like that. I mean, they probably would have been a little questionable about it, but I think if, you know, the case was made, I mean, it'd be understandable. Because I think there is a case to be made. When you have, like, these hate groups and these bigots who are becoming more violent against queer people, especially trans people and shit, it wouldn't behoove me, you know, for someone who's queer, especially trans, to, you know, have something, you know, like a firearm to defend themselves with when it comes to their home and their own personal self and shit. I would not, like, besmirch them whatsoever for, you know, thinking such. You know, and, like, I mean, I feel like that to a certain extent. Like, I think it, you know, it's not a bad idea. I don't think it's inherently a good thing. It's just something that I think, you know, should be considered. Like, you know, and if you think it's meritable, then go for it. If not, then don't. That's fine. I just think it should probably be considered, especially if you're a queer person, you know, or especially trans. But, like, I mean, it's like the NRA is not how you fucking do that. And, like, because, yeah, they're not going to be welcome at a private event. I mean, he proved it. He's saying, oh, how dare you, Mario, you know, with your fucking drip and your weird hair and shit, which is pretty cool. Like, that's what's annoying about this guy. It's like, it seems like, okay, this guy seems like he's, like, maybe got pushed to conservatism, like, oh, I left the left type now, but it's now a log cabin Republican, and it's like one of these weirdos that, you know, I think he understands that, like, there's an element about, like, you know, how, you know, queer people potentially, like, you know, defend themselves or whatever the fuck and shit, but, you know, he has, like, this weird idea or mentality about, like, how to go about that is just, well, just inherently conservative. And I don't think he knows or realizes or understands that those same fucking conservatives and those same type of people will literally hang you. They don't like you. They fucking hate you and vilify you, dude. They don't want nothing to do with you. So trying to invite them and, you know, like, and have them over at these pride events and shit is just gonna harm you, dude. It's gonna harm yourself and just push you away from the people that you are ostensibly trying to advocate for, dude. I think that's why, you know, he's kind of like the way he is, because he wants to be like, hey, look, I'm, you know, a gay conservative because, like, I actually try to advocate for y'all, but you keep pushing me away. I think this guy is like, you know, a log cabin Rubinite dude.
There are those people who would hurt us. I live in a very, very red community. Okay, Mike Garcia is my representative.
And Santa Clarita?
Yeah, Santa Clarita. But I dress like this to galas. Big government galas, realtor galas. No one has said anything to me. And in fact, all I get is positive affirmation that, hey, you're living your best life. And I say, it's not.
I mean, I'm don't know if that's entirely true, but if you're kind of a conservative-leaning guy, and the fact that you might be saying some conservative stuff to these type of people, I mean, or at least advocating some element of conservative thought, I mean, that's probably why, dude.
Necessary, because I can walk down my street in heels and braids
in California.
Yeah, you are so privileged in that way.
In Republican-controlled California, yes.
Oh, well, if he's in, you know, Republican-controlled California, then what the fuck has he got to really worry about? Because, yeah, like, there's a lot of conservatism and Republican elements in California for sure. Absolutely. That is just as conservative as some elements of the South. That is definitely a fact, but they have nowhere near as fucking much power in comparison to, like, the conservatives in these deep red states. You're in a deep red county. You're not in a deep red state like Alabama or Florida or Texas or some shit, bro. Like, you're in any of these states. Like, so the same pressures that queer people have to face in those states are not the fucking same thing that you have to deal with, you know, in the red county in California, bro. That is bullshit. Like, I mean, ridiculous.
It's found that 35% of Californians feel that homosexuality should be discouraged.
I've done this in Michigan. I've done this in Michigan. I've done this in Tennessee. I've done this in Missouri.
And you don't live in those states, so you don't have to deal with the repercussions of living there now, huh? Curious. Your anecdotes don't mean shit, bro.
Like this in all those states.
Yes, I have. Yes, I have. And I've had absolutely no...
Wait, you know what? And honestly, if you're able to speak in multiple states across the country, who's funding you then? Because evidently you're backed by some different group. You've taught. He mentioned that he was like, you know, he invited the GOP and the NRA. Like, he has ties, you know, and at least connections to different, you know, groups, you know, that are tied into these political entities and shit. So this guy's got fucking ties. Like, you know what? I might have been reading this guy wrong. You know, maybe there's an element about him, including his aesthetic, that is genuine, but it has been tainted with the grift. He's a grifter. Like, he's been tainted by the grift.
I walked into a backwoods bar in the middle of Nashville where it was a double wide that...
And Nashville's an urban city, dude. That's a fucking city. Like, a backwoods bar in Nashville. A major city in Tennessee. What? Like, you could say, like, some hole-in-the-wall bar, or, like, some alleyway, you know, junk bar or some shit. Like, that wouldn't make sense. But, like, some backwoods bar in Nashville? Like, What, you can say outside of Nashville if that's what you meant. But in Nashville? Oh my God. This guy can't even keep his story straight.
Converted to a bar, and it was one of those record scratch.
What does your husband look like?
My husband is 6'4", and he's
there's your protection.
A man. That's not my protection.
That is
I walk in that community.
Yeah, if you got a husband who's 6'4", then yeah, that is your protection. You got a big beefcake of a Dom bear daddy that is going to fuck anyone up and also slay your booty. Like, I mean, and also pull on your braided ponytail, bro. Like, I mean, I know what you like. You're a little bit of a bottom, bro. Like, you're a little bit of a sassy power bottom, okay? Like, I mean, you got your hubby who's gonna protect you, who's probably like a fucking bear bod. Like this gigantic Hulk of a man, okay? Like, I mean, I kind of, like, yeah, that is your protection. Dude, our boy over here, Barrett, is fucking slaying, dude.
This in these heels, and not only do I not get hate, my husband gets more business.
I'm so happy for
more business. What type of business?
This is true for you. I really am.
Yeah, totally.
But the reality is that you represent a small minority of LGBTQ people and how they actually experience life in America.
Yep. You know, because people like Blair White, you know, or Dave Rubin don't directly every day have to deal with hatred. Maybe online, you know, and like maybe on certain elements, but nowhere near to the same extent that regular queer people have to face.
Sense of freedom, which is so admirable. I think that those things are built on blocks of people who probably did feel that pride was necessary. So it's a beautiful thing that we can have the freedom to, you know,
change our mind.
Admire that.
Yeah, and honestly, if anything, the fact that this guy thinks pride isn't necessary because he feels comfortable enough to be prideful of himself when it comes to his expression, kind of fucking says something. I mean, it kind of shows how much of an ego the guy has, how much of an egotistical narcissist he is. Like, I mean, the fact that you're able to express yourself in that way is because of pride, bro. That's why. I mean, the way that you can, you know, be in your heels and your flamboyant, you know, granted, I'm just gonna be honest, sexy fucking braided blue ponytail braid thing going on, and you're fucking fit. I mean, dude, I mean, honestly, I'm gonna respect the fucking, you know, fit in the Riz. Like, I mean, he knows how to express himself. I like it, honestly. You know, but this idea that, like, oh, because I could be this way, like, we don't need pride no more. Bullshit, bro. Like, I mean, for a lot of people all over this country and the world especially, they don't feel this way. In fact, I mean, if you did this in like Burma or Saudi Arabia or like Bangladesh or anywhere else and shit, you would be killed. Like, so, I mean, this is why pride is necessary, dude. So everywhere around the world can, you know, feel like they can express themselves like this. Because no one should have to be afraid, you know, to feel like that and express themselves in such a way if they want to. So that's the reason, buddy. Just because you feel comfortable for it doesn't mean you should besmirch the pride that everyone else still wants to achieve because of this shit. Like, fuck you, dude.
All want everyone to feel the way that you feel, like you don't need it, but that's just not the case.
My name is Sean, and I am a Patreon member who is asked to read you this next prompt. The LGB should be separated from the TQIA+.
Whoa, that's even more so. That's even way more than what a lot of conservatives will even say. And I'm kind of curious who's going to step forward. Every conservative is going to step forward, by the way. And I swear, if even one of these people step forward, I'm going to be shocked. Oh, dude, one of them's wearing a skirt? I like his little fit. It's cute. It's cute. Oh, what's going on there? What were you doing, bro? Oh, no, he stepped forward. No! What are you doing? Oh, fuck. Oh, no. I had high hopes for you, dude. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no.
Saying they should be...
Wait, really? Wait, only 2 conservatives? What about you 2? Okay. Our gay Bosch guy and our flamboyant Mario dude is who thought the NRA would be a good representative to have at the Pride Parade in 2016 back in the day. Like, I mean, you know, I guess they feel otherwise. Okay, this actually is kind of surprising.
It is not saying that one is, you know, less important.
Whoa! He ran up out of nowhere. He just started to say fuck it and join. Kai, no! What is going on? What is going on? What is happening? Oh shit! Oh shit, this is, oh man, this is getting contentious. Oh shit, right off the bat. Oh no, oh no. Alright, let's play it, let's play it. Let's see.
I do want to start with that. But I do think that the LGB is very specific, rooted in science. It's very clear as day. You have lesbian, gay, and bi. Main difference between male and female, we all know what that is.
The reason why...
Oh my god, this biological shit. Let's not consider the social constructs that we have when it comes to gender. Let's just look at biology and fuck everything else, right? Yeah, fuck off. Oh my god. Oh no. Oh, come on, dude. Really? You're doing that bullshit? The biological essentialism argument?
With hesitation was because I think that there are such lived differences in experiences that we experience. Although collectively, I think that we all know the collective experience of being a sexual deviant. There just is a difference in lived experience that I think is important to talk about and acknowledge, and that's my grounds for agreeing with perhaps a separation.
Mine is very different.
So wait, you stepped forward because not that you think there should be like in separation in a sense of like, oh, it's not like you think it's like separated on lived experience thing? Okay, dude, why did you step why did you step forward in the first place then? Like, I mean, you know, like what weird middle ground like fucking fence riding take was that, honestly? Like, what?
To be clear, the science is very solid on identities other than gender assigned at birth being valid. Science is very clear.
Okay, now, so far so good, that is true. Yes, there's science that confirms that there's more than just, like, gender assigned at birth, yes. Okay, so why the fuck did you step forward?
Robust, there is no question that it's legit. We, as cisgender people, do a really bad job of standing up for people who aren't cisgender.
Why did you step forward? This is based. Yes, that's true. I actually, you know, in a way agree with this. Like, I mean, okay, so why did you step forward? Okay, alright, you know what? I don't disagree with what he's saying so far. I just kind of find it interesting he stepped forward. I feel like there's a catch here.
Out the fact that cisgender queer people are treated differently than non-cisgender queer people, and until we do better, we don't deserve to have the letters be together.
Much better grounds.
Okay, that's, wait, what? Okay, no. I'm sorry, but no. Like, the letters should be all together. It doesn't fucking matter. Like, but yeah, it's broadly, cis people should probably do better. Dude, what? This is like some weird lib woke skull shit. Like, oh my god. This, okay, that was the cat. Oh god, that's actually more annoying than what these conservatives are saying. Oh my god, what the fuck are you talking about? No, they should just say oh my god. They should be together. Don't fall for the weird trap that these conservatives want you to fall into because, like, oh, we need to do better and woke skull people more. Like, no, don't do. Oh my god, what are you doing? Oh my god, why are you doing this, dude? Don't do that.
So, I mean, I kind of...
You were so close, but then you just... oh my god, see what I mean? He's like, I kind of agree with what you're saying there because he heard that last point, and he agrees with that. Like, it's... oh my god, see what I mean? See what I mean? Don't fall for the trap where you start making them like, oh, see, let me bring you to my side. Like, see, that's what he's trying to do right now. He's going to try to do that. I guarantee it.
What you're saying, but I think in general, this conversation can become very hostile because it seems like, you know, I'm like, oh, I don't want you to be a part, like, I don't want you to be my friend, I don't want to be with you, be next to you, be seen with you, and that's not the case. One is an identity, and one is a sexuality, and that's just the simple difference between the two.
Okay, that's kind of true. So, okay, he's kind of doing that, but in a weird, like, centrist, like, fence-ridey way. Because, yeah, that is true. Like, identity and sexuality are different things. That's why gender identity is a separate thing in comparison to what your sex is, or even your sexuality. Because, like, you could be trans, but also be, like, you know, a gay person or bi or pan or whatever the fuck. Like, I mean, being trans or non-binary or whatever else in between when it comes to gender identity has nothing to do with, you know, with your sexuality inherently. Like, I mean, so, like, yeah, they could be separate things. I mean, they could be tied to each other, but it doesn't inherently make them, like, connected by any metric. I mean, they're still separate things. I mean, like, okay, whatever.
As both groups are fighting for their own personal interests, those are going to not work cohesively. So one is going to be quieter, and one is going to get taken advantage of, etc. And it's not that we can't support the TQ plus. I just think that they're two vastly different things.
I think that you oversimplify identity versus sexuality, though, because there are tons of men who identify as straight who have, on occasion, with regularity, once in their life, sex with men, which is why
I think once with men, sure, experimenting, but I think
this is because I think there's like a little bit of a Kinsey scale that Ryan might be tapping into a little bit, because even straight people, like, I think there's a certain degree of, you know, straight people that, yeah, probably try it once just to see if they're actually into it or not, or, you know, open up with gay experiences because they have a female spouse who's willing to be, like, dominant with them or something. Like, pegging them or something like that. You know, like, I mean, you know, like, so I don't know. Like, it's one of those things where, like, yeah, I think there are definitely a lot of straight people who are probably at least, like, kind of curious about homosexuality, or at least, like, open to play around with that a little bit. At least to a certain level, but like, that doesn't necessarily make them gay or anything. Or, like, or whatever. I don't even know why that's, like, tied into this whole, like, conversation, to be honest.
There is a guy that's identifying as straight that sometimes dabbles with men.
He might identify as straight, but
you're bi.
It's just because the identification thing, like, I mean, like, how do you, I don't know. Like, I think they're, like, misconstruing sexuality with identity. Like, because, like, yeah, you can identify as gay, but that's because you're gay. Like, I mean, it's because of your sexuality, you know what I mean? Like, so someone who's straight, I mean, they can still be straight, but maybe dabble into that a little bit, you know what I mean? When it comes to, like, homosexual tendencies and shit. Like, I mean, that just means that, like, realistically, their sexuality is probably more bi-curious or maybe pan-curious or something like that a little bit. And they don't, or maybe, you know, and they just don't realize it, or are not comfortable admitting that to themselves, or whatever the fuck. Like, I mean, like, I don't know. I feel like they're thinking about this a little too much now. And if anything, I'm actually kind of surprised they've dabbled into this portion of the whole argument. I thought they were going to, like, get into the whole trans aspect of this.
Well, there are lots of gay men that we can call gay
Kai wants to really say something. He's not comfortable with this.
all night that occasionally have sex with women, and we don't question whether or not they're gay.
They're bi.
But are you entitled?
He's looking around like, they're bi. Are you insane? I mean, maybe they are, but they're like, you know, gay with a little bi-curiosity. It's the same thing for a straight man who gets pegged by his woman, you know what I mean? Like, I mean, it's the same fucking shit. Like, it's just the opposite end of the spectrum of sexuality, bro. Like, I mean, come on, dude. Like, are you serious?
To titling someone else's. Is that up to you?
The title is an objective fact. If you sleep with men and women, then you are bi.
What if someone...
Oh my... Okay. Like... alright. Like, this is getting annoying. That guy especially. This Chandler dude is actually generally kind of annoying. Like, yeah, that is true, but not everyone is also, like, oh my god. Not everybody that, like, predominantly, like, let's, you know, like a straight person who fucks women, like, pretty much all the time, but maybe, like, the one time he has his dick sucked by another guy. Like, that doesn't inherently mean that person's bi. Or inherent, like, I mean, it likely does in a certain way, and they just aren't comfortable or open or, you know, whatever the fuck. Like, there's probably, like, obviously a certain level of, like, you know, maybe bi or pansexuality or whatever the fuck, but that doesn't inherently mean that they are strictly just bi or something. Like, I mean, there's, like, a lot of people who are straight but have, like, you know, some bi tendencies, or people who are gay that might have bi tendencies and shit. Because broadly, sexuality is kind of a spectrum and a scale a little bit. I mean, that's kind of why a little bit. I think Ryan at least kind of gets it and is trying to explain that, but he's not really doing the greatest way of explaining that, in my opinion.
I don't care what you doesn't agree.
Yeah.
If you don't agree, that's fine.
You don't care about how one feels? Well, what the fuck? Fuck you then, asshole.
The fact is, you sleep with men and women, so you're bi.
Flat out.
Can we not talk about who we're having sex with?
I mean, yeah, whoa, oh shit, one of the producers had to, like, step in and, like, fucking, like, you know, put him in his place. I mean, oh my god, dude. Holy shit, one of the producers had to stop Chandler and be like, can we stop talking about who we're fucking and who we're not? Dude, yeah, shut the fuck up, Chandler, like, you fucking weirdo. Like, dude, like, I mean, what a way to be a creep, honestly. Like, why do you care that much? Like, honestly, why?
Just for this problem.
Because a lot of what's...
Dude, oh my god, oh my god, I love how he got shut down. Oh my god, can I see that again? Can I just see that again? That was funny.
You agree. Yeah. If you don't agree, that's fine. But the fact is, you sleep with men and women, so you're bi.
Flat out.
Can we not talk about who we're having sex with?
Oh my god, I love it. Holy shit, I love that so much. Oh my god, this is getting awesome. This is good. This is gold.
What's in the media today is sensational. Children. Some of it, a lot of it is valid, and some of it is not.
Wait. Okay, hold on. All right. I just had a moment where I was kind of collecting myself. Wait, he just mentioned something about, like, sexualization of kids. Okay. Are we starting to get into the trans shit, or, like, the, oh no, groomer shit? Is he about to mention some groomer shit?
Because a lot of what's in the media today is sensationalized content about, you know, targeting children. Some of it, a lot of it...
Oh my god, he's getting into the groomer shit. Okay, he's getting into the groomer shit. Oh my fucking god. Oh my god. He's one of these, like, gay guys that bought into the groomer narrative. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Oh my god, why is that? Oh, that song will forever be a brainworm, and I fucking hate TikTok for it so much. But that's how I feel. I'm just like, oh no, he's about to get into weird anti-woke groomer bullshit. Oh my god.
And some of it is not. But a lot of times it's gay men that are doing it, and trans people are getting blamed for it when it's really gay men in drag. Right. And
what? Oh my fucking god. So, like, oh, so, you know what? This whole weird fearmonger about trans people in, like, bathrooms is actually just gay men in drag? That does not make it better! Oh my god! Oh, it's still the same argument, basically, because all these weird freaks that fuck on trans people don't think they exist in the first place. They all think they are just mentally ill gay people or some shit. I mean, you're just buying into the fucking far-right narrative, dude! Oh my god! Oh! Oh my god, this guy actually pisses me off. Dude, this Chandler dude genuinely pisses me off. Like, dude, he must be like some PragerU, like, Dave Rubin to Electric Boogaloo clone or something, because, oh my god, he's nailing this shit to a T, bro.
The letters are together, people don't know the difference. And even when I first started, like, coming out.
What do you mean they don't know the difference? Oh my god. Why do you think there's different letters in the fucking acronym?
The first thing that somebody said to me was, are you going to transition into a woman? And I'm like, wait, what? Yeah.
What? Bullshit. That didn't happen. Fuck you. That did not happen. And you know what? If it did, I guarantee you it was one of your friends saying it as a joke. Be like, hey, you'd be kind of cute as a woman when you're going to transition. Like, I mean, dude, I've actually had that joke said to me by one of my friends, like, you'd be kind of cute as a woman if you had some titties in the pussy. Like, I mean, when are you going to transition or something? I mean, dude, I've had friends tell me that joke before, and you know what? It's kind of funny, because, you know what? Yeah, I'm a little fanboying a little bit. I got the long hair, I'm not the most, like, masculine-looking dude and shit. Facial hair's fuzzy, and it's always been fuzzy and patchy as shit. I mean, you know, like, honestly, if I wanted to and go full fam, like, you know, like, full-on, like, feminine and woman-like shit, dude, I'd easily fucking pass. Whether drag or trans or anything. You know, and I wouldn't give a fuck one way or another either way, but, like, it's just like, I mean, that joke has been said to me, but guess what? It's a joke. Like, what? Did some, you know, gay person or a friend say that as a joke, and, like, you took it literally? and thought, oh, he actually meant that seriously, so they must think that I'm secretly trans. Oh, I don't like that. I am separate from that entirely. Me as a queer person is separate from this trans person who also is a queer person. No, I am separate from that entity. I am not that. How dare you equivocate me to that? It's like, I mean, my God, fuck off, you weirdo. Well, it's just like, give me a break, man. I mean, like, really, dude? Like, you're so, like, insecure about yourself, basically, to the idea that, I mean, you have to try to be, like, a certain level of, like, you know, masculinity when it comes to homosexuality, so you don't get perceived as trans, or, like, in drag or something. That's kind of fucking pathetic, bro. You got some shit and some handcuffs you gotta work out there, Chandler.
With my sexuality, there's nothing wrong with doing that, but because they're together from an outsider's point of view, optically, I think if our goal is to educate the populace on who we are, then we need to make a more clear distinction between LGB and TQ+.
I don't disagree.
No, we don't. And the idea that we need to concede to that idea is fucking ridiculous. No, we don't. And who's saying they agree?
I think it's just important that if we do that, we don't...
Yeah, it's him. Ryan, what are you doing? Stop caving to their traps, dude.
Any of the
You're kind of based, you know, when it comes to your takes, but dude, he must be a lib. He might be a rad lib. Like, you're liberal, but pretty radical and progressive, but he still lives, so he, you know, has his civil decorum, you know, fucking mentality, and is willing to cave, you know, to his opposition a little bit and hear their side and all this other bullshit. And oh my God, he lets that fucking poison his mind. Ryan, my dude, don't be a rad lib. Don't be that guy. Stop it.
People that we're not a part of. And also, what I wonder about in this context is some people are born intersex, so they have sexual.
Okay, see, this is what I mean. Like, you're based by saying shit like this and informing these facts and, you know, and enforcing and solidifying that shit and putting that forth. Like, I mean, that's what's based. Like, yes, because that is true. Absolutely. Intersex people, or, you know, at least, you know, more older term, like, people who are hermaphrodites, like, these people exist. And they're absolutely a fucking thing. I mean, it's actually not that uncommon for some, you know, boys who are, you know, born male at birth and shit. It's not really necessarily uncommon for them to technically be intersex because, like, the whole frenulum or taint, basically, like, it's not really uncommon for, at least for boys when they're born, for that area to not totally be developed quite yet when they're born. So there's kind of like, you know, the equivalent of like a vaginal cavity that's like right there, that's in between, you know, like in between the bits, basically. I mean, it's not necessarily uncommon, and when doctors notice that, they usually just, you know, sew it up and, you know, right after birth, and it just, like, naturally, like, heals / you know, develops, you know, afterwards, you know, like it wasn't there, you know. But for some kids, you know, for some, you know, mainly boys and shit, like, that is a thing. I mean, so it's not like it's some sort of abnormal, like, mutation or some shit. It's just like, you know, sometimes during development, like, that is one of the last spots to fully develop, and it doesn't quite get there yet when, you know, the water breaks and, you know, the baby's born and shit. Like, sometimes it just happens. It's still technically an intersex birth, though. And honestly, there shouldn't be anything wrong with that. I mean, you know, honestly, like, I've known, you know, kids that have said, yeah, there's like this little, like, what looks like a scar that's in between down there, and it's like, well, yeah, that's because they sewed it up because it technically was a cavity there. You know, where there's obviously nothing wrong with it. It's just, it was underdeveloped in comparison to, you know, if it did, you know, solidify totally, which it's not a big deal. And sometimes that's more severe, and sometimes it does vary depending on certain variables and shit like that. I'm just mentioning the most common elements of, like, you know, how that happens. I mean, you know, intersex, you know, births happen, you know, for, you know, like, various different reasons, and there's a lot of factors that come into play, and there's a lot of genetic elements. I mean, it's a very complex thing. But, you know, nonetheless, the fact that it does happen is, you know, a factor of, you know, the element that, like, yeah, the, you know, sexuality and gender is maybe not what we all fucking think it just simply is, you know, because we were born and raised to think that's what it was. I mean, just fundamentally. I mean, because, like, if all these other little outliers and all these other exceptional cases and all this other shit is a thing, then it's probably more than we think, you know, and if that's the case, then it also shows how fluid, you know, when it comes to sexuality, gender, and sex, you know, all tends to really actually be. I mean, because it is. I mean, it just is. I mean, the idea to say otherwise is fucking ridiculous at this point.
Of both genders. How do we identify under the criteria you guys have identified? How would we label them? Because if they have both,
intersex. I mean, you said it earlier.
And they have sex with only one gender, what are they?
However they decide to identify, depending on how they personally feel with their gender identity. I mean, it's a complex question now, is it? I mean, Ryan actually did put out a very good question about that. The problem is, why should that shit be separate from the LGB versus the, you know, Q, you know, like the TQ plus? I mean, it's like there shouldn't be any difference between that. Like, you know, these people are broadly a part of, like, you know, the queer spectrum and shit. Like, I mean, why should it be separated? Like, I'm seeing kind of where Ryan comes from a little bit, because I think he's just kind of like a rad lib about this. And because of that, I think, you know, hearing both sides of the argument where the other side is a lot more disingenuous about this fucking shit, I think it's let that cloud some of his perspective, I think, a little bit, honestly. I mean, you know, because I think he's kind of a rad lib type, you know, in my opinion. Just my hunch. And because of that, like, I think he gives too much benefit of the doubt or credit, you know, to, like, this whole idea about, like, sexuality or gender and shit. But, I mean, he still is at least willing to be critical and challenge that, you know, from it seems like. I mean, at the end of the day, it seems like, you know, his heart and, you know, his mind is still in the right place. I just think he considers the other perspective, you know, a little too much, despite, like, how much that side vilifies someone like him just on the virtue of being gay. I mean, it's just, I don't know, it's a little frustrating.
But it does exist. I don't think the exception makes the rule.
Yeah, like there's people born with...
It does, though. No, it does. It does. Like, in science, exceptions are a part of the rule as well. Because guess what? It's a rule that the exceptions happen in science, bro. Why do you think, you know, it's a rule in biology that, like, adaptations and mutations and these different things fucking happen? Because that's the rule of science, bitch. There are exceptional cases and, you know, and all that shit, but oh my god, dude, these people just don't get fucking science, bro. They try, I mean, maybe on certain elements they do, but they just don't understand the more, like, nuanced complexities of this shit. Like, mutations and adaptations and these certain other aspects, whether intersex or trans, whatever the fuck, these are all, like, exceptional circumstances of the normal, like, genetical, biological, like, processes, but they are still part of the rule of the fact that they happen. Like, I mean, the idea, oh my god, the idea that it's, like, an exception to the rules is bullshit. Because the exceptions are a part of the rules. You can't just, like, exclude them from the rules. They're a part of it.
11 fingers. As human beings, we like to package things that we can develop a palette for. We like to make things more palatable. We like to establish clear-cut rubrics.
Yeah, like social constructs.
For what is and what isn't a person. I think that's just the natural human tendency.
That's how our brain categorizes.
But I think that, you know, what separates...
Okay, no shit. You're saying obvious bullshit, bro.
It's us from the apes, is that we can give credence to these differences and create pockets of space, at least for a discussion, if you don't necessarily agree or whatever. Like, you know.
Oh my god, that was like the most non-response ever to any of this shit. Oh my god. Oh man, we're not even a third of the way in this specific topic. Oh my god, dude, this shit's about to get fucking heated. Let's go. Let's do it.
I think it would be an incredible disservice to the transgender community who gave us a lot of the beginning for us to fight for our rights, a separation from them.
True. Oh, please mention Stonewall. Please mention Stonewall. Because how that shit started was because of a trans person, a trans woman. Dude, mention Stonewall. Mention it. Do it.
Have our rights. That's just so privileged of us, like Marsha P. Johnson threw that first brick at Stonewall.
Yeah! That's right, let's go! You mentioned Stonewall! Yes! That's right!
2 a.m.
Fuck yeah, dude. Barry is so based. Dude, I love this guy. Fuck yes. Dude, dude, he knows his history. He knows his shit. Yeah! Dude, I love this guy. Yes!
P. Johnson was also a gay man, so when she was fighting for those...
Whoa. Gay man, but now you use her pronouns. Which is it, bitch? Oh, fuck you, Chandler, you transphobic piece of garbage trash. Oh my god, you actual piece of shit. Like, you're going to, like, denounce her trans, identity, but still use her pronouns, in the midst of fucking on her. Fuck you.
Fighting for gay rights because she was gay.
I totally agree.
Yeah, no, because she was trans and she was a part of the queer community, which the gay people are part of, asshole.
That it was.
Dude, oh my god, this shit's already about to get heated, just for me alone.
She didn't transition until long after Stonewall actually happened. But that's neither here nor there. We're here to defend. I'm here to defend the TQ being part of the LGB. Yes, there are some gay men that will overlook what's underneath the belt. That happens. But to say that you have to like them, that's wrong. And I also have a heart for the Q, because we can't clearly define the Q. When I was young, it was questioning. Now it's queer. Queer was a slur once upon a time. But I look at those people who were former homosexuals who now live a heterosexual lifestyle. They're never going to be accepted by the straight community, and they're not going to be accepted by our community.
That's bullshit. That's bullshit. I mean, just because someone, was, a victim of gay conversion therapy and lives a straight life does not mean that they will not be accepted in the gay community. What the fuck are you talking about, dude? Like, that's just not true. Like, if they, denounce that shit and, or more open about themselves, I mean, dude, the queer community would be just fine with that. They would celebrate that, but like, cool, good job. Like, you overcame the fucking conversion that you had to go through and all that bullshit. I mean, like, they, if anything, deconverted. So it's like, what are you talking about?
Them under the Q umbrella. Those straight people who do have sex with the same gender on occasion, they would fall under that Q. They may not fall under the B. So
well, you know what? That's fine. Which I don't disagree. And that's why the whole Q is there, okay? See, this guy's a mixed bag. Like, I feel like he's a grifter still, and I'm not exactly... He's sus in my mind, but I don't disagree with this, though. Like, this is true. Like, yeah, there are plenty of people who are straight or even overtly gay that are certainly a part of that whole queer/questioning element that, yeah, sometimes a gay person might, have sex with, a woman that might be, do some straight sex or some shit. Or vice versa, or whatever the fuck. Like, I mean, sure, that happens. Because, like, overall, sexuality is more of a spectrum. At least, especially considering how there's so many people that are either bi, pan, or, like, gay or straight that, definitely explore a little bit more outside of the typical, like, identity, how they feel about their sexuality. Because, I mean, being curious, when it comes to sexuality, there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, that's why, there's terms like being bi-curious and stuff like that. Like, because, sometimes people are just curious and they think, am I into this? And there's nothing wrong with that. It's totally fine.
They do exist in our spheres. We just can't put them on a pedestal above any of us because we're all in this together.
I also don't think that they should be divorced.
I mean, I guess I don't necessarily disagree, but, they should still have, like, the pedestal of their voice, just like anybody else should. But I guess I don't disagree, but I'm a little skeptical about how he's phrasing that, though.
As I'm a huge disability advocate, I have a mental health condition. It's very different from someone who uses a wheelchair. We still have a disability.
What you're getting at is that we're a minority. They're a minority, and the more that you take apart those minorities, the harder it is for us to fight for our rights.
The queer community is already divided. Since the queer community is already divided, I think separating the two is going to make them even more divided and a lot more animosity between queer and T with LGB.
It's a double-edged sword because in one way it's like, okay, well, we don't want to.
Man, don't disagree. So this guy's apparently our guy with the fit right here. I guess is a disabled person, from what he was telling. I mean, if that's the case, then why are you a conservative? Like, so many, you know, conservative policies would fuck you over, especially if you're a disabled person. Dude, I don't get these conservatives, man. I don't get, like, a lot of these conservatives. Like, I mean, I really don't sometimes. Because, like, I don't know. I mean, it's just like the age-old question of, like, why fight for against your own interests, you know?
Too much because we don't want to lose our united front against heteronormativity or whatever. But then at the same time, if we can't teach the nuances of our various identities to a heteronormative society, then it's like, okay, well, aren't you gay, aren't you trans? Like, it's all the same thing to them. So I think it's a balance between being all awash and then also noting that we are uniquely made up of all these different
You can have these conversations and have that mindset and talk about that type of shit, but still have the LGBTQ plus be all together. Like, I mean, you can have both, dude.
But I think if we had a stronger community, like, that wouldn't be the case. I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
Like,
and separating the, you know, the fucking Jesus Christ. You know, separating the LGB from the TQIA plus, you know, and shit. Okay, the TQIA like part versus the LGBT. Okay, that's way harder of acronyms separately. But like, I mean, like, if ain't that proves the point. Like, to separate that shit, it just try to say the TQIA part separately from LGBT. It's too hard. Okay, just keep it together. Like, I mean, holy shit, why separate it? Like, why make it, like, two uniquely different things? Like, I mean, like, this is why, like, the whole Q part is there in the first place. Because queer is meant to be the more broader, all-encompassing term for this shit. Because queer was used as a derogatory to people who happen to be gay, lesbian, bisexual, and, wow, shocker, trans as well. And maybe intersex and, you know, and anything else in between. Like, that's why. I mean, oh my god. This is so annoying. This shit is gonna really drive me up the walls.
Don't like me because who I am. I know that my brother right here, my sister right there is gonna like me and they're gonna support me. That's all I need, because it's all about my personal experience and what's in my circle. You don't need to be in my circle, but because it's within my own circle that I'm getting all this, you know, belittlement and hatred. Everyone just wants to be accepted. Honestly, like, that's the way it's looked at.
And can't we all, to some extent, identify underneath the Q? Their attraction maybe has shifted in some way to different types of men. Like, things are constantly evolving and, in my opinion, fluid. So to kind of force ourselves even into the LGB is to sit within the binary that doesn't help any of us anyways.
But I think
exactly, dude. Barrett is fucking slaying, dude. Every time Barrett says something, he's just like nailing this shit right off the park. Like, right out of the park, dude. This guy is fucking, like, laying bangers after bangers after bangers.
Stuff is just a matter of your personality.
Right.
Like, we had so many different labels, and you like this kind of person, then
what's wrong with that? Oh, we have so many labels in the LGBT. So what? Okay.
Sexuality, when reality just goes back to
but it's not
your gay, straight, or bi, and then your personality.
But our community is not doing itself any services by categorizing ourselves. Bear, twink.
Yeah.
And then...
Our community's not doing any favors by labeling ourselves like bear, twink, and this and that. Fuck you. So what? Like, yeah, it is. Like, yeah, because there are some people who are queer and part of the LGBTQ that identify that way. So fuck off.
You see it on the apps, on the profiles. Oh, no fats, no femmes, no this, no that. We're already segregating ourselves.
We can still...
Because it's called preferences.
...be a community while having a better way of...
I mean, oh my god, you can have sexual preferences, bro. Like, that's... Oh my... Whatever.
explaining what the differences are between the letters, because I mean, even in our conversation today, you guys are talking about a lot of anti-LGBTQ legislation, and as if I was a gay person watching, I would think, oh my gosh, like they're coming for my rights, they're coming for my rights. But a lot of times that legislation has to do with the TQ+, and I'm not saying I agree with it.
Oh my god, wait a minute, are you justifying the anti, like, you know, queer fucking anti, like, you know, gay legislation that's being pushed, like the don't say gay shit because it's targeting the TQ+? Are you serious? Dude, fuck you especially, dude.
We don't need to go into the legislation. All I'm saying is that the narrative...
Oh, yeah, we do. Yeah, because guess what? It's targeting people like you, and it's targeting, you know, motherfuckers, you know, like all over the board when it comes to, like, you know, black people, when it comes to, like, you know, immigrants and shit, when it comes to trans folk and shit, when it comes to their history and all this shit. Dude, yeah, no, we should probably get into that, you fuck. Well, don't be sliding that shit out of nowhere and just expecting people to just, like, not get into it, asshole. Maybe not these people. But, I mean, you expect, you know, people watching this to catch that shit and just not do anything with it? Fuck you, bro.
Gay men are being attacked when other letters are not giving any merit to the attacks. It is confusing.
No, gay people are being attacked too, bitch. No, they are. Like, what are you talking about, you absolute fucking liar?
Harmful to young gay men and their success because they're force-fed this narrative that they can't.
That's really fair, but there's been over 560 legislation bills put into like some sort of vote, right? And over 220 of those have been for transgender. That leaves what, around 300 plus, not just at the TQ.
I think that there's a lot of nuance when it comes to the laws that we have to talk about, but either way, when you say over 500 LGBTQ plus, the distinction between the two gets lost, and I don't think that it's...
I passed one of those laws.
What?
I passed one of those laws in Nebraska that protects children under the age of 18 from receiving gender-affirming care and hormones, because I've seen...
And you're proud of that.
Yes, I am very proud of that.
I am so ashamed of you.
Because I have friends who had their first experience with affirming care. Can I finish? But can I finish?
We're sitting here with, stuff you felt.
Dude, Barrett's going off on him. Dude, like, the fact that this guy's like, I'm proud that I basically stopped people under 18 to get gender-affirming care and shit like that. It's like, you fuck. Like, you actual piece of shit, dude. I mean, what the fuck, man?
I'm sure a lot of us disagree with you, but let him finish because we both have things
We can
to say.
all talk, but like let.
Because when I passed this legislation that you say targets LGBT people,
They do! It does!
Her first experience with this type of care was a double mastectomy at 15. She's now 19, doesn't know if she'll be able to. It's actually very common because
No, it's not. No, it's not. This whole idea that, like, you know, the idea that, oh, I want to retransition, that's bullshit. And a lot of reason why a lot of people who are trans want to retransition is because of fucking, you know, anti-trans, you know, societal pressures and shit like that. Like, I mean, oh my god, this is bullshit. Fucking lies.
How common?
Can I finish?
You passed
You're
the law.
asking me a question in the middle of my statement.
You passed a law that affects so many kids from feeling like themselves.
Yes, I did.
Transgender
I'm proud
kids.
of my law.
Oh, fuck you! Fuck you, you actual piece of shit! Like, honestly, you're proud of the fact that this shit, like, actually, like, you know, impacts and harms, you know, trans people just because, oh, you as a gay little fuckwit, you know, gets to, you know, sit there and suck dick daily and shit, but, you know, knowing that the fact that, like, some trans person, you know, is getting fucking heavily affected because you think they're, like, some gay guy in drag that has a mental illness, go fuck yourself, you actual parasitical fuck. Oh my god, fuck this guy. This guy is the actual grifter. The fact that he, like, proposed and pushed and legislated and, you know, made, you know, something into fucking law and, like, you know, enacted this shit, dude, this shows that that fucker Mario is a grifter. Fuck that parasitical piece of scum. Fuck him. Everything about him is nothing more than a pure aesthetic. Like, he only does that to fucking let your guard down.
That's unfortunate, and I'm ashamed of
If that's what it's going to take to get you to stop so I can finish my thought, I appreciate that.
All right,
fuck off.
You know what? I'm going to shut up until you finish, but I would really like to say something when you're done.
Sure. The person that I testified with, who their experience was a double mastectomy.
Dude, oh my god, look at him. He is like... Dude, he's honestly in shock of what's going on right now. I love it. That's how I feel. I'm like, holy fuck, this piece of shit is saying what he's saying, and this is happening.
Let him finish.
Oh my god, this is getting so heated. Let's go. Barrett, don't let him finish. Go, King. Do it.
Okay, that one person was one person in Nebraska, but I know a plethora of other people.
Hold on, let him finish.
Yes, keep going. Shut up, Ryan.
Other people in other states all over this country.
So easy. I
who
know
are
plethora of
feeling,
people all over the
who-
country.
Can we not do this? Like, what is
Oh my god! This is so good.
Can we let him talk?
Let's just
You're
pause.
gonna get time to talk.
I don't appreciate it.
I know, I'm furious too, but
No, for real. Fuck this shit. No, Bear's absolutely right. Fuck him. Fuck this shit and fuck that piece of shit. Like the idea that he's, gonna be proud, to, talk about, legislation that affects, trans kids and trans children and like queer children. People like him who are kids, that get impacted by this and have, higher suicidality rates, higher rates of depression, all this shit, and he's proud of that. Fuck him. Fuck that utter garbage piece of fucking shit. Like, I mean, no, Barrett has every fucking right to, call his ass out. Absolutely. Fuck him. He has, like, he don't get to finish. Fuck him.
let him finish.
No, fuck you. No, he don't get to finish. Fuck his ass. Everything he's saying is just like an avocation of like, some trans kids or queer kids' death somewhere in this fucking country. Fuck that actual piece of fucking shit.
More than you. And he's quiet. Just let him. You're gonna get your point.
Oh, because, Mario is civil and he happens to be respectful, his voice matters more. Go fuck yourself. I mean, because you're gay, you're gonna like it, so go suck a dick or some shit instead. Like, go fuck off.
Just let him.
I'm good. Thank you.
Just let him.
Yeah, no, he's good. Nah, he's gonna be good and it's gonna shut him down, rightfully so. Go off, bro.
You say how many people? You say it's a small subset, but for the
Because it is. And a lot of the reason why is because of fucking piece of shit like you.
It affects them for the rest of their lives. A decision they made.
Man, I need another fucking beer at this point.
Child will
I'm
affect
out.
them for the rest of their lives. This person will never feel their sensation on their chest. They don't know if they're going to ever be able to have a child, and they know they will never be able to.
What the fuck does that have to do with anything? You don't give a fuck about having kids. You're a gay person. Like, why do you care about reproducing? What the fuck do you give a shit about that, you freak?
Never be a woman in the regular senses. And this is happening more.
This has nothing to do with anyone that you're talking to. Like, this idea that you want to try to, like, have, like, some sort of moral stand about, like, reproduction as a gay conservative freak, to aggressive gay, men and shit. Why do they care about child raising and childbearing? They don't give a fuck about that unless they want to adopt. They don't give a fuck if, like, about this shit. What are you talking about? Like, you're barking up the wrong fucking tree, you dumb fuck. Like, your stupid conservative right-wing talking points that you were paid to say by the GOP does not work here, you fuck. You bought and known piece of shit.
More because we're conditioning our young people to say, hey,
say something, Barrett, say something. Go off, Barrett, say something.
Hey, this is okay. You can make these decisions as a senior.
He's trying to everything in his power to not say something. Just do it. Say something.
Community, I have to say, wait a second. You guys are kids. Wait till you have your whole lives.
Fuck off. Oh, wait, did you, you know what? I'd be curious. Did you figure out that you were gay by the time you were like 12 or 13? Because I guarantee you fucking did. I guarantee you by the time you were in like 6th or 7th grade, you found out you were gay. So, don't give me this bullshit.
Let's talk about this.
Honestly, shame on you.
Yeah, no, see, okay, Ryan might go off here. He's already shaming him immediately. Let's see.
Or not going after the actual facts. I realize your anecdotal experiences move you, and I respect and appreciate that. But let's be...
I don't. Fuck him. Now, fuck you, Ryan, for saying that. I mean, okay, you just lost me at that. Go off. Fuck off.
Clear. The most permanent thing a kid can go through is puberty, first of all.
Yeah. And the idea that, like, maybe someone who might be curious about being trans or gay or anything like that, and they want to go on puberty blockers because they're not really exactly sure about how they identify as, or they are sure about how they identify as, and they want to go for that type of treatment and affirmation, it's none of your fucking business, Mario, you worthless scum fuck. So this idea that you're proud of enforcing laws that prohibit children, who at some point were like you, wondering about your gender identity and your sexuality, at some point, Like, I mean, to prohibit that is fucking evil and demonic, you piece of utter parasitical shit.
When you deny a kid the opportunity to pause puberty, we're just talking about puberty blockers.
Which straight kids do all the time.
All the time.
All the time.
Yes, since the 80s, kids have been prescribed puberty blockers for a variety of reasons. And the law you passed prevents that. So you steal from kids who would like to be able to pause the ability to further.
Dude, our boy, like, I forgot what his name is, like Treon or whatever the fuck. He's only literally spoken twice this entire time. He's just, like, been sitting here for most of, like, all this shit. But, dude, he looks like he really wants to say something. Yeah, he's been in this, like... He's been in, like, that, like, ooh mode the entire time this topic has gone off.
Than 3% of people who do any kind of transition regret it and go back. Fewer than 3%. Finally, I want to make this very clear.
Okay, he kind of, you know, stopped doing the, ooh... I mean, he started, I think, you know, like, yes, I mean, someone with rational sense.
Done. You were so mean to everybody else who want to talk to you. My turn.
Oh, shit, he wanted to butt in.
And really robust standards of care laid out by all the leading medical associations that has been in existence for a long time, that is science-based, about guidelines for these things. But to be clear, the guidelines are very specific about this is supposed to be the parent's decision with their kid, with their medical provider. Which
I don't inherently agree, by the way. Which is true, but I don't entirely agree with that, because sometimes the parents are evangelical psychopaths that would be proud of enforcing the laws that this fucker, you know, wants to push. So, it's just like, you know, no, I don't agree with that. Sometimes the parents don't need to know anything about that. You know, honestly, because if they did, they would abuse and torment that fucking child. You know, to, you know, prevent that. Like, so, no. Like, I mean, sometimes, honestly, that's the only part I disagree with when it comes to that consensus. But, I mean, honestly, there is a challenge, you know, to, you know, like, yeah, and also a lot of schools that do enforce that idea, which is good. But, I mean, because, like, the fact that there are a lot of, you know, children that don't feel comfortable coming out to their parents or their family broadly is a factor to the shit.
Was rob all those families of choices. Your opinion, because you believe you know better than science, you know better than parents, you know better than people who even do know themselves. You're going to prevent them from having options because you personally have a problem with something that a couple of people and some other people you're aware of knew. None of them are statistically significant.
Yeah, it does a little bit.
Dozens of people you know of. Hundreds. That's a teeny tiny little sliver. You will never know or know of all of these people, and yet you've decided for them, and shame on you for it.
I think we...
Fucking based. Yeah. Yeah, damn fucking right. Amen.
I agree, though, that even though...
Oh, shut up.
Legislation, over 18, you don't care what they do.
I don't care what they do.
You're just more...
Yeah, but guess what? Like, I mean, most people understand what their sexuality and what their gender identity is before then. I knew that I was at least, you know, bisexual or at least, you know, later on pansexual, you know, by the time I was in fucking 6th grade. You know, when I was like 10.
Protecting the kids
He's protecting
that
kids
are
he
going
have.
His laws more so protecting those kids that are just tomboys.
No, they're not. Shut up.
Girls that are they're being force-fed this idea like, oh, I'm gay, maybe I'm a girl, and then like they're just like pink. They like.
I won't slap him so much. Like, I mean, yeah, guess what? Some people that might initially think they're gay might actually realize that they're trans. Wow, like that's never happened before. That has literally never happened before. Wow. I guess it's only a new thing and a new phenomenon that has happened. Bullshit. Get the fuck out of here, dude.
More feminine and it's like, oh, actually transition. And it's
like, you do realize that there are plenty of people that, you know, realize, even people who are bisexual, you know, or pansexual like me, I kind of consider myself a little bit of both at this point. Like, you know, I'll call myself bi or pan. Like, I think they're kind of a little interchangeable to a certain extent. I mean, I know there's a little difference, but whatever, either way. But, like, I mean, even with people like, you know, me, who might be pansexual or, you know, bisexual, I mean, we can also identify with a little bit more of a sense of androgyny. You know, maybe not necessarily full on, like, you know, transsexuality, but maybe more androgyny, you know, like, a more of a sense of, like, you know, gender neutrality, you know, where, you know, we don't necessarily have, like, you know, a sense of, like, you know, conforming to one gender or the other, even if we're more comfortable with one element of it versus the other, because obviously I dress more like a dude, and I'm more, you know, I'm pretty comfortable wearing men's clothes, but at the same time, I'd be comfortable wearing women's clothes, too. I mean, in fact, I have worn women's clothes before, and honestly, sometimes they're way more comfortable. Just saying. So, I mean, you know, like, I don't know why, but, like, women's clothes generally are a lot more softer and comfortable and more nice, you know, to wear sometimes. Just fucking putting that right out there. You know, it's just, they get better silks and shit like that, I guess. I don't know. But, like, I mean, either way, like, I mean, there are plenty of people that, you know, can also be gay, you know, that, you know, see themselves as maybe more androgynous or maybe a little bit more feminine in nature. Hence why twinks and femboys, you know, exist as a term. When it comes to the whole label argument, you know, when it comes to like, oh, there's too many labels in the queer community or the gay community, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, you want to know why? Because some people who are gay identify being more of like a masculine bear bod or maybe a more feminine twink femboy. Like, yeah, sometimes that exists. I mean, give me a break, dude. Like, it's, ugh. I mean, you know, and because of that, maybe sometimes, you know, those people realize, oh shit, you know, hey, actually, maybe I'm trans, actually. I actually prefer that being, you know, than, like, a biological male or biological female or whatever the fuck. Like, I mean, sometimes it happens.
That simple.
And I just hate that this is such an absolutist discussion on both sides, because it's like, you guys are like, no, there's nothing.
Okay, I don't disagree with that, but the fact that you're saying that makes me suspect about everything that you're about to fucking say beyond this point.
I'm not being absolutist.
I'm not being absolutist.
And also, like, leftists and progressives and, like, you know, queer liberationist types are not absolutists about this at all. So, I mean, I don't necessarily disagree, but this idea that, like, both sides are being absolutists is fucking retarded.
Don't put words in my mouth.
Okay,
I'm disappointed that someone
Can you let me
is
talk,
proud
please?
to sit
Can you
here
let me
and
talk?
pass a law that harms children
I got
when
it.
we know that our queer
we know your
community...
point. We got.
Shut up, Chandler. Fuck off. Dude, Barrett is a fucking king, dude. Every time he speaks, he's slaying, and it's actually annoying these conservatives. Dude, these conservatives are actually annoyed by this guy. It's fucking great.
So harmed already.
All I'm saying is that your guys are not making space for the people who have gone through this process and regret it. I personally know someone.
Oh my god! Ew, this idea that, like, there's, this idea that there's, like, this high rate transition rate is just so fucking ridiculous.
Same situation that you were in. And I'm not sitting here arguing for either side, because I think this is a very nuanced discussion. It used to be a 2-year process. Now it's...
Oh, quit fucking shaking your head.
6 months. Those things are changing because the capital and the motive behind it is now, which I'm sure that you guys on this side are against capitalistic, you know, healthcare. That's pushing it. And those guidelines, yes.
What are you talking about criticizing capitalism as a conservative?
There's a lot of money to be made in gender-affirming care.
A lot of money.
Get the fuck out of here. Like, you know what? If that's the case, then maybe you should talk about nationalizing healthcare and criticizing the capitalistic enterprise that is in our healthcare industry. But you use that as a point to go against gender-affirming care, but not against the capitalistic enterprise that is in our health. Oh my god, you actual piece of shit. Oh! Holy fuck, this guy actually annoys the shit out of me so much. Holy fuck. Oh my god, I'm gonna take a leak real quick, have a little bit of a respite, because, oh my god. I knew this was gonna be heated. But, oh my god, I did not realize it was gonna be this golden. Hey, Popo. I have a doggo. I need a little fluffy doggo to love on for a segment. You sweet little pup. Look at you. Yes, yes.
Doctors who are
1.6 million per child that gets on it. That's throughout their lifetime. That's how much that
There are
pharma
so
makes
many
from it.
other things that kids get that.
Hey, guess what? Maybe nationalizing our healthcare system would help with that. Like I was saying from earlier.
I understand that, but you're not leaving any room for nuance in this discussion.
Actually, I would argue
there isn't. Oh my God, there isn't really a fucking need for it when the root of the whole problem with the whole fucking issue is nationalizing our healthcare.
you guys aren't leaving room for nuance because you make a decision.
I never said a statement.
Well, okay, I apologize.
Fuck off. Yeah, you did.
And for those of you that I have been mean to, I'm sorry. I love and respect all of you as people.
I don't think it's mean.
Nuance
I think it's
is
a lot.
valuable, and that's why we leave it up to the parents and the medical professionals and the individuals who are making these decisions. There are people who get hair plugs and regret it. There are people who get nose jobs and regret it. There is no such thing.
we don't
There's
give
no,
hair
I'm
plugs
not,
and nose jobs to kids.
Kids can get nose jobs, can get breast jobs. Of course, kids are getting this all the time.
Yeah, kids can get that shit. I mean, there's cis people that can get testosterone replacement therapy or estrogen replacement therapy and shit like that. I mean, these are things that happen. Oh my God, these people, these conservatives just generally don't understand this shit, do they?
Oh, he's done. She's waiting on us.
Sorry, I think it sounds like we're not really going to find a middle ground between some of you.
We will have to hug.
But can I sort of? Can I actually?
Dude, I love the producers are just being honest with that, but none of them are being yeah, that's true. Let's move on. They're now fuck off. We're gonna keep going with this.
Yeah. Go for it. I think this is exactly going back to the point of why there is a separation, because it's a very lived, different experience than just being a cisgendered gay man. That was the whole point of the prompt.
This is everyone's opinion, and no matter how frustrating it can be, going and attacking people, it was just a lot. If that was me, I would be so mad and I would just go off. So, I commend you for really holding your composure.
And I just want to apologize because that's absolutely right. And I broke my own rule in being fired.
Oh my God, this weird little decorum bullshit, dude. Give me a break. This idea of oh well, we need to just kind of have a middle ground and this decorum thing and blah 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 blah. It's I mean, dude, the fact that someone literally openly said that I'm proud that I basically just discriminated against children, and made it so their suicidality and depression got worse. I mean, it's nah, there ain't no middle ground to shit like this. I mean, I don't blame Jubilee for that necessarily, but I mean, goddamn, dude. There's definitely a level, of you just gotta let people go off and just let them, state their fucking shit. And just let shit get heated. I mean, cause this shit got contentious, honestly, cause I kind of pre-watched the black conservative versus white liberal thing a little bit. That shit was nowhere near as contentious as this. This is fucking contentious. I mean, and honestly, let them go off. Let these people, just say some shit, dude. Let them pop off a little bit. Don't try to enforce this weird decorum where you have to try to, make them stay all civil. I mean, when there's some blatant bullshit that needs to be shut the fuck down, let it be shut the fuck down. That's why I like Barrett. He's been a fucking king slaying shit left and right, dude. He's the fucking, Conan, just yeah, just slicing everything, in sight, dude. He's just going off. I mean, I love Barrett in this one, dude. He's been great. I hope he has, some YouTube channel or some shit, because, dude, he's been popping off. I like it.
That's not how you deserve being treated.
And I ultimately do side with my liberal brothers that I don't agree with the legislation, but it's not malicious. I see where you're coming from, and
Kai, quit letting the weird upbringing of you being in an Abrahamic religion and the Puritanistic conditioning that has brought upon you fucking cloud your judgment, bro. Don't let it do that to you, dude. Don't be that guy, man. I was that guy. It's cringe. Don't do it.
Exists, and people that live here, they have that. But I do disagree with legislation, but I don't necessarily have to personally.
Wait, what did Bear say?
that live here, they do, they have that. But I do disagree with legislation.
Oh my god, I can't even tell because he was saying it so quietly. God damn it.
So we have to personally attack you.
Drag shows are too sexual for minors.
Oh no. Ah, another one. Oh, fuck me. Oh god. Oh no. This is getting. Oh boy. We're barely halfway through. Oh my god. We're over halfway through this, but just barely. I kind of want to put the. I love how every fucking liberal gay person did not step forward, but every conservative did. Oh my god, go fucking figure, dude. Of course, go figure, bro. Holy shit, go fucking figure.
I think it's important to not put a blanket statement over everything.
I was just gonna say that.
Yeah, like, y'all have it, fuck off. Like, you know what? Weirdly enough, Zane, our gay Vosh wannabe looking dude, like our dude in the maroon blazer, he's been the least, like, shitty conservative gay guy in this entire panel. Like, he's actually surprised me. Like, I thought he was gonna be the weird, like, trad Catholic con gay guy or something, like a Mayo type or some shit. But no, he's actually been the more moderate one that's actually been not bad, really. I mean, he doesn't have great takes entirely, but he's actually not really been that terrible. But everyone else here, like from Chandler to Mario to this Amir dude, oh my god, they are fucking insufferable. They are genuinely insufferable.
Already when they step forward, there were
or not Chandler, Clarkson, whatever his fucking dumbass name is.
A Stoutfire example, and then it's gonna be like, oh well, why is that okay for kids and drag is not? Love a good drag show. I frequent them all the time.
Wait, so why do you think it's over sexualized? Oh, is it because the drag shows that you go to might be a little bit sexual in nature? Is that why? Because guess what? Not all drag shows are sexualized, dude. Dude, I already know why he thinks they're over-sexualized, because the drag shows that he goes to and frequents all the time are more sexual in nature. That's fucking why. Oh my god. What a way to out yourself on that one when it comes to this position, dude.
Most of them are.
You like the idea of drag being sexual, and you like going to those shows. And because of that, you see drag as nothing more as some sort of a sexual type of thing. And because of such, you think, you know, when there's family-friendly drag shows and all-ages drag shows, when there isn't anything sexual going on, you inherently think there is. Because that's how you perceive it. Because that's where you go to drag shows for. That's why. What a way to out yourself, bro. Like, that was way too fucking easy to really pin you on this fucking position when you fucking said that. I mean, as soon as you admitted that shit, it made it way too obvious as to why you think the way you do on this issue. Because you see it as a sexual thing, and you like it. And you know what? That's fine. That's okay. But don't ruin it for everyone else, because, like, there are some drag performers that do things, you know, that are non-sexual, that are platonic in all ages. Like, don't ruin it for everyone else, you piece of shit. Fuck you.
Not appropriate for children. Most of them. Not all, but most of them. There are instances that are circulating on social media.
Oh my god, dude, look at it. Dude, Lou Barrett is actually fucking, like, legit pent up with rage. Like, he wants to go berserker mode. Dude, oh my god, I love him so much, dude. I would let him embrace me as much as he wants. I don't even give a fuck. I'm willing to admit it. I don't care. Dude, like, I mean, dude, like, I am feeling is Barrett, like, my, like, doppelganger or something? Because, like, dude, whatever he's saying or whatever he's feeling is exactly how I feel and what I, you know, want to say. Like, I mean, everything about him is pretty much, like, damn near identical to how I feel about this entire thing.
A small minority of drag shows where kids are present and then it's over-sexualized, people pleasuring themselves, wearing outfits that are...
That's not what happens most of the time. And again, the fact that you go to drag shows that have that shit happen because you admitted it earlier says something about you, not the drag shows that are family-friendly in all ages. You piece of shit.
Of genitalia. For that reason, I would say that drag typically is not appropriate for children. Do I think it needs to be legislated? No, because I don't trust the government to legislate it responsibly, but I do trust parents.
I mean, I agree with that.
to use their best.
I mean, okay. So, I mean, okay, so if this is the case, you want parents to be in charge? I mean, fine. Honestly, I think it is the parents' prerogative. If, parents don't want their children to go to a drag show, then don't take them. Don't take them to it. There you go. I mean, yeah, I agree with that. Alright. I mean, but this idea that, like, all drag shows are inherently sexualized or whatever, like, that's just bullshit, though. But at least you don't want to legislate it, in the government. And you don't trust the government to, have some nuanced take or whatever the fuck about it. Like, alright, fair enough. But your take about it is still dumb.
And know that when something is typically sexual, it most likely will be, so just don't take your kids there.
Yeah.
That's another admission. And again, says something about you, doesn't it? Like, if drag to you is inherently sexual because you go to those drag shows, like you admitted earlier, are inherently sexual, that means you go to drag shows for that very reason. And you freak with them all the time, like you just said. So if that's the case, then that means that you go to different drag shows, whether they're for all ages or not, inherently thinking they're sexual. That's why. That's a you problem, no one else. It's not anyone else's fault that you get bricked up over looking at a drag queen. Like, that's no one else's problem but you, dude.
I disagree with them. There were folks trying to ban drag. You can't do that. We have the First Amendment for free expression. I think
Dude, why is this... Dude, this guy is honestly surprising me. Like, he is saying... Like, he sat down saying they're over-sexualized, but he's still defending it. Like, I mean, dude, this guy's actually not been bad. This same dude's actually been the one that I've been pleasantly surprised with. Is he, like, the most, like, liberal of these conservatives? Because, honestly, that's the vibe I get from him. Like, I think he's, like, genuinely maybe, like, an old guard. I think this guy is, like, actually the log cabin Republican guy. Like, I think this dude is, like, a log cabin Republican type, a moderate old guard Republican type, maybe more libertarian leaning, especially on social issues, for sure. This guy might be, like, a libertarian log cabin Republican dude. Like, I mean, now I think I read his whole fit wrong. I was thinking maybe Mario was going to be that dude, but he's actually been the fucking fascist. Like, I mean, man, dude, conservatives are so confusing.
Should be able to be celebrated and just kind of dress however you want. I think it is.
Yeah, I agree with that, yes. Okay, dude, why are you throwing a curveball at me? Yes.
I think it's great, but then sometimes there are instances where it's not, and, like, we have to talk
Okay, here's the actual curveball.
about that rather than being ban drag or no, it's completely safe. I think we need to have that middle ground conversation on what that means.
As a child who...
You want to know how you solve that? You set up drag events, which, by the way, this literally already happens. It's been happening forever. You set up drag shows that are 18 or 21 plus, and then you have ones that are all ages. There you go. Wow, you solved the problem. Like, there's your middle ground. Like, okay, I kind of get what he's saying, because I don't inherently disagree, but that's why you have certain events for adults and certain ones for all ages, depending on what they're for. That's why you have, like, drag story hour, because that's meant to be for, well, all ages. They're not meant to be for adults, inherently. Like, I mean, they're meant to be for family, kid interaction events and shit. And obviously, there's nothing sexual about that shit. But at the same time, sometimes maybe those same drag performers might go to, like, 18 or 21 plus shows and do stuff that may be sexual. Maybe not all the time, but maybe they do. You know what? So the fuck what? Who cares? There's plenty of things that people do that, are like for the benefit of children and stuff like that when it comes to, like, a story hour or whatever the fuck, or some shit. And, once, like, all the children went to bed and it's like 8 p.m. onward or 10 p.m. afterwards and shit, they partake in a little sexual activities and shit. So what? What they do in their adult life versus when it comes to, like, all ages events are separate fucking things. Like, they're totally different fucking situations and totally different things. Like, I mean, like, what's pretty analogous, when it comes to this shit is actually with furries. Like, I mean, because there's plenty of furries that, for sure, whether primarily or at least, as a side effect, basically. See furries as, kind of somewhat sexual and have, sexual element towards it. I mean, that doesn't take away from the fact that they also do things, for all ages, So, like, kid smiles and like, oh, look, there's like, talking animal critter person. Can I hug him? And blah, 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 like whatever the fuck. Like, I mean, it's the same type of idea. Like, sometimes during the day, those sitters go out and do their thing and, like, have a kid smile and be like, oh, shit, hey, that's pretty cool. And then, hey, they get together at the bars and where they're more adult sits and fucking them or some shit. I mean, that happens. I mean, you know what? It ain't a big deal. Like, I mean, because they're totally separate fucking things. Like, I mean, it's just so annoying. Like, that shit has already been established and is essentially been established for forever, essentially. I mean, those lines in the sand have been drawn pretty heavily for a long fucking time. Like, it's just so ridiculous. Like, the idea that, there isn't a line and there needs to be, like, some conversation to figure out where the fuck that is just so silly. It's just so fucking silly because it's already there. It's been there. It's just so dumb.
My sister's clothes. I wore my mom's makeup. I put on their heels. I did all the things. I just explored my, who I was. Feeling comfortable expressing yourself and being around drag could be, like, for a kid like me, if I saw that it was okay to dress up and nobody was, like, shaming me. Maybe.
Yeah, because that's what drag is about, predominantly. Like, it's about dress up and fun artistic expression. And sometimes it's sexual and sometimes it's not. And for you, Clarkson, you evidently see it as kind of a sexual thing. Which is why you perceive drag as nothing but sexual, even though it inherently isn't. Like, oh my god, what a way to get so close to the point but miss it entirely.
Would be helpful, but that doesn't change the fact that the majority of drag shows that you go to see today are sexualized.
Yeah, that's another omission right there. That we see, no, that you see, Clarkson, that you specifically see. No, that's bullshit. Like, not everyone that goes to a drag show goes to see it for a sexual thing, specifically, or, goes to a sexual drag show specifically. Unless they're actively seeking it out, like you are. Oh my, this guy annoys the fuck out of me. Dude, oh my god. Like, it's so weird, because, I mean, Clarkson actually is, like, so close to the point on certain issues, but then misses it entirely. It's like, I mean, it's like, he's, like, shooting his arrow, and his arrow barely misses the target by, like, like, on the edge, and then it just, like, yeets itself into the fucking forest, like, 50 feet away. It's just like, I mean, it's like, how do you get so far away from the fucking target like that? It's like, oh, god, dude, this is what annoys me about so many conservatives, regardless of what issue it is. Whether it's, like, healthcare issues, queer issues like this, or drag issues, or, like, labor issue, whatever the fuck it is, like, so many times they're so close to understanding the fucking root of, the bullshit of it all, but then they just miss the fucking point entirely, like, utterly, and are like, nah, the problem is, like, the sexualization, the problem is, like, these immigrants, the problem is this, that. It's like, oh my god. It's like, you're so close, but so fucking far away. It's like, oh my god, it's the most frustrating thing about these motherfuckers. I think, honestly, that is, for me, at least, the most frustrating thing about conservatism. It's like, at least, for the general base of people that are conservatives, like, it's like, half the time they are so goddamn close to understanding, the problem. But then, like, out of nowhere, they just throw some random bullshit where they're just so far away from the actual problem. And it's like, oh my, it actually just gets annoying. And it fucking gives me whiplash every time. Like, because it's like, on one hand, it's like, yeah, and they're like, because they throw you some random bullshit, and they're, like, way more fervent and, like, solidified on that front, versus, like, oh yeah, this is bullshit, and realizing, yeah, it is kind of bullshit. Or throwing out, like, some genuine facts about some things, like, yeah, it's not all this and that, and blah, 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 but it actually is, though. It's like, oh my god. You're so close, but so fucking far away. Why? I'm like, fuck, dude, it's so annoying. God, I mean, it's like the biggest thing about conservatism that drives me up the wall. It's not really the stupidity or like the extremism elements and stuff like that. It's that like sometimes they are just so close but so far away from the point. That's what really annoys me the most about these motherfuckers. And I think especially with this is case in point. Like, because like, on one hand, Clarkson's generally like close to understanding the idea about this whole drag thing, but because of his anecdotal experience and his perspective and what he has been to and what he has experienced when it comes to drag shows, he thinks that's what the fuck it all is, and it's an absolute. Which is funny enough, I'm pretty sure he was the one saying, hey, we can't have everything in absolutes, both sides, taking it absolutes. I'm pretty sure he was the one that was saying that. And yet he's taking this whole drag thing as a whole absolute because of his experience. It's like, bro, like, it's like you're so close, but because of your own experience, you think that's still the absolute and you're so far away from the actual problem. Oh, God, they annoy me so much. It's like, I always say, it's like I want to slap him with a salmon. Because, I don't want to actually do harm to him. I just want him to be fucked up a little bit and be like, what the fuck, man? So just slap him with a salmon. Just take a wet salmon, flop it out of the water, little tail swigging around everywhere, and just hold it up against them and just let that tail just go, and just slap him silly. I mean, that's just what needs to happen. It's like some of these motherfuckers just need that treatment. Maybe not a full-on tune-up. I mean, not every, type of person like this needs a full-on tune-up. But, sometimes you just need a wet salmon treatment. You just need a salmon treatment, Yeah, the Rolf way of dealing with things. Yeah, exactly. Sometimes, you just need that treatment. Not a full tune-up, but just, the Wolf treatment. Just get a wet salmon, fresh out of that waters, and just slap him silly with it.
We even start with drag as where its origin comes from. Here it happens mostly in bars. That's where these queens are getting their training. I myself, in my time, have helped it.
See, okay, and because a lot of, the whole element about drag and stuff like that, initially started in the underground. Sometimes you challenge someone to the duel with salmon as weapons. Yeah, sometimes you need that.
The queen organized a show that was family friendly, and I use the quotations because she actually took it out of a bar. She's like, we can't make something family friendly and still produce it in a place where they serve alcohol. So she actually ended up renting a theater, asking people to pay for tickets, and she put on a produced show where they came in from backstage and they would come on stage like you would expect to see a Broadway show. And
okay, so what's the problem? It sounds like a family friendly event. Like the idea of like, oh, hey, we can't really have this family-friendly event at this bar that's right next to this theater, so let's just set it up at the theater, then we'll have like an after show at the bar, or something like that. I mean, why is that a problem? That sounds like a fucking great time. So, like the people who are there for the family event, taking their kids can go home, and maybe they could come back and see the more adult side of the show, and then the people that are there on their own can immediately go to the bar afterwards. I mean, like, well, what's the problem with that? I mean, like, dude, again, it's just like they use anecdotal experiences to try to justify their bullshit, and it's just so silly. Like, I mean, like, what the fuck? Like, this idea that, like, their anecdotal experience somehow justifies this idea that, like, it needs to be prevented, or it's too sexualized, so thus, it can't happen, and blah, blah, blah. It's just so fucking annoying.
Sure that she told anybody that was going to come in and perform, you don't grab your breasts, you don't grab your crotch, you don't shake, you don't do. We have to make sure that it has to be available and consumable for the general public, because we don't.
That's fine. I mean, I don't see anything wrong with that. It's because it's a family-friendly event. Okay, so what? I mean, that doesn't mean there can't be like an after show at the bar that's around the corner that they initially wanted to try to do it at. I mean, what's wrong? Okay. What, that needs to be an absolute no matter what, across the board?
Walking through our doors, and we have a responsibility and a duty to make sure that we don't confuse children, we don't upset.
That's the parents' responsibility, not you.
And if we want this show to be a success, we have to make it palatable for as many people as possible.
Okay, so. Oh my God. Okay. Let's see what everyone else says, because I really hope Barrett goes off like the king that he's been going off as.
Okay, well, right here.
Dude, they're all murmuring to each other. They all kind of want to start saying some shit right off the bat. All right, who's gonna say first? Who's gonna start?
We don't say the same thing about pop stars. It's literally the same.
Yeah, it's our boy Barrett.
and I think that it's hyper myopic, zoned in because we are.
Yes.
It's an easy way to go after us. I don't think most people that don't like.
Dude, oh my God, go off. Yes, true. Yep. Every time he like says something, it's just there's nothing wrong with anything he's saying. It's like utterly just true. Like, dude, is he like a Voshite or something? Dude, this guy has to like watch Vosh or something. Like, I swear to God, this guy probably watches Vosh or Hassan or something. Dude, there's no way. Like, he's a Voshite.
Those are angry about drag shows, actually care about drag shows, or have ever even been to one. I think when you go, you said majority. I've not been to all the drag shows. I can't speak for the majority, but I've been to my fair share in New York and LA.
I mean, I've been to a couple of them in Portland, and they were technically adult, but there was nothing overtly sexual about them. I mean, sure, there might have been like some, sultry vibes or maybe like a little sensuality, but nothing atypical from like, heteronormative sensuality and stuff like that. Nothing atypical from that. I mean, basically meaning that like, for example, like when I was seeing Safe Ferris at Dante's in Portland, Mo, the main singer, she at one point for one of the songs called I Know, she decided to kind of strip down off of her dress, where she revealed this like single piece, like kind of black stocking one piece thing, where she was a lot more revealed and a lot more sensual, and she was kind of like doing this little like kind of sexy dance while doing it and stuff, and it's overtly sexual. I mean, honestly, not to the point where she's showing bits or anything like that, but it's meant to be obviously pretty sexy, which it was. I will admit that. Basically, that's what I'm saying. It was basically nothing more than that. And honestly, if anything, Mo was going a little bit more sexual than what I've seen at drag shows, at least, for the ones I've been to in Portland. And granted, there definitely are ones that are probably more sexual than that, and I just haven't been to them. And you know what? Who cares? They exist. It's fine. There's plenty of drag shows that can also be adult shows that aren't even inherently sexual in nature. They can still be platonic. They're just adult shows because, like, alcohol is being served or something like that. Because it's at a bar. It's like not every adult drag show is inherently a sexual show. That's the other aspect of this thing. It's like, just because it's like an adult drag show performance going on like at a bar, for example, doesn't inherently mean it's sexual. Like Mario's point from earlier when it came to that whole like performer wanted to do it at the amphitheater or whatever, or like at the bar initially, and realized that we can't have an all family ages show here, which means we can't maximize our audience. They went to the amphitheater instead, because they would have to make it a 21 over show regardless if they wanted to make it that themed, or not, because they serve alcohol there. So sometimes, drag shows, just are at bars and stuff like that, but just because they're 21 and over doesn't inherently mean that they're sexual. That's just absurd. Sometimes they are, but that's just because they decide to organize it that way. And you know what? Who gives a fuck? So what? Boo-hoo. Don't go to it if you don't like it. There you go.
Queens turn out. They put on a show. It is not about being sexual. It's about being smart, funny, witty. They make their costumes. They do their makeup. It is art entertaining.
True.
I don't think they get enough respect for what they do.
Based and true. Yes.
And it's sad that drag is kind of being painted that way for everyone when there are a lot of people that are doing beautiful work. But what do you think when it does cross the line of being
inherently
saying don't do that, man. You know what? Let it cross the line then. Some people do that, so they can cross that line. So what?
Of drag as an art form, then go to the one thing that they can, which is like, the sexualization of the minor. Like, but which I think,
such a dog whistle.
Not taking down all the naked statues that are like all over Italy and like in the Catholic Church, like, it's like naked babies. If you're gonna like say, well, none of the like sexualization of children and none of the inappropriateness, then you have to go after it all.
And I will get with you guys on that point where it is hyper-focused on the drag queens when it is a bigger conversation of what is acceptable and not acceptable for children, especially pop stars. When I've been to Beyonce's tour 4 times this year so far.
Sounds like you're a simp. Sounds like you're a really big Beyonce fan.
Need to go. While I'm there, I love the experience. I love the show. But I'm also fighting in my head being like a super big fan, but I'm like, this is really inappropriate for children. But
is it though? It's a Beyonce show. I mean, go to a metal show, bro. I've been to some metal shows where it's pretty insane and the stage stuff is pretty crazy. Like, Beyonce is fucking pretty tame in comparison, dude. Go to a punk show, bro. Like, you don't know nothing about what's appropriate for kids when it comes to a show. You don't even know, bro. Dude, I've been to some raunchy-ass fucking house shows. I've been in some pretty cool punk shows that are definitely not appropriate for kids at all, dude. I mean, dude, bruh, Beyonce is nothing in comparison to some of the concerts I've been to, okay? In comparison to the shows I've been to, bullshit, bro. Dude, you don't know nothing. You don't know anything, dude. If you think Beyonce ain't safe for kids, wait until you see the punk scene and the middle scene, brother.
Talking about that because
Beyonce. Because it's Beyonce.
There's so much footage out there of adult women with their minor daughters going to a Justin Bieber concert and being out of their minds about him being in any way sexual. They respond when he does a sexual thing. This is a norm. It's just that in this case, it's about queer people, and norms don't get to apply to us.
Right, and I think that
Yep. 100%.
Art in general has the potential to, blur the...
I mean, I will admit, honestly, like, Ryan kind of irks me a little bit every now and then because I think he's a rad lib. But, when he's on point, he's on point.
What's socially acceptable and what isn't, that's what makes it art. So it's important to remember that all forms of art, and I speak on this on my platforms too. When I have kids, they're not...
On your platforms? Wait, so you're a content creator? Wait a minute. So, do you make videos? I'm actually gonna look him, alright, his name's Clarkson. Oops. Not Sin. Son. Let me just, look up conservative. Yeah. Clarkson Lawson. Is this the same dude? Let's see. Is this the same guy? Oh! It is! Dude, this is his channel. Google defines me as an internet personality. Dude, this is him. Dude, we found him. Oh my god! He was on Newsmax! He is a grifter! Oh my god, he was on fucking Newsmax! Oh my god! Oh, and here, dude, there he is reacting to Jubilee. Wait, he was on Jubilee before. 7 months ago. Oh my god. He's a conservative grifter through and through. Not a big one, at least on YouTube. Wait, what other platforms is he on? Cultural and political commentary. Oh my god. Cheerleading world champion? So he's a cheerleader? That explains the drag stuff, I guess. TikTok, Twitter, and Instagram. I mean, oh my god, dude, this guy is a fucking grifter. When he said, on his other platforms, that immediately fucking sold the idea that he's a grifter. And it totally is. And dude, the fact that he's on goddamn Newsmax! He's on Newsmax! Dude, he is totally propped up by the GOP, dude. He's totally propped up by the right wing. As soon as he said that shit, oh my god, he's a token gay for the far right. Oh my god, I knew it. What about the Mario guy? Oh my god, I don't know if I'll be able to find him. You know what, let's see. Can we find him? Mario conservative. It's probably gonna show fucking the Mario movie or something. Yeah, it literally is immediately pulling up the Mario movie shit. It's not pulling, yeah. It's not, it pulls up the Jubilee I'm looking at, but yeah, it doesn't show the exact dude. Yeah. I guess he's, he's a little bit more, okay, there we go. He's a little bit more, I guess, obscure, but this guy is a fucking content creator and makes fucking videos on TikTok and shit, and oh my god, wow. Conservative grifter, confirmed.
That it was okay to dress up and nobody was shaming me. Maybe that could be helpful, but that doesn't change the fact that the majority of drag shows that we see today are sexualized.
We have to even start with drag.
Oh, wait, hold on. This is a little too far back. Yeah, we got to the point where they're all back here. Yeah, here we go.
They put on a show. It is not about being sexual. It's about being smart, funny, witty. They make their costumes. They do their makeup. It is art, entertaining. I don't think they get enough respect for what they do.
And it's sad that drag is kind of been painted that way for everyone when there are a lot of people that are...
Okay, we're still a little bad. It was Right.
In this case,
it was after this guy. Yeah, right here.
That art is bad. It's because I'm not comfortable with my kids being there. But if the government is in a
You don't have kids, so why do you care? Dude, you're gay. You don't have kids. Like, what are you talking about?
For you.
Yes.
What?
You feel like you maybe could have experienced.
No, you don't. What are you talking about? You don't have kids. You're a young, gay, Republican, GOP influencer psyop fuck. Like, you do not have fucking goddamn kids, bro.
Something that was good for you by seeing drag when you were little.
Right.
And then you just said you wouldn't take your kids.
Because the majority of drag shows that I've seen.
Oh shit, Bear called him out, dude. Because he was mentioning earlier how he was like, you know, he found his mom's makeup and stuff and would dress up and kind of was like, you know, found drag early on in his childhood. And he's saying, oh, kids shouldn't be exposed to that. And dude, Bear called him out. You know, I wasn't even thinking about that until he mentioned that.
Wouldn't find appropriate. I'm not going to run the risk. I'm not saying that there isn't a drag show that would be good for a child. I never said that.
Then why are you implying that there isn't? Because that's what you're implying, that because of what you experience in your anecdotal experience of how, like, they're all sexualized and shit because you go to sexualized drag shows and you think, you know, because of your experience, that's every kid's experience. You're implying that, dude. So what do you mean Clarkson Larson? What was it? Clarkson Lawson? What was his name again? Lawson. Yeah, Clarkson Lawson. What fucking name is that? Clarkson Lawson. You have son in both of your first and last. Oh my god. Dude, what? Oh my god, who named you? Was it your mom or your dad, and who lost the bet? Like, oh my god.
From my experience going to drag shows, I'm not going to run the risk of taking my kid and putting them in an environment that I don't deem appropriate.
I mean,
yes,
we have a responsibility to police our own community.
Wait, he wants kids, so what? Like, okay, if that's the case, then what if they get into it like you did? Like they found out that, you know, they found your drag makeup kit and they started, you know, playing around with it and you found them playing around with it. Like, what then? Is it, like, sexualized and bad then? I mean, because, like, it's not. I mean, honestly, I did that when I grew up. Like, honestly, like... What? Hey, shut up. Like, back, like, when I was a child, like, honestly, when it came to my mom's makeup kit, or even my Grandma Kay's makeup kit when she, you know, visited us, I would play around with that shit. I did ask would, like, get the lipsticks, and obviously it was horrible. I would literally just, like, smear it all over my face because I'm, like, fucking 4 years old. But I legit would just, like, you know, you know, play around with that shit and, like, take the weird powders and just puff it all over my face and I would look like a goddamn demon. But, you know, like, I mean, my mom especially thought it was hilarious. And honestly, looking back, I mean, I think it's kind of funny too. But the thing is, like, it's not exactly abnormal for kids to play around with shit like that. I mean, whether they're a boy or a girl, I mean, it's not really that big of a deal. I mean, like, because I played around with it, but, hey, guess what? I didn't turn out to be, like, some crazed fucking drag queer fucking trans demon, you know, from hell or some shit.
Drag queen comes out from backstage into a bar and someone has their child. That drag queen should be like, stop, whose child is this? Why is this child in this bar? Under 21?
I mean, at a bar, duh. Dude, okay, like, what weird fucking crackpot idea is this? Oh yeah, like, we're at a drag, you know, show at this bar that someone wanted up, but someone brought a kid. Yo, who's this kid? Where's this random kid? Dude, no, name a time that's fucking happened, bro. Like, that never happens. Oh my god. Are you kidding me? Like, what type of weird bullshit fucking story is that? Oh my god.
I mean, they're gonna lose their alcohol license, especially in California. Although I do think that there are one...
Well, yeah, because guess what? That doesn't happen! Because there's a lot of legal precedent if that did happen. Oh my god. Oh my god. Holy shit. That does not. Oh my. What does he actually think that, like, bars and, like, these, like, adult drag shows sneak children in and jeopardize, like, alcohol licenses and business licenses and shit? Does he actually think that happens?
Art shows that are amazing for adults also may not be appropriate for children, but it's not inherently the art form that determines
I agree. I mean, the vast majority of drag shows happen in places that are 21 and up. So it's not...
Yeah, exactly. I was saying that from earlier. Like, a lot of them happened in 21 up areas, like in bars and shit, but that doesn't inherently mean they're sexual. I guarantee that's basically what he's going to say.
There's a rash of kids being taken into bars and seeing, but I think it's really important to note that the argument about whether or not a certain...
Oh, actually, a little side thing. Some bars actually do allow minors up till a certain time. Like, some bars will be like minors allowed until like 8 p.m. or like 9 p.m. Like, around here, there are some bars that allow that. Like, they'll have a sign up that says minors allowed up until like, 10 a.m. or like when they open up till like 9 p.m. or some shit like that. At least around here. And sometimes there are some bars that says no minors allowed, where it's like no, under any circumstance, under any time of day, they're not allowed out, at all. Because there are some places like the bar that I go to play pool at, where they will allow minors up until like 8 p.m. Because it's also kind of like a little, dive bar slash, diner bar a little bit. You can get food there. And the food's actually pretty good. So, sometimes, people with their kids, go there. And sometimes, like, there'll be teenagers after school that go play pool there and stuff.
Yeah, bar food's the best.
It actually is, honestly. Not every bar. If you get a good bar that's good bar food, yes. But some bars are pretty shitty with their food, though.
Yeah.
You have to find the good. You have to find the right bar. You have to find like the local.
Pubs have great food.
You have to. Yeah, you got to get to like the good local dive bar, basically. Luckily, Marcus got a lot of that shit. But either way,
Like Montana, Wyoming, it just depends. Like lots of times, bars are only place. It's like a restaurant bar, so.
Right, yeah. There's also like a bar on the side and stuff, yeah.
Bars, like Billings, they have no minors or...
Minors allowed up until certain...
Minors allowed is just like a restaurant that serves...
Yeah, where the minors are allowed, at least maybe in a certain area of the venue slash like restaurant bar, or maybe they're only allowed until a certain time.
I've seen places like that where they have a...
Kind of like a separate,
restaurant side
and the bar side, yeah. No, I've seen that before, too.
You didn't eat at the bar side, but...
Right, yeah.
If you're a kid.
Yeah, not if you're a kid, yeah. No, I've seen that before, too. Some bars, do it like that so they can have minors allowed pretty much at any time of the day, because then the actual adult bar side is separate from the actual, like, restaurant diner side of things.
Yeah.
So, I've seen that, yeah.
Montana,
I mean, that's around here, too.
The bar, restaurant, general store, post office, feed and grain, all in one big building.
Those small town life. Where Alabama win, by law, they have to check your ID at the door. I mean, that should be a requirement at any bar, to be frank. I mean, at least if you're serving, serving alcohol to somebody and they ask for it. Don't hurt yourself. Like, I mean, when it comes to, like, what we're talking about, like, a bar that has minors allowed, unless they're trying to ask for alcohol, during that time frame where they are allowed, like, they obviously should have their ID checked in, refused, that type of shit. But, if they're not, and they're not, like, trying to get alcohol or anything like that, then whatever. They could be there. I mean, that's the reason why those type of, things are in place. At least, depending on what state you live in, to be fair. Minors are not allowed at all in bars. Well, that's why I kind of had a caveat, because it sounded like, in Alabama, minors are not allowed, period. Which is fair enough. But, I mean, some bars, like, we're talking about are a little bit of a mixture, a little bit of both. And so, state law minors are not allowed in alcoholic establishments. What about restaurants then? Because they have alcohol, like, what about like a Red Robin, for example? Because, like, those type of restaurants, like, have bars in them. But they're a restaurant predominantly. So what about those? Oh, I guess that's okay. This is primarily a restaurant. Ah, the little loophole. What about a diner? Like, that also has like a bar, but it's mostly like a diner place. Like the pub that I go to go play pool could arguably be considered that. It's just after like 9 p.m. and onwards, it's more considered a bar. Do you have to be escorted though? Escorted? Really? Dude, what if, like, a 15-year-old, like, with his lunch money decided to get, like, he, got a little extra because he, he won some tournament or some shit. I don't fucking know. Like, what if he decides to go with the homies, to go to Red Robin? What, he has to be escorted by his mom? Oh, my God, dude. Alabama is so fucking backwards. Oh, yeah, freedom of littering my ass cheeks, you fucking weird conservative freaks. Ay. Dude, that is insane. Like, so, at least one adult. So, basically, what was funny? When I had my prom date before going to prom, like, honestly, not that I gave a fuck about prom, it's just kind of a throwaway story, but it's a validation to this point. Like, me and my prom date were obviously, we're high schoolers, so, like, we're underage, we're minors. Not even 18 yet, and we were allowed to be in a restaurant with no adult. We didn't order alcohol, obviously. We couldn't. There'd be no way that would be allowed. And, and we just ordered, some food and just ate some food. And, I paid for it and got picked up by my mom to go to, I think it was Crystal Ballrooms where we had our prom. And, just chilled. I just hanged out with some of the boys and she went and partied with some of her friends. And, yeah, that was pretty much about it. I mean, so, it was like, but basically you're saying that in Alabama, I couldn't do that. One of our parents would have to stay there and be there with us the entire fucking time. That's so stupid. That is insane. That is actually insane. If they're like, like 10 years old or 11 or something, I can understand that a little bit. But if they're like, 14 or 15-year-old taking, their little, like, high school sweetheart to a date or some shit, like, wants to take them to, like, Denny's or whatever the fuck, or, like, Red Robin or some shit, who gives a fuck? Who cares? Like, that's, oh my God, Alabama, you are a fascist shithole. Like, fuck your state. Like, oh my God. That is just insane. Just as insane as these gay conservatives. There, let's get back into this.
Inappropriately sexual or not, is a tale as old as time. I think drag is being targeted because it pings that part of people who aren't sure what's okay. Adults take their young kids to Hooters all the time.
True.
Adults show their kids R-rated movies.
In fact, a lot of these goddamn, like, MAGA chuds love to, like, over-sexualize, a lot of, like, women's bodies and, like, have their, parents or have their kids, take pictures with them and shit. There's been multiple times where that's happened. Jubilee? Yeah, this is actually a new one. I was going to look at the black conservatives versus white liberal one, but this is a very new upload, 15 hours ago. And considering this is liberal versus gay conservatives, I could not help myself.
Their personal choices.
And honestly, dude, this shit's been pretty tense. Like, I've been loving this. This is some fucking grade A content, dude. This is why I love these Jubilees.
It is not unknown what's developmentally appropriate. The American Psychological Association, the American Association of Pediatrics, there's tons of well-researched guidance on this. This is
gay conservatives blow my mind. They've been blowing my mind this entire time. You've been missing out on some of this.
Question. There's no need for these laws, but also it's not accurate to say that most of them are sexualized, because how in the world would you be able to empirically prove that?
Totally.
Damn right.
I would date a trans man.
True. Oh, our boy Zane from the conservative side walked up. Okay. Wait. Oh, our boy Amir also did as well. All right. A little split down the middle on this one. 2 libs and 2 conservatives walk up. Okay.
Every trans person has their own experience of what trans is. If that trans man still had downstairs, then sure. Because that's the reason I'm gay. I'm a gay man because I'm a male with male body parts that likes male body parts.
I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Would that change, let's say if you met someone and you were attracted to them based off of what they looked like in clothes, and then you found out that their genitalia didn't match what you had expected or assumed, would you still not be interested in them?
It would hurt, because I would be interested in them. That's happened before. can be interested.
Oh, I mean, come on, dude.
In a person, but at the end of the day, I'm gay. So if I go downstairs and there's nothing there, or there is
nothing there? What, are they a Barbie? Are they a Ken doll now? Wait, what? Nothing there? Wait, hold on. Wait, nothing there? Wait, so they just have like literally a smooth Ken doll slate like a Barbie? I just find that funny. I honestly just find that kind of funny, dude. Like, just nothing going on. Like, no pussy, no dick or balls, just literally nothing, dude. Oh my god, I just kind of find that fucking hilarious, honestly. Okay. Oh my god, I just love that. That is kind of funny, honestly.
So then you wouldn't or there is a female body part I can't perform.
So then you wouldn't date a trans man, would you? A trans man.
Oh my god, he's actually having to think about it. I mean, like, yeah, I mean, in a way, there would be some trans men he would be excluding, technically. I mean, there's a certain criteria that which, you know what, that's fine. Like, I mean, he has his own preferences, that's okay. But, like, I mean, he stepped up saying, like, yeah, I date trans man, but asterisk. But these other people here are kind of challenging him a little bit.
Woman transitioning to man.
Oh shit! See, it's so confusing.
Yeah, so it's like you wouldn't be.
So, okay, yeah, it might be confusing, but that's okay. So what? You don't have to. Like, don't worry about it, bro. Like, it's fine. I mean, you don't have to like overthink it. Wait, hold on. Wait. What's going on here? I'm definitely pansexual because I could love anyone in God's channel. Yeah, same here. Which is why I'm kind of feeling for Amir a little bit. I feel like he was trying to come to terms of like what he was taught when it comes to like biology and gender and shit. And, you know, he just kind of said it. He kind of admitted it. It's like, this is so confusing, which it's okay. I mean, that's fine. I mean, hell, I went for that phase where it's like, yeah, it's kind of confusing to me. But, I mean, it's like, I guess, you know, I'm all right. Like, I respect the fact that he's, you know, coming at it with a little bit more of an open mind, I suppose. You know what I mean? And that's the proper word for it, I think. I just want a best friend I can have sexy time with, kind of like you and Harley are. Yeah, I mean, yeah, because there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, that's just kind of part of the broader, like, human condition, basically. I meant the trans stuff is a bit confusing, but I won't deny how someone feels when they tell me so. Yeah. I mean, and, you know, I understand it for the most part, but, you know, to be fair, there's certain elements about it that are still kind of confusing to an extent, but that's okay. Like, I mean, you know, I'm open to understanding and, you know, hearing, you know, people out, you know, and understanding how they feel and, you know, understanding broadly, like, you know, the general, like, human id of, like, our psychology. And, you know, we all have a, you know, we're all, you know, psychologically, we're all different, you know, and sometimes we got a little quirky element about ourselves that's just more exceptionally different in comparison to something else or somebody else and shit, right? Like, and that's fine. I mean, it could be confusing, it might be a little quirky, but whatever. I mean, so what? I don't care. It ain't a big deal to me. I mean, nor really should it at the end of the day regardless. You know, whether you are turned off by it or not or whatever.
Trans man, trans woman.
Trans man.
Which is
woman transition to man. That's why it's trans man.
No.
See, like, Amir doesn't understand that basic thing. So he's like, so wait, what is a trans man? And, you know, it's like, isn't that a woman or something? Blah, blah, blah. Wait, what? Like, he was confused. And, and the libs, you know, here had to explain it to him. But, like, no, a trans man is a woman who transitioned to a man, and he still doesn't get it, dude. I think that's kind of the issue with Amir here, as a gay conservative guy. I think he just generally doesn't really understand it that much. I think he's just generally kind of confused about some of the more broader elements about, you know, the queer community, like when it comes to like the G or the TBQ, like, you know, element of it all. I think, you know, he just doesn't quite get that part of it, and it's just generally confusing to him. Which, again, it's fine, but I think that at least opens the door that he could potentially be a little bit more, I guess, progressive on this, you know, if, you know, people just explained it to him, you know, and he just, like, eventually kind of figured it out, you know what I mean?
You can turn around if you
Okay, yeah, no.
Okay.
So, reset.
He walked away. He's like, you know what? Never mind. Fuck this. I'm out. No, come on. I mean, you were getting close, and you're like, dude. And that producer's like, you can step out and turn around if you want. And he's like, yo, fuck it. I'm taking the chance. No, come on. He was, it was getting kind of close to trying to, like, convince him or, that disappointed me.
I think for myself, I've never
Zane took a seat.
Had the opportunity.
You know what I'm noticing is, like, the seat specifically. He's sat here, like, more often than not.
I would say the privilege.
He's like, this is my seat. It's my spot specifically. I like this seat.
It is one of those things where, like, what I look for in a partner is really what they bring to the table in terms of, like, intellectual conversation and just the way they make me feel. It doesn't really matter what you have going on. If we have good chemistry up here, like, that's not going to be a problem at all, and it shouldn't be a problem, and no one should really be conformed or confined to what they have in their pants.
I was dating someone and they were transgender. They didn't tell me. And we're like 2 months in, and we actually decided to actually do something. I don't think that's fair for me though, because you're not giving me the opportunity if I still want to continue, because that's important. So that's why I don't blame anyone or have any animosity if someone doesn't want to date a trans person, because they still have their preference. And if they are gay, it's not just gender that's important. It's also their sex that's important too. And we don't want to disregard sex as well and what their sexual identity is, because that is important to someone else.
I also think, just based on...
Okay. I mean, fair enough. I mean, he's just kind of talking about his own personal preference. And if anything, it just kind of felt like, he had a, break of trust with his partner who knew was transgender because they didn't really tell him about that. Which, I think when it comes to a healthy relationship, I mean, to especially establish trust, communication's a major key about that. Which, like he stated, it's like, I don't have animosity or ill will about that. I just, think that, there's certainly like a line of communication stuff. He kind of, was playing with that. So, I mean, it's fair enough, I suppose. I guess. So, whatever. I mean, honestly, Zane, as, one of the more gay conservative ones here, like, he's actually been the more, like, understanding and more laid back and chill one.
Idea that you're talking about with sex. There's so much more to sex than just penetration or sucking on something specific. I think that there's a lot of different ways to enjoy sex and being sexual with your partner. I also think for us to sit here and think about the trans experience is completely unfair because we don't go through it. Right. And so for someone who is trans to think about disclosure is safety. For me personally, I think that love is such a special thing, and to be able to find it in any capacity would be a gift. And I think to close yourself off from possibly meeting someone who you are physically attracted to because of what just is in their pants is really doing yourself a disservice.
I mean, I agree with that. Yeah.
Can we go around and say what we love about each other?
I think...
What, they're just gonna disregard the entire topic? Who said that? Fuck you, whoever said that. They're trying to totally derail the whole topic prompt.
I think we all have a sexuality for a reason. That's not discounting the lives of trans people. Like, I think they have their rights. They should be alive. Like, that's totally fine. Respect to them. But I think we're, at least some of us here, are gay for a reason. Our sexuality is reduced to what's between the...
For a reason? There isn't... okay. There is an inherent reason to it. You just are. You're either gay or you're not. Basically. Like, I mean, your sexuality is what it is. I mean, it could, be fluid and change over time and stuff. But for the most part, it's kind of founded in, like a broad... like in the set area of the broader spectrum. Like, I mean, for the most part. Like I said, I figured out that I was kind of bi by the time I was, like, in 6th grade. Like, 10 or 11 and shit. And by that point, like, it only grew from there when it came to understanding my sexuality and my identity with that. And, like, and obviously it's changed a little bit, but at the end of the day, I kind of understood what it was foundationally isn't really that much different from what it is now. There certainly are differences for sure, but, I mean, foundationally to what the root of my sexuality is, it's still pretty much the same. So, I mean, it's like, it's not inherently like some choice element. I mean, it can expand and broaden from that, but It's like, it's not so essentialist like that.
That's literally the only reason I'm a.
I think this guy is just kind of confusing like elements of biology with like identity and like the elements about sexuality being a spectrum and shit. I think it's just confusing these things. Like, honestly, because like he has like a little bit of a sense of like biological essentialism of some of this. Not like in some weird far right idea of it. You know, just kind of a sense of like, yep, this is just what science is. Yeah, I mean, it's just kind of like, you know, what you just was grown up to think. Like, and, you know, I don't know. I think he just seems like he's generally confused about some of these topics, I think. And I think he's trying to understand it, but, like, I just don't think he quite gets it, and he just needs someone to have a long convo to get it with, you know what I mean?
We're talking about like what's in someone's pants.
Yeah.
Would you date a trans woman who still had her penis?
I'd be open to it.
So would that make you
So why'd you walk away from earlier then?
gay though if she presents as a woman?
It would make me.
Make you buy with an exception?
Well, you're
He started a question, see what I mean? He's actually genuinely thinking about this. Like, he sat there and actually pondered it a little bit, and, you know, like, I mean, I think he is generally just kind of confused about some of these things. I don't think he, you know, is coming at it in, like, some weird conservative grift element. I think this guy's actually genuinely, like, you know, like, believing what he says. And it's just trying to come from it, you know, from his side and shit. But at least it's trying to come from an understanding and is actually trying to consider what people are saying. At least, you know, the liberal side of things a little bit. Because he thought about that one. Like, it's like, hey, you date a trans woman that would still have her dick and shit, right? So, well, yeah, it seems like, you know, yeah, you are gay and you obviously, you know, understand that you have a attraction to these things, but you just admitted that there's a little bit of a door that you're willing to open. So, you know, it's like, obviously, you know, there's something in you that's okay with, you know, this type of thing. This is why I think he walked up initially, which I think, you know, there's something in his mind that, you know, thinks this is fine. I don't think he's, like, overtly transphobic, you know, inherently. I think he just is really confused and doesn't totally grasp it yet. You know what I mean? Like, he's not like your typical conservative when... well, actually, I think he might be more aligned with your typical conservative, I feel like. Not like the extremist, grifty, you know, anti-woke groomer types. You know what I mean? Like, if anything, I feel like he's more in line with the conservative, like, it's just raised to think that, oh, yeah, gender is male, female, and that's it, blah, blah, blah. You know, just, and it's generally confused with these things. It just, you know, just wasn't, you know, like, it just doesn't get it, right? Like, I mean, I feel like that's, you know, really, you know, what a lot of, like, you know, generally, like, you know, some conservative types, you know, just think. Because I've talked with a lot of these types before, and in a way, they kind of are in line with what, you know, he kind of thinks a little bit. Albeit maybe not necessarily in, you know, perspective of being gay, but at least in a perspective of being conservative, though. So I just kind of find it generally interesting that, like, I mean, you know, he's at least, you know, more genuine to what I think is more of the average conservative, like, American, so to speak, you know, when it comes to this thing. At least from my experience, being up here in the PNW. I mean, granted, it certainly varies. You know, in the South, there's a lot of far-right extremism in comparison to just, like, more average Joe Schmo conservatism or whatever the fuck. But, I mean, you know, either way, I think the point still stands. Like, I mean, he's actually someone who at least is willing to think about these things. I mean, he might not come out of it, you know, totally getting it, but he's at least, you know, going to think about it.
Gay is defined by being attracted to.
Be like, I want that would be a very, very feminine man.
When it comes to men, obviously.
A very, very feminine man. Okay.
There's what's in your pants, but them transitioning to a man.
See, I just feel like he's just really confused about it, man. He's like, well, that's just a very feminine man, I guess. I just can't compete with this. I just don't get it. It hurts my brain. Like, I feel like that's what's going on in his head with it. He just can't grasp it. He can't grasp it. He can't firmly grasp it. You know, just like, you know, Patrick Starr telling that to Squidward. Even though, at least, you know, for Squidward, he had a reason why he couldn't grasp it.
still identified as a man and they still present that masculinity that most men, if you want to be honest, most cis men can't produce.
Right. Yeah.
So if me wanting to date or open to dating a trans man, does that not make me gay?
I would say that you're bi with an attraction to masculinity.
Or pansexual.
Oh my god. Oh my god, are they really debating this right now? Are they actually fucking having this conversation right now? You could still be gay, but be open to someone who's trans. I mean, oh my fucking god. It's not that hard. It's not that hard to figure out, bro. Oh my god. It's not like bisexual with masculine tendencies or like oh my god. Oh my god. Dude, these people, bro. Dude, these conservative, you know, like, especially conservative gay men or just gay people in general, dude, they blow my fucking mind. Oh my god, the weird gymnastics that they are capable of is honestly like Olympic level. It is Olympian with like how much gymnastics that they can do. Like, holy shit, bro.
Conversations are so tough for me because it's like, I truly believe that you love who.
Yeah, they also have they just have a fundamental misunderstanding of, you know, bisexuality, you know, transgenderism, you know, gender identity. They just have a misunderstanding about these things. At least I think Amir is at least genuine about that. Clarkson's a grifter. Mario, certainly is as well. Zane, I think, is also, you know, a genuine person. Like, so there's like two grifty conservative fucks, you know, like the grift squad. And then you have like two genuine people on the conservative side. You know, because at least, you know, those two are, you know, more open to understanding these things. Like, the other two are just overt fucking grifters.
And it doesn't matter. And we categorize things because that's natural for the brain, but there are nuances and there are exceptions. Honey, I'm as gay as the sun is hot, but I like, you know what? I like what I like, and I'm not going to invalidate somebody else's sexuality by saying, oh, you're bigoted for not wanting to do this, because that, and it kind of goes back to our other discussion where the TQ and then the LGB, sometimes those issues can intermingle and then cause other people to feel invalidated just because I don't necessarily want to date somebody with a vagina. I find this conversation interesting.
What? That dude's not as hot as the sun? Well, no, he's saying he's gay as the sun is hot. That's what he was saying. And also, he's also trying to imply that because, like, you know, these issues get, you know, interwoven too much, it like somehow invalidates like people that might be gay or trans or anything else. Like, that's why, which also goes into the whole idea of like trying to separate like the LGB versus the TQ plus and shit, like, because that was the topic earlier, and oh my god, I mean, isn't it at the end of the day that they're all like, you know, maybe all part of the broader same, you know, coalition of queer liberation and sexual liberation? They're thinking too deep into us. Yeah, I think the conservative ones are. Like, I mean, the gay liberals have actually been, you know, at least Barrett and Ryan have actually been doing a fairly okay job at, especially Barrett, you know, like, has been doing a pretty good job at it. Yeah, at least shutting the shit down.
It's like, we can argue that someone who is a gay man will date a trans man. It's like, who cares? It's up to them. I know that we have
Thank you. Yeah, dude, Zane, the conservative, like, gay, who's actually, like, low-key based. Like, what the fuck? Like, I mean, damn. Dude, like, I mean, our boy in the blazer, for being a gay conservative, has been the only base gay conservative in this entire panel. Like, he's the only one that I think I have not talked negatively about outside of, you know, thinking he's like a conservative gay Vosh clone. But you know what? Like, I mean, I'm starting to question if he's actually conservative or, like, you know, just saying that because he's libertarian or something. I'm starting to think this guy's more of a libertarian than a conservative, and I mean like an OG libertarian, like a genuine one, not like a weird, like, modern American libertarian where they're secretly a fascist. You know, like, he seems like a genuine libertarian in this case. I mean, still goofball probably on economics and shit, but at least on these issues, he's actually not bad at all. I mean, he's actually been fairly good, just as much as some of these gay libs are. So, you know, good on him. I like him. Yeah.
I think it just sucks though that gay men are being called transphobic for not wanting to date a trans man.
Well,
I think that's the most.
There's not. Oh my god, there's nothing inherently transphobic unless you're, like, you know, being bigoted and overtly an asshole to them. Like, no one inherently says that unless. Okay, whatever.
We can all agree that's wrong.
I don't think that's transphobic at all. If that's not your preference, or if that's not who you like, then that's fine. Can't nobody get upset at you.
Agreed.
Yeah. Well, you see what I mean? Like, no one's saying that. And, you know, one of the more, like, progressive gay libs are like, yeah, like, that's your preference. No one's saying that you're phobic just because you have a preference. Like, I mean, honestly, it might be due to maybe whatever you might say or your actions, but just because you have a preference, that doesn't make you, like, transphobic or, or anything like that. Like, I mean, because by that logic, being gay is, like, basically being, like, woman-phobic or some shit. It's like, I mean, like, it's silly. It's just ridiculous. At a certain point, it does get a little silly. I mean, there obviously are people that, can be, like gay or bi or whatever the fuck, but also genuinely be transphobic for sure. That definitely does exist. But, I mean, the idea that, like, just because you have a sexual preference, regardless of what your sexuality is, doesn't mean that you're transphobic or something. I mean, you just have preferences, and it's okay to have preferences. I mean, that doesn't mean that you invalidate or disrespect those identities or those sexualities or, whatever the fuck. I mean, it's just not your personal preference. I've run into a few extremists who say not dating trans person is phobic, but those are rare. Yeah, I'm sure those people do exist and they are rare, but I'm assuming that most of them are on the online space, like not in real life. Like, I mean, I'm sure you might find one or two of them, like as an outlier in real life, but they're certainly more of an exception than the rule. I mean, genuinely. Like, because honestly, most trans people that I've met in Portland, and like, or at least even around here, like, they don't care. Like, I mean, they don't give a fuck one way or the other. As long as you're not overtly being a bigot or an asshole to them. Like, I mean, because at the end of the day, like, if you accidentally misgender them, as long as you are not being disrespectful and being, oh, I'm sorry, my bad. I'll make sure to correct myself. I mean, they're not gonna care. They don't give a fuck. Even if it happens multiple times. At least from my experience. I mean, because sometimes it does happen where I accidentally do that and I correct myself. I mean, it doesn't really happen nowhere near as much as in the past, but it's happened before, and there's never been an issue about it. It's just like, oh, hey, reminder, this is what it is. It's like, oh, sorry, and just make sure I remind myself in my head. I mean, it's not a big deal. As long as you're being respectful and not overtly being a dick, then it's all good, and no one cares.
I think it is one of those things where, like, sometimes it is not what you say, but how you say it.
That's fair. Yeah.
I've gone to, like, gay clubs and trans people have been there, and, we're all supposed to be, like, under one umbrella. We're all supposed to, especially in a gay club, like, you would think, like, everybody's just kind of hyping people up, but it's not the case, where it's like, you step in there, pumps on, wearing a skirt, and you have, like, six cis gay men eyeing you down or treating you differently, all because you're transgender. So it's not even a situation of, oh, I don't like you because that's not my type, but it's the way you go about it.
That's fair.
I only
that's fair. Yeah.
Didn't step up because I've never faced this. However, of all the kinds of men that I'm into, and I kind of am into a wide variety of men, my assumption is I don't think I'll be sexually satisfied if my partner doesn't have a penis.
That's it. That's it. And that's good for you. That's fine.
For me,
yeah, fair enough. And that's again a preference thing.
Yeah. For me, I have other plans.
It's fair enough. I mean, all right, that wasn't really as bad as I thought it was going to be fucking frank. It kind of started off a little tense, but okay, all right.
LGBTQ topics should be taught in school.
Oh God, okay, this one's probably gonna get intense. Oh no, oh boy. All right, who's gonna walk up? I swear to God, if like I'm actually gonna, you know what? Let's take our guesses. Who's not going to walk up? Because I already know who's not gonna walk up. It's gonna be this piece of shit right here, this Mario fuck, because he literally overtly pushed legislation and was proud of it. So, fuck that guy. He's definitely not going to walk up. Clarkson, this grifter. Clarkson Lawson. Again, what a fucking silly name. This guy's not going to walk up. Zane actually might walk up. Amir? Coin toss. I'm going to put a coin toss on that guy. I feel like Zane might walk up, though. Over here, I'm pretty sure all of them might walk up. You know what? I don't know. I'm going to say those two for sure. Definitely Barrett. Ryan might walk up. Kai, you know what? I'm going to give a coin toss to Kai. He might not walk up. So 3 libs and 1 conservative. I think that's what's going to happen there. And I'm giving a coin toss to one lib and one conservative. Let's see. Let's see if I'm correct. Let's see. Oh! Oh shit! I nailed it for the conservatives. Oh, fuck yeah, I'm nailing this shit. Dude, my gaydar is on point tonight. Dude, Zane walks up immediately. Then, you know what? Amir also walked up too. My coin toss was actually pretty correct on that one. I took a little gamble and, you know, it worked. Now, what about the libs? Am I right on that? Oh! All of them. All of them. My assessment was correct. I mean, for the most part. I mean, I did give a coin toss to Kai, but you know what? I was feeling, you know, he grew up, you know, like a Puritan Muslim guy. You know, there was a part of me, I was like, I feel like he's going to do some weird middle ground wishy-washy thing. But you know what? You know what? No, he didn't. All right. Hey, I'm nailing this shit. Let's go.
I think age appropriate for sure.
Yeah, exactly.
It's nuanced. It's age and grade. It depends on that. But I mean, there's definitely times growing up when I was in the closet in middle school, I'm like, okay, we're taught men and women, they get together and they have a baby or whatever, especially like 9th, 10th grade. But like for gay people, something that doesn't exist. We don't like women. So like, what is my experience? I'm not reading it in a book. I'm not seeing it anywhere. I'm having to run to the dark corners of the internet. I'm having to experience all these things that they...
Dude, the conservative guy, Amir, is saying this. And yes, this is base. It's actually true. Like, yeah, okay. I mean, luckily I grew up, you know, in my school where unfortunately I didn't really get to, you know, get taught this type of stuff until about high school. But I mean, the whole idea about like homosexuality and like even things like transsexuality, I mean, it started to become a little bit aware, you know, by that point, but we weren't really overtly taught these things up until like around high school, at least for me. And like, and he's not wrong though. Like, I mean, you know, like, you know, there are kids, whether they're gay or not, you know, or, you know, trans or not or whatever, that do get left out because of this standardized curriculum that is very heteronormative, that, you know, it's taught like, oh yeah, this is like, you know, it's sex ed where men and women do this and blah, 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 blah. Like, they're leaving out a lot of shit, you know, when it comes to stuff like that. So, I mean, there certainly is like an element of things being left out when it comes to this type of shit. And honestly, I'm more privileged than a lot of other people. Yeah, because you just validated. Yeah, you're the same way. You were taught all this stuff. You had to figure it out all yourself. Yeah, I was. And see, that's the indictment when it comes to this type of fucking problem. Which is why not only sex education just in general needs to be, you know, taught as a standardization, but also, you know, queer sex ed as well, because that's a part of it. That's another thing that encompasses sex ed. I mean, like, so, I mean, I'm actually generally kind of surprised that, you know, Amir, you know, is saying that type of shit. But the thing is, you know, my assessment, you know, when it comes to Amir and Zayn being the more genuine, like, you know, the conservative types, you know, actually trying to kind of come out with more of a, you know, sense of trying to understand these things. Like, I mean, I feel like that's also kind of correct, because the two grifter GOP bot-known fucks did not walk up. Everyone else did, but the two grifters didn't. So, I find that very interesting. Like, these more, like, genuine, like, kind of more, I don't want to say down to earth, but I don't know really what other better way to say it, I guess, besides, like, kind of your average Joe Schmo American type of conservative. But, like, I mean, they're kind of more in line with that general broad idea that, you know, a lot of these more, like, you know, not MAGA chud style conservatives, but more like conservatives that were around before them, really. You know, like, it's like, yeah, limited government stuff, you know, leave me alone, do what you want to do, who gives a fuck, you know, just leave me to my business, you know, those types. Like, I mean, they really kind of strike me as those types, and they're willing to at least be understanding and, you know, maybe think about shit if you have, like, a genuine conversation with them. You know what I mean? Like, they might be set in their ways, or they might, you know, have their beliefs and shit, but they're at least willing to hear you out, maybe have a conversation and have a beer with you, so to speak, right? Like, I feel like, you know, Zayn and Amir are those types, you know, in that broad spectrum. Like, Zayn being a more libertarian type, and I think, you know, Amir being more of, like, a soft, moderate conservative type, you know, maybe more, like, center right-leaning, maybe like a Christian conservative. I wouldn't be surprised if he's like a gay Christian conservative, honestly. Like, just a lot more moderate in comparison to like an extremist. Probably because he was, you know, turned off by some of it. I wouldn't be surprised, honestly. I mean, which I think kind of shows. Which I think it makes him a little bit more of like the average Joe Schmo conservative type versus like the MAGA Chud extremist one. Same thing for Zane too. So, I mean, I just kind of find that interesting, you know, when it comes to this. I'm also glad I checked this out instead, because this is kind of cool to, you know, watch, honestly. Just especially when it comes to, like, you know, seeing kind of the variety of, like, you know, like, perspectives that these gay conservatives have, you know, at least in comparison to, you know, the liberal gay conservatives in a weird way. Not saying that, you know, the gay liberal conservatives are in a hive mind or anything like that, but just that, you know, I think, you know, at least, like I said, you know, like for at least for Amir Zayn, they are coming in it for a more open mind, or at least willing to generally try to understand the more like liberalized, progressive end of the spectrum on this. In comparison to the grifters, they don't give a fuck. They're set in their ways and they're getting paid for it, so they don't give a shit. And honestly, especially for Mario, that it pisses me off, especially because like that guy, like, I mean, you could tell that he initially started, you know, this, you know, being in this whole like queer activism being genuine, and then he started getting in touch with like literally an NRA group, you know, to like organize with a pride event at one point, with the, you know, some GOP organizations as well. And then he was like accosted, rightfully so, and he basically started being a conservative grifter ever since. It's like, it's actually generally fucking pathetic that, like, you know, how he turned out, especially, you know, considering that he admitted it. I mean, I cannot wait until like Vosh or Hassan and like, you know, somebody, you know, other lefties react to this. I kind of want to hear what they have to say about this shit. It'd be kind of interesting, especially for like, you know, Vosh or something, because you know he's gonna like deep dive into find out who the fuck Mario is and all these other weird conservative weirdos.
Just be going.
You know what? I wouldn't be surprised, honestly, if like Zayn or Amir have like, you know, social media presences and stuff like that. But at the same time, I also wouldn't be shocked if they didn't. Just because they seem at least way more genuine than the other two.
Teaching something at least, but
and it goes back to the over-sexualization thing. It's like when people say are iffy about gay topics being brought up in school, it's like, oh, the sex. But it's like, no, like, right? Like, why can't we learn about wholesome relationships, hold them, like, you know, having good credit, like, you know, making good financial decisions, people of the same, like, just things that are so much bigger.
Well, yeah, and that's why I originally was hesitant to step forward, because there is a fine line. People are,
oh, you were hesitant initially?
Don't say gay bill or the parental rights and education bill in Florida, which
wait, hold on, wait, you stepped up? Wait, when the fuck did you step? Well, hold up. Wait, he stepped forward? Wait, so Mario's the only one up there? Wait, what the fuck? Hold on, I didn't even notice that. Wait, what? Whoa. My assessment was actually a little wrong. I did not see him walk up. Wait, what the fuck? Okay, you know what? I was, okay, he threw me off really with that. Holy shit, okay.
Grade 3. It's important.
Wait, hold on. The parental rights education. Okay, so that's what he's talking about. Prohibits public schools from having classroom discussion or giving classroom instruction about it. Oh, this is basically the don't say gay bill. He's talking about, it, like, what, is this like, this is the Florida bill, isn't it?
Or that
Haven't they changed that though?
Yes.
Have they changed it since?
It goes up to 12th grade now.
Either way. Well, when it was originally up to grade 3, that's when I would say I agreed with it, right? Because I don't think that...
Oh yeah, they're talking about the Don't Say Gay bill. He brought it up when it came to his initial proposal, when it came to like up until grade 3, which is, that was the initial attempt to be the cop-out. Because then they could push that in the media and push that in the news and push that to people saying, hey, this is what the bill actually is, and then they could amend it and say it's actually all the way up until you're in fucking senior year of high school. Like, they did that purposely as a fucking strategy. Like, there was a reason why they did it like that.
The government's place.
Because now they're getting, and honestly, Clarkson fucking knows that. And I think there was a reason why he was hesitant to step up, because he was like, I don't agree with this, but you know what? He thought about this and it's like, I can interweave this fucking shit into it. Because, you know, he's bought and owned, so he's very damn well aware about what this fucking legislation is, including what it is to its most updated form. So he's doing this purposely. He's being a fucking weasel. So he's not stepping up here genuinely. So my assessment's still correct. Like, he's just doing this, you know, because he's being a fucking worm. Like, he's trying to, like, you know, misconstrue the whole fucking topic and shit. And Barrett fucking caught him on it. Like, he's like, oh, wait, are you mentioning when it was from, grade, up until grade 3, or when it was, from, all the way up until 12? And he was like, oh, well, I agreed with it when it was, like, up until grade 3, but beyond that, I don't. But the point being, like, see, like, Bear kind of caught him on his shit, and now he's having to walk it back. It's like, nah, you can't walk that bullshit back, bro. You should have just stayed back there. You should have just stayed behind with Mario, bro. You should have stayed there.
Future child about sexuality. Now, hear me out. This is why it's a gray area. When
it's not. Shut up. No, it's not. You should have stayed up there with Mario, with your hands crossed, being peaceful, just waiting your turn, dude. You should just wait your fucking turn. Why did you step up? You are fucking diluting this whole fucking topic, you goddamn worm.
Teachers open the discussion to young children about sexuality and inherent sexual attraction, it puts them in a position where they could step on the toes of parents. And that...
What? Like, kids understanding what, like, sex ed is stepping on the toes of parents? Dude, he knows what he's doing. He's being a good fucking grifter, bro. Like, I mean, that is, like, some weasel shit right there. Like, I mean, so basically, because sex ed steps on parental rights, sex ed bad. Because some parents might feel bad if, if their kids are taught gay sex ed. That's what he's saying. He's dog whistling pretty fucking good. I'll give him that. Newsmax and GOP taught him goddamn well. Like, he was taught fucking well on this shit. I'll grant him that. He's smart. I'll grant him that shit.
I don't agree with.
I totally understand
he knows what he's doing.
Sexuality. I totally understand what you two said, age appropriate. I think when you're talking about sexuality, that's like sex, that's in terms of like sexual education, sex ed. That's literally what they teach in school. So that
right,
those
I'm
types
not
of
for
talks.
That either, which is the point I was going to make.
Okay.
I don't think, I'm a conservative who favors small government. I don't think...
Oh my god, here we go. Ugh.
...its place to teach anyone's kids about sex. And I know there are kids that may need...
well, guess what? Parents don't get it either. Like, most parents are pretty fucking stupid when it comes to sex too, by the way. Sorry. So, no, it's like, it actually is in the, government's, prerogative to make sure that children understand those things. Like, yeah, it actually is. Ugh, oh my god, I hate this guy so much.
Learn about it because their parents aren't good parents, but I don't think that exception makes the rule.
Wait, what?
To teach anyone's kids about sex. And I know there are kids that may need to learn about it because their parents aren't good parents.
Yeah, that's most of them. Like, most parents are not exactly smart about it. And honestly, I'm pretty sure most kids don't want to go for the awkward phase of having to learn the birds and the bees with their parents. I'm pretty sure they'd rather have, like, that awkwardness with their teacher where it's a lot more, like sanitized and desensitizing and shit, where it's like, all right, go open your test books. Like, I mean, I'm pretty sure that's, a better environment in a way, just in general. Like, it's not bad for the parents to teach about the birds and the bees, but there still needs to be a fucking standard about this shit. Because, yeah, there are plenty of parents that do get it and can certainly, responsibly, teach their kids about that stuff for sure. But there's a lot of them that don't. Especially very evangelical, conservative, right-wing parents. They definitely don't.
I don't think that exception...
They think, it's abstinence and you should only have sex when you're married. And that's it. And only for reproduction. And you can't have abortions either. So, or any of that shit. So it's like, yeah, great values to be teaching your kids as a conservative when it comes to sex ed. Yeah, good shit.
I think that's good for you. Yeah. I'm sorry, that's good for you, but it's taught with the way the world is moving now and the way that the community is just so open and so expressive, and the child is going to see regardless. So like he was saying, instead of going to the dark web or just looking stuff up on your own and having no guidance, if you're going to teach somebody or if somebody's going to learn it, you rather them learn the correct way.
I can totally get down with that too. You want to have parental rights in what they're saying. My whole point is that it has to be all or nothing. We can't keep straight sexuality.
I agree. Yeah, I agree.
Okay, I mean, all right. At least Kyle was being blunt with it, but like, look, hey, I get what you're saying, but regardless of whatever you feel about that, like when it comes to sex ed, period, it's all or nothing with it. You gotta teach all of it or nothing. And at least you agree to that. It's like, yeah, fair enough. But you know what? He's being a fucking little worm. He's a conservative grifter. Like, I mean, he doesn't actually believe it. Now let's hear this stupid little act. Like, let's hear the more overt grifter who's just gonna be blunt with it.
Always me. Sorpresa. I'm kidding. I was listening in, and Clarkson kind of made the point that the government.
Oh my God! Of course he points to him. Oh my God! Of course he points to the other grifter, Clarkson. Oh my God! Of course he does. Oh my God! Of course you do.
Shouldn't be in the business of teaching your children about your sexuality. No one taught us how to be gay. Who taught you how to be gay? Anybody?
The internet. To be honest with you, some elements of sex ed in high school. Myself. Yeah, I'm pretty sure, honestly, it'd be a little easier to figure all that shit out if I just had a lot more of a standardized sex ed that was like, yeah, this was, like, being more overt of, like, yeah, this is a thing. Like, just saying.
Was it with the internet? Okay. It would have...
He's actually, oh my God, he's actually making a point of like, yo, if you're gay, use the internet to figure it out, bro. Oh my God. Oh my God. Dude, he cannot be fucking serious. The internet, bro, just figure it. Dude, oh my God, that shit sent me, dude. Yo, just figure it out, bro. Use your internet, dude. Oh my God, dude. Mario, you're a fucking gem. I hate you, but you're a gem.
My uncle actually, I didn't know he was gay.
So it was a family member.
Yes, I didn't know he was gay.
For me, as a gay man who grew up with parents who were very, very prudish, they had no idea. They didn't even want to have a conversation. I am that example that should have been taught at school.
Okay, then why in the fuck did you not step forward then? And if that's the case, then why are you fighting against your own interests and like pushing that prudishness? Oh my God, you know what? That explains you a lot, doesn't it? Grew up in a very prudish household, and now you're just being a rebel little teenager, angsty little fuckwit, but you still are like tied down to this weird prudish, shit you grew up with. Oh my God, that explains you so much, doesn't it?
I figured it out on my own, just like many of us ultimately do. I know as an individual, it would have helped me.
Well, at the end of the day, of course you figured it out on your own. I mean, no one else is gonna know this shit besides yourself when it comes to, oh my God. Oh my God, fuck these people.
My own family, an uncle, a parent. For me, I think it's the government's job to start educating these parents because the parents need to have these sensitive.
Oh, how do you do that? Oh, maybe you educate them when they're, early on, before they become parents, when they're children, so they could have these ideas and this education early on set, for them when they're growing up and become adults. Wow! Who would have thought that? Oh my God, what a shocker. If only there were people who weren't advocating against that shit. Fuck these people. Oh my God. Oh, I'm gonna go Joker over this motherfucker. I mean, it looks like a fucking hitman for the Joker. It looks like a fucking goon for the Joker, dude, to be honestly.
Conversations with their children. The best metric for a child's success is the parental involvement, and what we're doing right now, we're teaching the children about sexuality and completely not involving the parent. We're leading them down a road for psychological issues because they've got no
clever little dog whistle there too, buddy.
Support system at home. We're creating a school system that's supportive and a home system that they think is unsupportive. We live in 2023.
Wow, that's another one. Like, he's just like disregarding the idea that like evangelical far-right extremists, the same households he grew up with. Like, he said that he grew up in a very prudish, puritanical household, which I'm assuming is very religious. And he's saying that just doesn't happen? You grew up in that shit.
Of the people are very accepting. Parents are understanding. But parents have...
No, they're not! Oh my God. This motherfucker. His own experience invalidates this. Like, I mean, he literally fucking said that his parents were puritanical, prudish, and were not accepting. And he's saying that most of them are. So what? Your parents were the exception? Bullshit, bro. Like, dude, what? Oh my god. This guy actually annoys the ever-living fuck out of me. It's insufferable.
Know what's going on in their children's lives so that they can be prepared. And I think it's the school's responsibility to prepare those parents not to have children
What? So, what? Oh my god. So not the kids, where it's the school's fundamental fucking job? It's the school's job to educate the kids. That's the... He's upgraded to getting a tune-up. I wanted to slap him with a fucking salmon, give him the Wolf treatment. Now he gets the Goon of a tire iron treatment. Fuck this guy. 8 fouls away, still Sunday. Fuck this piece of shit.
Conversations with parents because children do not teach their parents.
How do you get parents involved when they don't support it, though? Like, I have a lot of really good friends who are educators, and they
get him, Barrett. Get him.
The parents involved, but a lot of their parents are coming to school already queer-phobic.
Right. See, and that's the challenge. That's the challenge for the schools.
And you wanna know how you do that shit? Is that you fucking, like, instill an enforced policy of saying, hey, if, you know, we notice that you're abusing your child, whether because, you know, you're not affirming their identity or, like, abusing them for being gay or trans or anything like that, then we can get CPS involved and all this other shit. Like, I mean, like, that's one way to do it, but, oh, you'd be against that because that'd be quashing parental rights, wouldn't it, you fuck?
Not the school's job to overstep that unsupportive parent. And
hilarity. Dude, this shit, man. Dude, oh my, I mean, we're near the end, dude. This has been a fucking adventure.
For that child, because now that child has created a two-world system where I feel safe here, but I don't feel safe at home, and then the state comes and takes the children, which is happening.
How do you feel about waivers? Like,
oh my god, he actually fucking, oh my god, he made the point that I was just fucking saying. He actually just said it. It's like, oh my god, he is making that fucking argument. It's like, oh yeah, we can't allow, you know, like, any ability to have a strong, you know, like, you know, system in place to challenge, you know, queer-phobic parents who are abusing their children because they're queer, because that would be stomping on parental rights because the government's taking their kids away. Oh my god, fuck you, Mari, you actual piece of scum. Like, oh my god, you just want to hurt fucking kids, dude. You just want to see fucking kids suffer because you had to. You grew up having to suffer for your fucking queerness and shit, so you want every other fucking kid to. Fuck you.
How do you feel about schools saying, oh, we're going to teach your kid this, and the kid comes home with a waiver, like if they sign it, then you're okay with the school teaching it. If the parent doesn't sign it, then they go in another room, and the parent teaches it.
Yeah,
Are you cool with
absolutely.
something like that?
I would completely agree with that, yeah.
I just keep thinking...
No. Fuck that. I mean, that's undermining the education of a child. Fuck that shit.
You say that is, I have a friend who had a great life at home until his parents found out he was gay. And then they shut him out. They kicked him out of the house. They still haven't spoken to him. He's in his late 20s now. And he was unable...
Same. Dude, it's personal with Mario. Dude, there's a personal fucking vendetta because of that shit. Because of his upbringing, it's a vendetta to him. He wants every other fucking, you know, gay person and queer person to suffer because he had to growing up. He just went like, oh, same. You know, it's like, I was outcasted by my family. They never talked to me ever again. It's like, so you just want that for everyone. You want that for every other queer kid then. Like, you want them to suffer just as much as you did. Like, fuck you. You actual piece of shit.
State tuition in college because they would not help him fill out the FAFSA, which requires him to have their tax information. And so, would it be great to live in a world where, A, it's possible to reach all parents and educate them and change them from being bigoted? Great. Would it be great to be in a place where that is doable? Awesome. But you know, I was groomed by a teacher, and it was only possible.
Brian, why'd you say that? Like, I mean, really bad phrasing when you're talking to someone like Mario, dude. Why'd you say it like that?
Because it was not okay for teachers to talk about being gay, except the one teacher who went out of his way to make his room a safe space. And because he was the only teacher and happened also, separately from being open, to be a pedophile. He was able to groom myself and others. And so, unless and until...
Why? Okay, I'm not invalidating the fact that this probably happened to him, but why are you bringing this up right now? You really think that, considering who the fuck you're talking to, you really think that's a good idea to bring up as an anecdotal point? Like, if anything, they're going to use that and be like, oh, well, that's why we need to, like, you know, have these laws and blah, 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 blah. Why would you? Oh, my God.
Feel like they can be completely safe wherever they are, and knowing that changing parents is kind of an impossible lift, to be frank. Not making it mandatory to create safe spaces for LGBTQ kids in schools is begging for disappointment, begging for failure. And to your point about learning about being gay, the ways that I learned about being gay, especially from the internet, I'm almost 40, there's baggage from that I still carry with me.
100%.
And so if I had been comprehensively educated when I was a kid in school, my life would be meaningfully different today.
I think for me, the easiest thing to look at is like...
I mean, fair enough.
Where you...
I mean, all right, he swung that into, you know, a way that was recoverable. I mean, like, it kind of freaked me out a little bit, but he was actually pointing at it's like, the reason why something like that happened to me is because it wasn't safe. And the fact that we don't make it, you know, safe is the fact that shit like that happens. So he kind of, he tied it into, okay. It made me nervous with how he made that, you know, initial point, but okay.
Pregnancy goes down, right? Yes. Education is power. I think it would be something similar for queer people. Like if we had information about who we can be and how we can exist in all these different ways, it would empower kids in a way that they should be empowered.
There wouldn't be billboards for PrEP everywhere.
Monogamous relationships are difficult to find in the gay community.
Was this a throwaway prompt? Wait, what? Okay, why are you stepping up? Of course, both the grifters step up. Oh my God, of course, both the grifters step up.
I'm gonna step forward on this one. There you go.
Okay, all right, well, a bunch of libs stepped up too.
I think it's difficult in today's day and age and like just in general, like to find a monogamous relationship. You know, I started with experience at an earlier age. So I'm 22 now. I lost my virginity at 16. Me being 22, I know from all the experience with different partners and just having, you know, I guess my fun, I am looking for something with substance, you know? I'm at the age gap where a lot of, you know, people around my age, they want to have their fun. You know, they probably just lost their virginity at 18, 19. Some people are losing their virginity now, which is fine, you know what I mean? So they want to experience life or hookup culture. And then there are some people who that's just what they want to do for the rest of their life. They don't want to be tied down. So it makes it very difficult because a lot of times, even meeting someone, it's one of those things where they want their cake and eat it too, like, you know?
I think there's something to be said about a lot of gay men. And again, this is straight people do this too, but we're just talking about gay people that say they want monogamy, but they don't actually want it. They just want it for the person they're with. And that's a little shade to my ex, but anyways.
What? Okay. What does that even mean initially anyways? Like, oh, I want a monogamous relationship, but they don't? Or at least just specifically, what's even, he just said that just to throw shade at his ex, dude. What the fuck was that about?
Oh, but I think it has more to do with the fact that we are very focused on our pleasure a lot in our community.
Oh my God, it's just going to the first prompt of like over sexualization. Oh my God, we're going in full circle, are we?
We haven't really learned, not necessarily to repress it, because you shouldn't repress sexual desire, but we haven't really learned how to control it in situations that are particularly hard to do. Like if you're around somebody that you're extremely...
What does that mean? Like, be curious of what he means by that.
Actually attracted to. If you haven't, you know, taken the time to examine yourself and make sure your actions correlate with the way you want to live, then you're going to cheat, or you're going to need an open relationship because you just have no capability of doing anything otherwise.
What? Wait, so basically being a horny fuckless dog or something means that you're incapable of having a monogamous relationship? And because you consistently want to what? Like, I mean, like, what? Like, I don't think that's how it all works there, buddy. I mean, I think it's probably more about, like, what Tayshawn was saying, where it comes to, like, you know, the more broader hookup culture thing, and like, you know, it's, you know, want to party and, you know, hook up and blah, blah, blah. Like, I think it's more tied to that, buddy. Like, I mean, that doesn't necessarily mean that, like, that's what people want forever or all the time and shit, but, I mean, that, like, I don't think, you know, just because you're into that doesn't mean that you're always going to forever or some shit. I don't think that's always how it works there, bro.
We're still healing from the generational trauma that came from the AIDS epidemic. You know, I think a lot of people are still trying to figure out how to heal from that. And I do think that we have a big problem with substance abuse, sex addiction, and I think that that needs to be addressed as a community. And I think as we start to look at like why we are leaning into these things that are less productive.
I mean, sure.
For us on our like regular lives, we can start to realize maybe like this is part of that. I think whether it's, you know, monogamous or non-monogamous, it's a couple's choice to figure out what works best for them. I think we've become very married to the idea of marriage in general, where people are
based. I mean, dude, okay, I was kind of curious why Barrett walked up, but you know what? I mean, I'm loving his take so far. Again, I don't disagree with anything he's saying. Like, I mean, dude, it's exceptionally really well informed, you know, and like, it bring up a lot of historical points. He mentioned Stonewall from earlier and stuff. Like, this guy's good. Like, I mean, he knows what the fuck he's doing.
Divorced and remarried and divorced and remarried, where it's like you're not really married to the person, you're married to the monogamy that comes with that marriage.
Yeah, agreeable.
I hear a lot of gays complain about this, but then they're looking on Grindr for a long-term relationship. I don't know how you expect to do that, and who I have talked to, they're looking in the wrong places, it seems like.
It seems like there's a need to like have a monopoly.
I actually agree with that for, you know, maybe not 100%, but I think there's, you know, definitely a lot of people that, you know, I think that fits with in a way. What the fuck?
Relationship, and I think
you're assaulting fucking bulls, dude.
Because I have one,
Stop.
but like, since divorce rates are so high, I wonder if it would be best if people did share each other, not like all the time, but it's like you date someone, maybe you try something else with someone else. I'm not saying that's the right way. I just don't know, because some monogamous relationships work and some don't. I don't know.
I think love involves sacrifice, and I think sacrificing your desire for somebody else for the person you're with is ultimately what makes your love grow deeper. It's very hard for me to see an open relationship and think you're not willing to just commit to one person and just not be with somebody else.
But is that a Christian idea? Is that a heteronormative idea?
No, it's just an scientific idea. Because as
a dude, Bear kind of called him out a little bit. It's like, hey, is this, you know, the idea of like being heteronormative or being like, you know, Christian or something? He kind of called him out for being like a Christian little nutwit. Like, I mean, he's like, no, not at all, bro. No. Like, I mean, he was like downplaying that so hard. Like when he brought that up, oh my god, I love it. This guy feels very fake. The Clarkson guy, because he does.
Of science, the most stable bond is a pair bond. Period.
Sure.
That doesn't fit for everybody, buddy.
For how long?
It can be forever. I mean, my pair bond, I'm expecting it to be forever.
Is there nuance in that, though?
Oh my god, that guy probably believes in like crystals and astrology shit. Oh my god, my pair bonds. Oh my god, this guy's Mario's so fucking cringe.
Straight couples, there's like, I mean, you get in the 40s and 50s, there's swingers everywhere.
Oh, absolutely.
You know, we did not arrive at monogamy through evolution. It's a combination of some things, and there are benefits to pairing, but there are plenty of mammals in the wild that don't do lifelong pairing. One of the leading drivers of divorce is cheating, and it seems to me taking that off the table is a great way to prevent that one pitfall. Some of the happiest same-sex couples I know are in open relationships, and they make all kinds of other sacrifices for each other, making space for each other in other ways. I think we might be best served by surrendering that one of these is right and one of these is wrong, because we put each other and ourselves in a position of an expectation of, I should want this, or I should want that, I should be this, I should be that. And if that's inconsistent with what best serves us, that's a recipe for a failed relationship, regardless of whether or not it's supposed to be open or closed.
Or, you know, and just, you know, to kind of, you know, add to that, also, you know, doesn't really give a sense of like, you know, like a healthy sense of like identity or actualization of oneself and security of oneself too. I mean, you know, like, you know, initially Ryan kind of irked me in some elements, but, you know, in the latter half, he's actually kind of nailed it, you know, pretty good.
You know, I just want to say that I really respect and appreciate all of you, and I even those of you that
I mean, I do, outside of Clarkson and Mario, fuck those two. But, I mean, everyone else, I tend to agree.
vehemently I see a lot of humanity in, and I also want to say,
oh my god, you fake fuck, look at you. The humanity is all. Children should suffer and not have to be taught sex ed or, get gender affirming care at all. Oh my god, I'm so proud of that legislation I did earlier, by the way. Oh my god, I hate that guy so much.
if I said or did anything that was offensive to anyone,
oh my god.
No, I really do respect the shit out of you guys.
Yeah, you guys are all amazing. I'm happy to see our message, even if we don't always agree. The best part is that we each get to say.
I like how he just said our message, like, kind of implying for his own. He didn't really like, our message, that we're all saying here today. Just ours, like mine and people that, but know me.
I want to say, and that's going to help move our community forward. That's really what this is all about.
I definitely.
And you're not part of that.
That's all humans. I just feel like you have a lot of energy and passion that I wish would be used to help move the needle for all of our community in a better way. I just get nervous that sometimes in these red spaces, they will use people like you to push their agenda to harm one group of people, and then that will grow and grow and grow.
But I think they do that on both sides.
Yeah.
Oh my god, he's Baron, go get him!
But who's to say that I'm not using them, you guys? Remember.
Okay, can we?
You as a pawn for the GOP using them. You're not like the power dog. You're not the power bottom you think you are, buddy.
Sound right.
Oh my god. Wow. Well, that was that was a nightmare and a half, but pretty good actually. That was multiple hours of intensity. I really wish I had one more beer for that because I feel like I suffered way too much. What's going on here? Being the first man to run a 4-minute mile in 1954. Oh my god. That face though. Dude, Ripsy's right. Dude, that face. Hold on, we got it. Wait, hold on. There we go. It doesn't even look like he's fucking running either. He just looks like he's doing a weird hop. Like, what the fuck? Oh my god. Wow. Yeah, I went crazy on that. It definitely did. My lord. Man, where do I even go from there? Well, probably bed. Considering it is actually getting late at this point. I want to ignore to Rip City, my base work. Jeez, okay, yeah. Well, Venom's just all over the place. Trump saw a snaked, and did a white girl scream. He saw a snaked, and did a white girl scream. That's a white girl scream. A snake. I'm freshly awake. Does sound like it. Snake. Snake, snake, go a snake. Badger, 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 badger. Did you know that shit's over 20 years old now? I'm freshly sleepy so late. That's why I'm getting this last bowl going, because the last little bit of all that, that Jubilee kind of made my brain mush now. So, we're having this in Bindu. Tomorrow I'll be in a hotel. Hey? At least it'll be one of the last times I have to deal with that douche. Hotel California in Alabama. But anyhow, bring a Switch. I'm gonna bring this Switch on stream. That's what I'm gonna be doing. I tell you what. Little bastard is amazing. I imagine that it is. But anyhow, let's call it good for the rest of the night. So, peace out. And of course, I'll see y'all in that next one. So, Etilou Bacalous.